tournament poker, the first seat tells the truth about your discipline. Sitting under the gun means acting without information, opening the action with the entire table waiting behind you. Every decision reveals more than your cards. It defines your structure, your timing, and your control. Tonight, we study how elite players survive and thrive from the toughest seat in the game. Chapter 1. Role and Risks of Under the Gun. Under the gun, often called UTG, is the first position to act before the flop in a standard 9 or 10-handed poker tournament. This seat carries the heaviest responsibility because every decision is made with the least information possible. There are 8 or 9 players waiting behind you, and any one of them could wake up with a hand strong enough to challenge your open. The weight of that possibility shapes everything you do from this position. The purpose of your under-the-gun range is not to play aggressively, but to play selectively and predictably in a way that builds long-term stability. When you open under the gun in a tournament with 100 big blind stacks, you are signaling to the table that your range is strong. That image alone becomes a weapon later, but only if you protect it. The risk of overextending in this seat is high. Even a single loose open can destroy your credibility and cause better players to isolate you relentlessly. Your job is to represent a narrow range that holds up against pressure. At a full table, your under-the-gun opening range should include only the most solid starting hands. That generally means all pocket pairs from 8s and higher, ace-king suited and offsuit, ace-queen suited, and occasionally ace-queen offsuit if the table is passive. Strong suited broadways such as king-queen suited can be added, but anything weaker should normally be folded. This creates an opening range of roughly 10% of hands or less. The smaller the field behind you, the more you can open, but in a full ring environment, discipline is the key. Opening size should be consistent. In most modern tournaments, 2 to 2.5 big blinds is standard. For example, at a 500 big blind level with 1,000 in the big blind, you would open to 2,500. A slightly larger open is acceptable on softer tables, where players call too wide, but large open sizes waste chips when folds would have come anyway. Consistency in open sizing helps disguise your hand strength and keeps post-flop pots manageable when you miss the board. The first major risk from this seat is being 3-bet by strong hands or aggressive players. Because you are first to act, you will often face pressure from players in middle and late position who hold position advantage and recognize your limited range. If you open under the gun and face a 3-bet from a player 2 or 3 seats away, you must evaluate stack sizes carefully. With 100 big blinds, calling a 3-bet out of position can be acceptable only with your strongest suited broadways and pocket pairs, and even then, only if you are comfortable navigating post-flop play. Against deeper stacks, folding ace-queen offsuit or jacks to large 3-bets is not a mistake. Preservation matters more than pride. Another major risk comes from multi-way pots. If one player calls your open and another overcalls, your equity drops sharply because your premium hands are now vulnerable to more combinations that can connect on the flop. Even aces lose value when 3 or more players see the board. The solution is to tighten your opening range and use position awareness post-flop. Check more often on coordinated flops and avoid inflating pots without strong value. Acting first after the flop means you must lead the action without knowing how your opponents will respond. You cannot check to gather information like players in position can. Instead, you must plan your continuation bets based on the texture of the board. Dry boards such as ace-high with 2 low disconnected cards are good for small continuation bets of about 1/3 pot. Wet boards with multiple draws require caution. Check often and preserve chips when your equity is uncertain. Stack depth plays a large role in the risk management of this seat. With 100 big blinds, your focus is on protection and building a balanced range. At 70 big blinds or less, you must reduce speculative holdings like small pairs and suited connectors because implied odds decrease. At 40 big blinds and below, your range becomes even tighter, focusing mainly on broadways, strong aces, and pairs that can comfortably stack off preflop if necessary. Another layer of risk in the under-the-gun seat comes from psychological pressure. Many players feel they must maintain action early to build an image of control. This thinking often leads to opening hands like ace-10 suited, king-jack suited, or medium offsuit aces that play poorly when called, or 3-bet. These hands look beautiful in isolation, but perform terribly when forced to act first. Folding them may feel weak, but it is one of the strongest disciplines you can develop as a tournament player. Because you act first, every mistake compounds. Opening too wide inflates pots that you cannot control. Calling too often against 3-bets drains chips that cannot easily be recovered. Continuation betting on poor flops gives away your stack incrementally. Every move from this seat must have a reason, rooted in probability and position. The correct mindset from under the gun is patience over profit. You are not trying to accumulate chips quickly. You are trying to build a foundation for future opportunities. Each disciplined fold is a step toward controlling your image. Each tight open strengthens the credibility of your future bluffs. Every time you resist temptation and pass a marginal hand, you are gaining an unseen advantage against players who overplay theirs. The role of under the gun is to begin the conversation of the table. When you raise, you force others to react. When you fold, you yield initiative to those behind you. Both are valuable if done deliberately. The risk lies in acting without plan or precision. The first seat demands structure, timing, and absolute honesty with your own range. By embracing the constraints of this position, you set the tone for how you will be respected across the table for the rest of the tournament. Chapter 2. Early stage stacks near 100 blinds. In the early levels of a tournament, when stacks are deep around 100 big blinds, the under-the-gun position requires a structured approach. You have room to maneuver post-flop, but you also face the most potential for loss if your range is careless. Deep stacks create an illusion of freedom, yet in reality, they increase the complexity of every decision. Because the stack depth allows opponents to call and apply pressure later in the hand, your goal from under the gun is to construct a range that remains stable through all streets. At 100 big blinds, your standard opening size should stay between 2 and 2.5 big blinds. Larger opens invite bloated pots against multiple callers. Smaller opens fail to apply meaningful pressure and can lead to weak defenses. The perfect balance is an open that controls the pot size without committing you to large continuation bets later. For example, with blinds at 1,000 and 2,000, an open to 4,000 or 4,500 achieves the right balance of risk and reward. Your range at this depth should include all premium holdings, pocket aces through pocket nines, ace-king suited and offsuit, and ace-queen suited. These hands can play confidently through multiple streets, even when raised or called. You can also include king-queen suited, king-jack suited, and ace-jack suited when the table is passive and unlikely to 3-bet aggressively. The deeper the stack, the more comfortable you can be adding suited Broadway hands that connect well post-flop. However, speculative holdings like small pairs or suited connectors require careful thought. With deep stacks, set mining becomes viable but only if players behind you are prone to overcall or pay off large post-flop bets. If the table behind you is filled with aggressive players who frequently 3-bet, those speculative opens lose value. Folding small pairs from under the gun may feel tight, but it prevents you from being forced to play bloated pots out of position with marginal equity. At this depth, position magnifies post-flop challenges. When you open under the gun and get 1 or 2 callers, the pot will usually sit around 10 big blinds by the flop. Even a small continuation bet of 3 big blinds becomes significant. You must plan your continuation bet, sizing relative to stack depth. On dry boards, 1/3 pot is often sufficient to deny equity. On connected boards, you can check to control the size or bet half pot when you hold strong equity like top pair with top kicker or an overpair. Your stack allows flexibility for 3-bet defense, but that does not mean you should call wide. Facing a 3-bet to 8 or 9 big blinds from a player in position, calling with ace-king, ace-queen suited or pocket pairs above 8s can be reasonable. Calling with lower pairs or unsuited broadways becomes dangerous. Out of position, you will often need to play cautiously, checking most flops, and allowing opponents to dictate action. Avoid building pots you cannot finish. Because deep stacks extend decision-making through all streets, board coverage becomes important. This means choosing hands that can connect with a wide variety of flops. Suited aces like ace-5 suited or ace-4 suited serve as strong board coverage tools, offering flush and straight potential. However, you should only include 1 or 2 of these in your under-the-gun range. They balance your holdings without diluting the overall strength of your opens. One common mistake in early stages is overestimating fold equity. Players call more frequently when stacks are deep, because losing a few blinds does not threaten their survival. As a result, pure bluffs from under the gun should be avoided. Every open should be built around the assumption that at least one player will see a flop with you. Instead of focusing on immediate steals, focus on hands that perform well post-flop and can extract value when they connect. Pay attention to how often players behind you flat call your opens. If multiple opponents frequently call, your continuation betting frequency should decrease. Checking on coordinated flops with marginal made hands prevents losses when ranges collide. If your continuation bet is called, do not automatically fire a second barrel. Use your position awareness to manage the size of the pot relative to your remaining stack. Deep stacks reward patience and punish stubbornness. When 3 bet sizes are small, such as to 5 or 6 big blinds, you can defend slightly wider. Suited aces, small pairs, and even king-queen suited can be worth peeling if the implied odds are favorable. But if the 3-bet sizing exceeds 9 big blinds, folding becomes correct with all but your top holdings. Deep stacks tempt players to justify calls, but the real skill lies in folding early and preserving control for future hands. The deep early stage also invites long-term table image building. If you open under the gun with discipline and show down only strong hands, observant players will start folding to your raises later. This perception gives you permission to add light, opens in later levels when stacks shorten and antes increase. Early discipline becomes a future investment. Because you are first to act, your focus is not on exploiting others, but on avoiding being exploited. Deep stacks magnify mistakes, and mistakes under the gun echo through the tournament. Your stack size gives you room to play, but that room should be used to maintain control rather than chase aggression. Each disciplined fold and measured open defines your structure as a player. The deep early stages are your opportunity to show that you are not swayed by the illusion of freedom, but guided by the quiet control that makes deep runs possible. Chapter 3. Standard UTG, open size. Under the gun, open sizing is your first signal of structure and control. Every raise you make establishes how the table will respond to you. When stacks are deep and blinds are still low, your open size must balance three key goals. First, you want to protect against too many callers. Second, you must keep the pot small enough to release hands comfortably when pressured. Third, you should remain consistent, so opponents cannot read strength from your raise size. In most modern tournament structures, the standard under-the-gun open size is between 2 and 2.5 big blinds. This sizing range keeps risk limited while maintaining pressure on the field. For example, if the blinds are 1,000 and 2,000, an open to 4,500 creates an ideal balance. It applies pressure to the big blind, discourages loose calls, and sets up a manageable continuation bet size on the flop. At 100 big blinds deep, you should never open larger than 2.5 big blinds from early position. Large opens invite trouble. They build bigger pots without increasing your fold equity. Players in later positions have position advantage and can call wide with suited connectors or medium pairs, expecting to outplay you after the flop. When you open small and consistent, you control the rhythm of the hand and force others to adjust to your pattern. As stacks shorten, your open size should not change drastically. With 50 to 60 big blinds, a 2 big blind open remains effective. The smaller size keeps risk manageable and allows more flexibility to fold to 3 bets without losing too many chips. In tournaments with Antes, this sizing also maintains good risk-reward balance, as you are investing a small percentage of your stack relative to the blinds already in the pot. The most common mistake players make from under the gun is varying their raise size based on hand strength. For instance, opening larger with pocket aces and smaller with weaker holdings like ace-queen suited. Observant opponents will notice and adjust quickly. Consistency in sizing is essential. Whether you hold aces or a suited wheel ace, your preflop raise should look identical. This protects your range and keeps your intentions disguised. In tables with loose and sticky players, you can lean toward 2.5 big blinds rather than 2. The slightly larger open discourages speculative calls, especially from suited connectors and weak broadways that want to see cheap flops. Against tight and disciplined fields, the smaller open accomplishes the same effect with less risk. Adjust to your environment, but stay within that narrow band of sizing. Your open size also determines the pot geometry for future streets. A 2.5 big blind open from early position creates a pot of about 6.5 big blinds when called. This allows a natural 1/3 pot continuation bet of around 2 big blinds, keeping future bets within proportion. Understanding this flow is critical. Large opens create awkward pot sizes that force oversized continuation bets and reduce your flexibility when the board texture is poor. Stack size relative to open size should also be considered. With shallow stacks of 20 to 30 big blinds, the difference between a 2 and a 2.5 big blind open becomes significant. Smaller opens preserve your ability to fold to 3 bets without losing a large portion of your stack. The smaller size also improves your ability to open jam with strong hands later without making your pattern obvious. Your goal is to appear consistent and balanced. Opponents should not be able to determine your hand strength or comfort level based on how much you raise. This consistency simplifies your own decision tree and removes emotional variance. Every time the action folds to you, your process should be identical. Count your stack, glance around the table, decide if your hand fits the range, and raise to your standard size without hesitation. In live play, table dynamics may pressure you to adjust sizing slightly for practical reasons. For example, at passive tables with frequent limpers, a slightly larger open of 3 big blinds can isolate effectively. However, this adjustment should be used sparingly and never correlated with hand strength. The more you deviate from your pattern, the more information you give away. When you face a 3-bet, your open size determines your defense cost. A smaller open means cheaper folds. If you open to 2 big blinds and face a raise to 6 big blinds, folding costs you 2. If you open to 3, you lose an extra blind for the same result. Over the course of a tournament, these small savings add up to significant preservation of stack depth. Think of your open size as your signature. It defines your structure, your rhythm, and your table image. Strong players can read anxiety in inconsistent sizing. Discipline here shows confidence. When every open is measured, small and repeatable, opponents begin to respect your range. That respect converts into fold equity in later stages when you need it most. The art of the standard under-the-gun open is not in choosing how much to raise, but in never having to think about it. Consistent sizing removes one variable from your mental load, allowing you to focus on range selection, opponent behavior, and post-flop planning. When your pre-flop process becomes automatic, your attention is free to manage the far more complex decisions that arise once the flop hits the felt. Chapter 4. Core Premium Range. The foundation of your under-the-gun play is built on a disciplined premium range. From this position, every hand you open should be capable of facing pressure, seeing a flop, and continuing with clarity. There is no room for guesswork. When you act first, strength must be real, not implied. Your core premium range consists of the strongest starting hands in no-limit Texas Hold'em. These include all pocket pairs from aces through tens, ace-king suited and offsuit, and ace-queen suited. These hands form the backbone of your under-the-gun opens. They are strong enough to withstand 3 bets, play well post-flop, and maintain equity across multiple board textures. Pocket aces are the simplest to manage. From under the gun, raise your standard 2 to 2.5 big blinds as usual. There is no need to size up. You want calls from dominated hands, not folds. When the flop comes, bet small on most textures. For example, if you raise to 4,500 and the big blind calls, the pot will be around 10 big blinds. A continuation bet of 3 big blinds keeps weaker pairs and top pairs in the hand, while controlling the pot size. Your goal is not to protect, but to extract. Pocket kings follow the same pattern. The only caution comes on ace-high flops. When an ace appears, your continuation bet size should drop to 1/3 pot, or even a check. There is no need to build a large pot when the top card favors your opponent's calling range. Kings still hold value, but benefit from pot control on ace-high textures. Pocket queens play smoothly against most opponents, but can create difficult situations against aggressive players. When you face a 3-bet to 9 or 10 big blinds from a player in position, calling is often superior to 4-betting. This keeps their range wide and allows you to proceed post-flop with control. If the flop comes low, you can lead small or check call, depending on the opponent's tendencies. Pocket jacks are the most sensitive of the premium pairs. They perform well against calling ranges, but poorly against heavy aggression. When you face a 3-bet from a tight opponent, folding is not a mistake. Out of position, even strong pairs can lose value quickly. When you call, be prepared to play cautiously on overcard flops. Continuation betting with jacks should only occur on safe boards like 9-high or 10-high, with few draws. Pocket tens represent the bottom edge of the premium range. They are strong enough to open, but weak enough to fold against large 3-bets. They perform well when you reach a flop, heads up, especially on low disconnected textures. If the board brings 1 or 2 overcards, slow down and aim to reach showdown without inflating the pot. Ace-king suited and offsuit are your top unpaired holdings. They provide excellent equity and strong board coverage. With ace-king suited, you can confidently call or 4-bet against standard 3-bet sizes when stacks are deep. With ace-king offsuit, prefer a 4-bet or fold approach. Calling out of position with ace-king offsuit often leads to difficult post-flop situations when you miss. Ace-queen suited is your next strong hand. It has excellent playability when called, but should be folded to large 3-bets out of position. When the flop brings top pair, continuation bet small to target weaker aces or Broadway draws. Ace-queen offsuit can be opened from under the gun, only at softer tables with low 3-bet frequency. Otherwise, it becomes a marginal hand that performs poorly against aggression. The reason this premium range is limited is because of your positional disadvantage. You cannot profitably open hands that require speculative equity or multi-way pots. You are forced to play most flops without the benefit of information. The narrower your range, the more clarity you have on later streets. Each hand in this range is designed to maintain value, regardless of board texture or opponent aggression. At 100 big blinds, these holdings allow you to defend properly against 3-bets. You can call with pairs above 8s, and 4-bet selectively with aces, kings, and ace-king suited. Against smaller 3-bets to 6 or 7 big blinds, calling becomes more acceptable. Against larger sizing, folding everything but your top tier protects your stack and keeps your range balanced. Your continuation betting frequency with this range should be high on dry boards and moderate on coordinated ones. For example, when the flop comes king high and you hold ace-king, a small continuation bet of 1/3 pot extracts value while denying equity. With pocket queens on a low flop, bet similarly. When you miss completely with ace-king, a small continuation bet maintains balance but should be abandoned if called. Every hand in your core range has a clear post-flop plan. This is why the range is so small. You can raise, face aggression, and still know exactly how to proceed. There is no need for creative plays or marginal calls. The under-the-gun position is not about volume of hands played, but quality of decisions made. When you commit to this disciplined premium range, you protect yourself from long-term volatility. You will be 3-bet less frequently, your continuation bets will connect more often, and your folds will cost less over time. By focusing on the strongest possible holdings, you transform positional weakness into a platform of control. The premium range is not just a list of hands, but a statement of structure, one that defines the way you navigate every tournament you play. Chapter 5. Strong Suited Broadways. Suited Broadway hands hold a special place in your under-the-gun range. They provide both value and flexibility, offering opportunities to build strong top pairs, nut flushes, and disguise straight combinations. These hands include ace-queen suited, king-queen suited, king-jack suited, and occasionally queen-jack suited in softer fields. Each serves a strategic purpose when used with precision. From under the gun, suited broadways are only profitable when used in a disciplined and consistent structure. Their value lies in equity realization and domination potential. Ace-queen suited, for example, dominates weaker aces and connects strongly with ace and queen high boards. King-Queen suited carries both straight and flush potential, giving it coverage on a wide range of flops. These hands build balanced ranges that prevent your under-the-gun opens from being purely premium pairs. At 100 big blinds deep, you can comfortably open Ace-Queen suited and King-Queen suited at standard sizing between 2 and 2.5 big blinds. These hands perform well against flat calls and even mild 3-bets. The key is in controlling the post-flop pot size. You should not treat these hands as premium, but as strong equity candidates that can continue cautiously when called. King-Jack suited becomes a borderline inclusion. It performs adequately in passive environments, but poorly against tables that apply pressure. The main strength of King-Jack suited comes from its ability to make nut flushes and second-best top pairs. It also serves as a blocker combination against Ace-King and King-Queen. Against experienced players, this hand should be folded more often than opened, particularly if you expect frequent 3-bets. Queen-Jack suited sits at the bottom of this category and should only be included when the table is passive or you have clear reads that later positions are not defending aggressively. It provides straight and flush potential, but often faces domination from stronger suited broadways. Opening Queen-Jack suited from under the gun should be rare and treated as a balancing adjustment rather than a default play. The strength of suited broadways comes from their ability to connect with a variety of boards. They hit top pairs with strong kickers and can represent flushes on many textures. When you open with these hands and see a flop like 10-Jack-Queen Rainbow, your range naturally connects, giving you confidence to continuation bet. Even on lower boards, their overcard and backdoor potential allows semi-bluffing lines that maintain fold equity. Post-flop, your focus should shift from aggression to pot control. When you connect strongly, such as top pair with a good kicker, bet small to medium on dry boards to extract thin value. On coordinated textures, reduce bet size or check to manage risk. For instance, with Ace-Queen suited on an ace-high flop, a small continuation bet around 1/3 pot invites calls from weaker aces. On King-Queen suited with top pair and strong kicker, small sizing again maintains value without isolating yourself against stronger hands. When you miss the flop entirely, continuation betting can still be used sparingly on dry boards where your perceived range has an advantage. For example, with King-Queen suited on a 10-high dry flop, a small continuation bet leverages your overcard and backdoor equity. If called, slow down on the turn, unless you pick up real equity. When the board is low and disconnected, checking back becomes superior. Avoid autopilot continuation, betting that burns chips against wide calling ranges. Against 3-bets, suited broadways can serve as valuable defensive calls when stack depths exceed 70 big blinds. Calling with Ace-Queen suited or King-Queen suited allows you to play flops with decent equity and strong visibility. If the 3-bet is small, such as 6 big blinds after you're open to 2.5, you can justify a call. Against larger sizing or out-of-position aggression, folding is correct. King-Jack suited and Queen-Jack suited should not be defended against 3-bets unless the sizing is minimal and stacks are deep. The deeper the stack, the more post-flop control becomes essential. Suited broadways often flop strong, but vulnerable hands. Top pair with a strong kicker is common, but that hand alone does not justify stacking off deep. With 100 big blinds, focus on extracting value from dominated holdings, not protecting against draws. When you bet, keep sizing small and consistent to invite calls from weaker hands without exposing yourself to large raises. When you reach turn and river play with these hands, the priority is to identify where your range advantage ends. With Ace-Queen suited on a dry ace-high board, you can bet 2 streets for value. On wet boards, one street may be sufficient before shifting to showdown mode. When holding King-Queen suited or King-Jack suited on King-High textures, use your positional disadvantage as a reason to slow down. Calling more and betting less preserves chips while still realizing equity. The tactical value of strong suited broadways lies in balance. Without them, your under-the-gun range becomes too predictable and top-heavy. With them, you add coverage across multiple board textures and maintain credibility on a wider set of flops. The key is restraint. Only include the combinations that play comfortably against pressure, and only continue when equity and position support it. Strong suited broadways teach discipline under temptation. They look beautiful and can win large pots when played correctly, but they punish impatience severely. The discipline to fold King-Jack, suited to a 3-bet, or to check Ace-Queen, suited on a dangerous board, separates structured players from emotional ones. From under the gun, these hands exist to strengthen your range without weakening your foundation. Chapter 6. Offsuit Broadways. Discipline. Offsuit broadways appear powerful at first glance, but from the under-the-gun position they represent some of the most dangerous traps in tournament poker. Hands like Ace-Queen offsuit, Ace-Jack offsuit, and King-Queen offsuit are often overvalued because they look visually strong. The problem is that they suffer from domination, poor playability, and limited equity when facing aggression. Learning to fold these hands under pressure is a defining skill of disciplined under-the-gun play. Ace-Queen offsuit is the borderline case. Against a passive table that rarely 3-bets, it can enter your opening range. Against any lineup with active players, it should be folded. The reason is simple. When you open with Ace-Queen offsuit, every player behind you has a range that includes Ace-King, Ace-Queen suited, and many pocket pairs that will either dominate or flip against you. Even when you flop top pair, you are often in reverse implied odds situations where worse hands fold and better hands continue. Ace-Jack offsuit is a clear fold from under the gun in almost all environments. It plays poorly against 3-bets and does not dominate enough of the calling range behind you. When called, you are likely to face middle pairs and suited broadways that either outdraw you or apply pressure on coordinated boards. This hand improves when suited, but as an offsuit holding it, lacks both equity realization and protection. King-Queen offsuit might appear attractive because of its Broadway potential, but it is one of the most dangerous hands to play first to act. It makes dominated pairs frequently and runs into Ace-King or King-Queen suited too often. When you flop top pair, you rarely know where you stand. Even strong players lose chips over time by trying to force value from King-Queen offsuit in early position. Folding it pre-flop is the correct adjustment, nearly every time. Offsuit broadways share a common weakness. They rely too heavily on pairing their high cards. When they miss, they have limited backdoor potential. When they hit, they often produce top pair with a dominated kicker. This leads to a range of medium-strength hands that cannot comfortably bet multiple streets. The most profitable poker ranges are polarized, consisting of strong value and clear bluffs. Offsuit broadways create a middle tier of unclear value that underperforms over time. To understand why, consider the math. From a full ring table, your open from under the gun must survive 8 or 9 players with potentially stronger ranges. Even if each player only plays 10% of hands, the combined probability that at least one of them holds a premium hand is significant. That means when you open hands that do not perform well against strong ranges, you set yourself up to face aggression that your holding cannot handle. Another issue with offsuit broadways is post-flop maneuverability. Without suited potential, they cannot barrel turns effectively. For example, ace-jack offsuit on a jack-high flop might be ahead, but with 2 or more players in the pot, your equity realization drops sharply. Checking to control the pot often invites bets that force folds from your medium hands. This dynamic repeats across many flops, leading to consistent small losses that accumulate over the tournament. The correct approach is to treat offsuit broadways as late position tools, not early position weapons. In middle and late position, these hands gain strength because fewer players remain to act, and your positional advantage allows more informed decisions. From under the gun, the disadvantages of acting first outweigh their potential benefits. Stack depth does not improve their performance. Even at 100 big blinds, offsuit broadways rarely realize their full equity, because you cannot control the pot or extract thin value without information. At 40 big blinds or below, they become outright liabilities. Their inability to comfortably call 3 bets or continue on coordinated boards makes them unprofitable. Many intermediate players justify playing these hands for image or balance, believing that opening a few medium offsuit holdings makes their range less predictable. In reality, it adds inconsistency without meaningful coverage. Your image from under the gun should be built on stability, not variety. You do not need to balance every possible board texture. Instead, you must protect your chip stack and reputation as a disciplined opener. If you ever choose to include ace-queen offsuit or king-queen offsuit, the key is strict pot control. Use small continuation bets on dry boards and check frequently on coordinated ones. Never commit to multi-street aggression without strong kicker or improvement. When facing 3 bets, fold unless the sizing is unusually small or the opponent extremely loose. The long-term expected value of calling with offsuit broadways, out of position, is negative. Your overall goal with these hands is not to play them better, but to play them less. Every fold you make with ace-jack offsuit or king-queen offsuit preserves chips and mental focus for positions where these holdings truly shine. Great tournament players are defined not by the hands they play, but by the hands they are willing to release. The discipline to fold visually strong offsuit broadways builds the foundation of positional awareness. When you internalize that ace-jack offsuit is a fold from under the gun, your entire preflop decision tree becomes simpler. You start every hand with clarity instead of conflict. The fewer marginal situations you create, the more consistent your results become. From the first seat, every mistake is magnified. By mastering restraint with offsuit broadways, you eliminate one of the most common sources of early tournament leaks. Chapter 7. Pocket 10s through 8s. Pocket 10s, 9s and 8s occupy an important but sensitive tier within the under-the-gun range. They are strong enough to open confidently, yet fragile enough to require careful handling when pressure arises. These pairs bridge the gap between premium holdings and speculative value, and your success with them depends on structure, stack depth, and post-flop discipline. From full-ring tournament play at 100 big blinds, these pairs should be opened with your standard sizing of 2 to 2.5 big blinds. Their purpose in your range is to maintain balance and board coverage across low and middle flops. When you raise with pocket 10s and the board comes low, such as 7 high or 8 high, your hand retains a significant advantage over calling ranges. However, as the flop texture rises above your pair value, caution becomes your guiding principle. Pocket 10s are the strongest of this group. They can comfortably continue against small 3 bets or calls from middle position. When you open to 4,500 and face a 3 bet to 10,000, calling can be appropriate with 100 big blinds. The goal is to see a flop and assess the texture. If the flop brings one overcard, such as a single jack or queen, continuation betting small can still deny equity. However, when two or more overcards appear, switch immediately to check call or check fold mode, depending on board texture. Tens have strong but capped value. They win small pots but lose large ones when overplayed. Pocket nines sit one step lower in both equity and confidence. Their strength lies in making top-set potential on low boards and controlling small to medium pots. When facing a 3-bet, fold unless the sizing is small and stacks are deep. Out of position, calling with nines often creates awkward post-flop spots. When you do reach the flop, treat nines as marginal value. On low disconnected boards like 5-6-2, a small continuation bet works well. On high or coordinated textures, a check is always superior. Pocket eights are more speculative and should be opened mainly for board coverage and set potential. They perform best in single raised pots, but struggle against aggression. Against tight or aggressive tables, folding eights from under the gun is acceptable. When you do open and get called, proceed with a simple plan. Continuation bet only on flops below the top card of your pair. On 9 high or higher boards, shift to check mode. The goal is to control pot size and reach showdown cheaply. Set mining with these pairs is viable at 100 big blinds, but becomes less effective as stacks shorten. The mathematics of set mining rely on implied odds, the potential to win a large pot when you hit a set. Against short stacks or observant opponents, the payout when you connect is often too small to justify the preflop investment. Once average stack sizes drop below 40 big blinds, you must treat pocket tens, nines and eights as made hands rather than speculative ones. Another critical factor is table dynamics. Against loose calling fields, these pairs perform better because opponents see too many flops with dominated holdings. In such games, you can extract value from top pair hands that overcommit against your overpairs. Against tight or aggressive fields, these hands should be played with more caution. Strong players will 3-bet frequently and attack low flops, forcing you into uncomfortable situations. When you face a 3-bet from a late position player, evaluate based on stack depth and sizing. With 100 big blinds, you can call a small 3-bet in position, but should fold most of the time when out of position. When stacks are below 50 big blinds, a 3-bet often represents a value range that dominates your medium pairs. Folding becomes the correct option, even if it feels tight. Post-flop play with medium pairs demands simplicity. Bet small when the board is favorable, check when it is not. For example, with pocket nines on a flop of 7-4-2 rainbow, a continuation bet of 1/3 pot serves to protect your equity and define ranges. If called, and the turn brings an overcard, checking to evaluate is correct. Avoid turning these hands into bluffs. Their strength lies in their ability to win small pots without risk, not to create large pots without position. When you connect with a set, your line should change immediately to value extraction. On dry flops, begin with small bets to keep weaker hands involved. On coordinated textures, increase your sizing slightly to charge draws. The advantage of being under the gun is that your image is naturally tight, which makes it easier to get paid when you hit. Opponents rarely suspect light opens from this seat, so your strong hands carry more weight. Stack-to-pot ratio is another key consideration. With deep stacks, you can afford to bet multiple streets for value. With shallow stacks, the risk of overcommitment rises quickly. For example, if you open to 2 big blinds with 40 big blinds behind, and the big blind calls, the pot becomes 4.5 big blinds. Even one continuation bet of 2 big blinds already represents 5% of your total stack. The margin for error is small, so every bet must have a purpose. The psychological challenge of playing pocket 10s through 8s lies in accepting when they are second best. Many players fall into the trap of defending these pairs too long, calling down against obvious value ranges. Folding these hands on dangerous boards is not weakness. It is control. Recognizing when your medium pair has lost value is a critical skill that separates consistent winners from those who bleed chips slowly over time. From under the gun, 10s through 8s provide stability and board coverage, not aggression. They are the anchors of your range, giving you strength on low boards and structure in your overall plan. By opening them selectively, folding to pressure, and playing straightforwardly post-flop, you turn what could be troublesome hands into reliable tools. Their purpose is not to create fireworks, but to quietly maintain balance and keep your under-the-gun range complete. Chapter 8. Small Pairs, 7 through Deuces. Small pocket pairs, 7s through deuces, are some of the most misunderstood hands in tournament poker, especially from the under-the-gun position. They appear harmless, but can be quietly profitable in the right conditions and costly in the wrong ones. Their strength is binary. They either hit a set and win a large pot, or miss and must be folded quickly. The art lies in knowing when the implied odds justify the risk. At 100 big blinds deep, you can occasionally open small pairs from under the gun, but only when table dynamics favor it. This means there are no aggressive players behind you, likely to 3-bet light, and the table has a higher percentage of callers who see flops. When these conditions align, opening with pocket 7s through pocket 4s can be acceptable. The goal is simple: see a flop cheaply and look to flop a set. Your open size remains standard, between 2 and 2.5 big blinds. Never vary your raise size to reflect the strength of your hand. If you open larger with small pairs and smaller with premiums, observant opponents will recognize the pattern immediately. Consistency protects you from exploitation. The primary value of small pairs comes from implied odds. When you hit a set on the flop, you often win large pots because opponents fail to give you credit for such a strong hand. For example, opening pocket 6s, under the gun, and seeing a flop of king 6-2 against a player holding ace-king can result in a double-up if stacks are deep. The deeper the stacks, the more profitable this pattern becomes. However, the math only works if the payout when you hit compensates for the times you miss. Statistically, you will flop a set about 1 in 8 times. That means you must win at least 8 times your pre-flop investment when you connect to break even. If the players behind you are short-stacked or tight, those implied odds disappear. You cannot rely on small pairs to print value without deep stacks and opponents willing to pay. When you miss the flop, these pairs lose almost all their value. On any board with overcards, which will happen most of the time, they turn into pure check-fold hands. Continuation betting with small pairs is a leak. They rarely force better hands to fold, and often build pots you cannot win. The correct adjustment is to check, fold to pressure, and move on without emotional attachment. Against 3 bets, the proper response is almost always to fold. Calling a 3-bet with small pairs out of position requires a very specific set of conditions: deep stacks of at least 100 big blinds, small 3-bet sizing, and an opponent with predictable tendencies. Otherwise, the cost of calling without position far outweighs the potential reward. Small pairs also suffer when stack depths shorten. At 40 big blinds or below, their set mining value disappears. Even if you flop a set, the effective payout is capped because opponents cannot lose enough chips to make the play profitable. At these depths, folding small pairs from under the gun becomes the only correct option. Attempting to open them for balance simply introduces unnecessary risk. Table composition is another major factor. Loose calling tables improve the value of small pairs, while aggressive tables destroy it. If there are multiple short stacks or active 3-betters behind you, fold every small pair pre-flop. If you are seated with passive players who call frequently and pay off strong hands, selective opens with 6s or 7s become viable. Adjust to your environment rather than applying a rigid rule. When you do hit a set, the best approach is slow control followed by expansion. On dry boards, start with a small continuation bet to build the pot without scaring weaker hands away. On coordinated boards with straight or flush draws, increase your bet sizing to protect your equity. The advantage of being under the gun is that opponents rarely assume you have small pairs in your range, allowing you to win larger pots when you connect. Avoid the common trap of overvaluing middle pairs on connected flops. For example, with pocket 6s on a board of 9, 6-5 with 2 hearts, you have a strong hand, but must still size carefully. A small flop bet, followed by a larger turn bet on blank cards, maximizes value while keeping weaker hands involved. Overbetting early drives out the very hands you want to extract from. Psychologically, small pairs tempt players into defensive behavior. Many players call continuation bets with underpairs to avoid feeling bluffed. This emotional reaction leads to gradual chip loss. The correct discipline is to accept that these hands are pre-flop value only. When they miss, you are done. When they hit, you win big. There is no middle ground. In tournaments, stack preservation is more important than chip accumulation during early levels. Folding small pairs when conditions are poor preserves flexibility for later stages when antes appear and positional value increases. The small pairs you fold early are not missed opportunities. They are avoided losses. From under the gun, 7s through deuces exist only as conditional plays. They do not belong in your default range. Their profitability depends entirely on table flow, stack depth, and opponent behavior. When all variables align, they can yield quiet double-ups that stabilize your tournament. When even one variable is wrong, they turn into expensive lessons. The disciplined, under-the-gun player understands that folding small pairs is not a mistake, but a calculated act of restraint. The fewer speculative hands you open from the first seat, the stronger your overall performance becomes. In tournament play, restraint from this position is power, and small pairs test that discipline more than any other hand group. Chapter 9. Suited wheel aces as tools. Suited wheel aces. Ace-5 suited through Ace-2. Suited are among the most flexible and underestimated tools available in tournament poker. From most positions, they serve as creative bluffing and semi-bluffing candidates. From the under-the-gun position, however, they demand strategic restraint. Their strength lies not in raw equity, but in the combination of blocker potential, board coverage, and nut flush value. At first glance, these hands appear too weak to open first to act. Their offsuit counterparts are clear folds, but the suited versions provide unique strategic advantages that justify selective inclusion. When used correctly, they balance your premium opening range and help prevent opponents from exploiting you by overfolding to 3 bets or continuation bets on ace-high textures. The key reason for occasionally including suited wheel aces in your under-the-gun range is the blocker effect. Holding an ace reduces the number of premium combinations in opponents' ranges, specifically ace-king, ace-queen and pocket aces. This means your open will face slightly fewer strong holdings behind you, increasing your fold equity. The suited aspect gives the hand post-flop playability through flush draws and straight potential. Your open sizing remains standard, 2 to 2.5 big blinds. For example, in a 1000-2000 level, open to 4500 regardless of hand strength. This consistency conceals the inclusion of wheel aces in your range and protects your premium holdings. Never vary sizing when adding these hands. Their success depends entirely on discretion and balance. Suited wheel aces perform best when stacks are deep, around 80 to 100 big blinds and tables are passive. In these situations, you can afford to see flops and realize equity. They allow you to connect with a wider range of boards, particularly low and middling textures. When you flop a flush draw or a backdoor straight draw, you gain semi-bluffing options that maintain aggression without overcommitting chips. The most profitable outcomes come from disguised strength. When you open ace-5 suited and the flop falls with 2 low cards and a wheel possibility, such as 4-3-2, your hand holds immense hidden equity. Even when you miss entirely, the presence of the ace in your hand allows for credible continuation bets on many textures. On ace-high flops, opponents are less likely to challenge you, assuming your range heavily favors strong aces. When continuation betting with suited wheel aces, size small. Around 1/3 pot is ideal. This allows you to leverage your perceived range advantage while minimizing cost when called. On dry ace-high boards, a small continuation bet often wins immediately. On coordinated textures, bet only when you have additional equity, such as a backdoor flush or straight draw. If called, slow down on later streets, unless you improve. Against 3 bets, the correct response depends on stack depth and table tendencies. With 100 big blinds, you can occasionally defend ace-5 suited or ace-4 suited against small 3 bets to 6 or 7 big blinds, particularly from the blinds. These hands retain decent playability and can realize equity post-flop when the pot is not overly inflated. Against larger 3 bets, fold immediately. The deeper the stack, the more reasonable it is to see a flop. The shorter the stack, the more dangerous it becomes. When you connect with top pair using these holdings, caution is mandatory. Ace-wheel hands produce weak top pairs that rarely withstand heavy aggression. Treat top pair as a one-street value hand at most. For example, if you open ace-3 suited and the flop comes ace-9-6, a small continuation bet extracts value from worse aces or draws. If raised, fold without hesitation. These hands are not designed to win large pots through top pair strength but through disguised draws and nut flush potential. Flush draws represent your primary continuation opportunities. When you hold ace-5 suited on a flop containing 2 cards of your suit, your nut potential justifies continued aggression. Bet small on the flop, then size up slightly on the turn when equity increases. Because your flushes are always the nuts, you can apply maximum pressure confidently when you complete. However, avoid overplaying low flush draws. Your equity is only valuable when the final card completes your hand cleanly. One additional advantage of including suited wheel aces in your under-the-gun range is that they provide coverage on low boards, where your premium holdings fail to connect. Without them, your range is heavily weighted toward high cards. On flops, such as 4-3-2 or 6-5-3, opponents could attack you relentlessly if they know you never hold those low combinations. By occasionally opening ace-5 suited or ace-4 suited, you protect yourself from being exploited on these textures. Table image plays a subtle but powerful role here. When your under-the-gun opens consistently, show down strong hands. Adding an occasional suited wheel ace allows for balance. Opponents who overfold to your raises give up too much equity, while those who challenge you may walk into traps when your disguised flushes or straights connect. These hands reinforce unpredictability without compromising structure. Stack depth beyond 70 big blinds is required to make suited wheel aces viable. Once average stacks fall below 50 big blinds, remove them from your range entirely. Their implied odds vanish, and they cannot withstand 3-bet pressure. In late stages of tournaments, these hands revert to folds or rare shove candidates from shorter stacks. The correct mindset for using suited wheel aces from under the gun is precision without frequency. You are not adding these hands for aggression, but for coverage and deception. 1 or 2 combinations per rotation are sufficient. Opening them regularly defeats their purpose and exposes you to counterplay. Their strength lies in surprise and structure, not volume. Used correctly, ace-5 suited through ace-2 suited create a deeper, more resilient under-the-gun strategy. They round out your range, strengthen your perception of balance, and provide tools for controlled aggression when conditions are right. They remind you that discipline in poker is not just about folding weak hands, but about knowing when and how to use marginal ones as instruments of structure and balance. Chapter 10. Suited connectors and gappers. Suited connectors and suited gappers. Hands such as 8-7 suited, 7-6 suited, 9-8 suited, or 9-7 suited are often seen as beautiful in theory, but problematic from the under-the-gun position. They can make straights, flushes, and disguised strong hands, but their value depends entirely on position and depth. Acting first removes their greatest advantage, the ability to see how opponents respond before investing further. From the first seat, these hands are high variance and must be approached with caution. At 100 big blinds, you can occasionally include the strongest suited connectors, such as 9-8 suited or 8-7 suited, in your under-the-gun range. These are not default opens. They are conditional tools used only when the table behind you is passive and unlikely to 3-bet. The deeper the stacks, and the more callers behind you, the better their implied odds become. Their purpose is to provide low board coverage and balance against high card-heavy ranges. Your open size remains consistent at 2 to 2.5 big blinds. Never increase your size to compensate for speculative holdings. If you are forced to vary your raise size to justify weak opens, it means those hands do not belong in your range. Suited connectors must hide in plain sight, blending seamlessly with your stronger holdings. The profitability of suited connectors comes from their ability to realize equity when they connect hard and to fold cheaply when they miss. You should not attempt to win pots by aggression with these hands. Their success rate comes from post-flop playability and disguised strength. When they flop strong draws or hidden 2 pairs, they win large pots because opponents cannot easily put you on those holdings from early position. When you connect marginally, such as middle pair or weak top pair, exercise immediate caution. These hands cannot sustain large pots from under the gun. Their value lies in implied odds, not in medium strength equity. Checking and folding to aggression is often the correct decision. For example, opening 8-7 suited and seeing a flop of 8-Jack-3 looks favorable but leaves you vulnerable to stronger 8s, overpairs, and top pairs. Continuation betting with suited connectors should be rare. On dry low boards such as 5-4-2, a small continuation bet can be acceptable to represent range advantage. On most textures, checking to control the pot and realize equity passively is better. When you have real draws, open-ended straight draws or flush draws, bet small, maintaining fold equity without risking excessive chips. Avoid turning weak draws into large bluffs. Positional disadvantage makes recovery difficult when called or raised. Suited gappers like 9-7 suited or 8-6 suited deserve even more restraint. Their straight potential is narrower, and their domination risk higher. Opening them from under the gun in a full ring tournament is almost always unprofitable. The missing connector card reduces the number of flops you can continue on and increases the likelihood of dominated draws. Unless the table is exceptionally passive, fold these hands pre-flop. Against 3 bets, suited connectors and gappers become instant folds, unless facing unusually small sizing with very deep stacks. Even then, calling out of position should be done sparingly. These hands realize equity best when you control position and pot size. From under the gun, you have neither. Calling with them in inflated pots usually leads to negative expected value situations where you fold too often on later streets. At shorter stack depths below 60 big blinds, remove these hands entirely from your range. Their implied odds vanish when effective stacks are shallow. You no longer have enough behind to justify speculative opens. Even when you flop strong draws, the cost to see the turn or river becomes too high relative to the reward. Tournament play rewards chip preservation far more than speculative chasing from early position. However, when you are deep and in control of table rhythm, these hands can occasionally serve as deceptive tools. For instance, if you have maintained a very tight image for several orbits, opening 8-7 suited may induce folds from players who overestimate your range strength. In those moments, suited connectors serve as quiet balance. You must remain disciplined to avoid repeating the play too often. When you hit big, play your monsters slowly at first. From under the gun, your tight image will often cause opponents to give you credit for strong top pairs or overpairs. With hidden straights or flushes, smaller bets on the flop and turn invite bluffs and weaker calls. When your equity is invulnerable, as with a nut straight or flush, increase sizing gradually to extract maximum value. The key to success with suited connectors is acceptance of variance control. You will miss the flop most of the time, and that is perfectly fine. Their purpose is not to win every pot, but to provide balance and unpredictability. Folding them pre-flop is never a mistake. Playing them selectively is a tool of advanced structure. When you analyze your under-the-gun range, suited connectors should represent only a tiny fraction of your opens, perhaps 1 or 2 combinations per full table rotation. Their power lies in subtlety. They add texture to your range, allowing you to connect with low boards that might otherwise belong entirely to your opponents. They also remind observant players that you are capable of more than strict premiums, without weakening your strategic foundation. In tournament poker, control is more valuable than creativity from early position. Suited connectors and gappers are creative tools best used sparingly and deliberately. Each open with these hands must have a clear reason, favorable table flow, deep stacks, and balanced image, not curiosity or impulse. When applied correctly, they add invisible strength to your range. When used carelessly, they create invisible leaks that drain your stack over time. Chapter 11. Table composition behind you. Understanding the composition of players seated behind you is the most important external factor when deciding which hands to open from the under-the-gun position. Your range does not exist in isolation. It is shaped entirely by who sits to your left, how they play, and how they react to early position raises. Every hand choice, from pocket tens to suited aces, must account for the personalities and tendencies waiting to act. In a full ring tournament, you are opening into 8 or 9 unknowns. The closer they are to the button, the more leverage they have against you. Their styles determine how wide or narrow your range must be. Against aggressive opponents who frequently 3-bet, you must tighten your openings and remove speculative holdings. Against passive fields that prefer to call and see flops, you can widen slightly with suited broadways or small pairs that benefit from multiway pots. Start by evaluating the 2 or 3 players immediately to your left. These seats UTG plus 1, UTG plus 2, and middle position 1 represent your first line of defense. If even one of them is a known 3-better or capable of pressure, reduce your opening range to its tightest structure. This means limiting yourself to pocket pairs above 8s, Ace-King, Ace-Queen suited, and King-Queen suited. You cannot afford to open marginal hands that will be forced to fold pre-flop. Next, observe the players in the hijack, cutoff, and button seats. Their tendencies define how your post-flop experience will unfold. If these players are loose and passive, more of your opens will reach the flop, but the pots will often be multi-way. If they are aggressive or skilled, you will face more 3-bets, squeezes, and positional isolation. Your under-the-gun strategy must shift toward protection against those patterns. For example, consider a table where the hijack and button both play aggressively and 3-bet often. Opening hands like Ace-Jack suited or pocket 7s becomes unprofitable. These players will attack relentlessly, forcing you to fold hands that would have been safe against tighter opponents. The correct response is to reduce your opening frequency and focus only on premium holdings that can defend or 4-bet. Conversely, if the table features several tight or cautious players who rarely 3-bet without aces or kings, you can slightly expand your range to include hands like Ace-Queen offsuit or King-Jack suited. The lack of aggression behind you increases your freedom to open wider. This adjustment does not mean you should play loose. It means recognizing when your expected fold equity is higher and taking advantage of it within reason. Short stacks behind you also influence your decision. Players sitting on stacks of 15 to 20 big blinds are likely to shove over opens with strong ranges. When multiple short stacks remain to act, fold borderline hands like Ace-10 suited or pocket 7s. You cannot open light when several opponents have the perfect stack size to jam over your raise. In contrast, deep stacks behind you reduce that all-in threat, allowing slightly more creative range construction. Player skill levels also dictate strategy. When you are seated with weaker recreational players behind you who call too often and rarely apply pressure, your post-flop edge increases. You can profit from playing more hands because they will make mistakes after the flop. Against skilled regulars, your margin for error shrinks, and you must return to a tight core range. Tournament poker rewards adaptation over stubbornness. Position awareness extends to emotional tendencies as well. Pay attention to who is frustrated, impatient, or protecting a short stack. Tilted players may 3-bet wider or call lighter than usual. Recognizing these shifts allows you to adjust dynamically. A calm and observant, under-the-gun player adapts silently without changing rhythm. Others may not notice the reason your range suddenly tightens, but your discipline will preserve chips when volatility increases. The table's overall rhythm matters too. In fast-paced, aggressive tables, early position raises attract attention and retaliation. In slow, cautious tables, your raises carry more authority. Use this perception to your advantage. A single disciplined image maintained over several orbits creates opportunities for light, opens later, when the table expects only premiums from you. Practical observation starts even before you act. Each hand, look left to see who is preparing chips or leaning forward. Physical behavior at live tables often signals intent. Players who glance repeatedly at their cards or posture aggressively are preparing to enter the pot. When you spot these cues, tighten your open range slightly. Avoid walking into predictable 3-bets by reading body language as part of your decision process. In online environments, use data and timing instead of physical cues. Track statistics such as 3-bet percentage or fold to 4-bet ratio when available. Note how quickly players act. Fast 3-bets often indicate automatic ranges, while delayed ones suggest hesitation or marginal holdings. These details inform how comfortable you can be opening hands with medium strength. Your mental model for range selection should always begin with the players behind you. Hands do not have static value. Pocket jacks are premium against passive players and marginal against aggressive ones. King-queen suited is playable at calm tables, but a leak against sharp fields. The more you adapt to composition, the fewer mistakes you make. The best under-the-gun players treat table observation as a constant process, not a pre-flop checklist. Every orbit provides new information. If a player who was quiet suddenly begins 3-betting more, your adjustment must be immediate. If a short stack doubles up and now plays differently, recognize the change. Rigid thinking destroys flexibility. The composition of the table defines how wide you can open, how confidently you can continuation bet, and how much post-flop control you will retain. Early position success depends less on theory and more on awareness. Poker is not played in a vacuum, it is played against specific people at specific moments. The more clearly you see who sits behind you, the more accurately you can shape your under-the-gun strategy into a disciplined, profitable system that thrives under any lineup. Chapter 12. Responding to a 3-bet. Facing a 3-bet after opening from under the gun is one of the most defining tests of tournament discipline. Because your range is naturally tight and your position disadvantage permanent, you must respond with precision. Every decision here involves careful weighing of hand strength, stack depth, and opponent profile. The key is to resist emotion and act entirely from structure. When you open to 2 or 2.5 big blinds and face a 3-bet, begin by asking one question: who is applying the pressure? A 3-bet from a player in middle position is very different from one in the blinds. Late position players attack more frequently, with a mix of value and bluffs, while early position re-raises tend to represent true strength. Understanding this distinction allows you to filter which hands you can defend and which must be released immediately. At 100 big blinds deep, your continuing range against a standard 3-bet to around 7 or 8 big blinds should include pocket pairs from jacks upward, ace-king suited and offsuit, and ace-queen suited. These hands have enough equity and playability to continue. Your strongest responses, 4-bets or calls, depend on stack size and opponent tendencies. With aces or kings, 4-betting for value is optimal. With queens and ace-king suited, calling keeps weaker hands in and controls variance. Pocket jacks and 10s occupy the next tier. Against larger 3-bets or tight opponents, folding these hands pre-flop is correct, more often than most players realize. When you call a 3-bet out of position, your hand faces 2 major problems: poor visibility and capped value. If the flop comes with an overcard, which happens frequently, you are forced to play defensively and surrender initiative. The result is a slow bleed of chips over time. Ace-queen suited and ace-king suited can continue comfortably against most standard 3-bet sizes. With ace-king offsuit, prefer a 4-bet or fold approach. Calling out of position with ace-king offsuit often leads to missing the flop and playing large pots with no equity realization. By 4-betting or folding, you avoid those traps and maintain structural integrity. Your 4-bet sizing should be between 2.5 and 3 times the 3-bet size. For example, if you open to 2.5 big blinds and face a raise to 7.5, a 4-bet to around 20 big blinds is ideal. This size applies maximum pressure while preserving fold equity. Avoid making small 4-bets that give opponents ideal odds to call in position. The goal is either to take the pot immediately or to commit with confidence when holding true premiums. Against unknown opponents, folding to 3 bets with all but your strongest holdings is the safest long-term strategy. Tournament chips lost early cannot be replaced easily, while lost opportunities can be recovered later. When you do choose to continue, make sure your plan extends beyond the pre-flop call. Visualize the flop, turn, and river scenarios before placing the chips. Stack depth changes your entire defense structure. At 100 big blinds, calling 3 bets occasionally is fine with strong suited hands. At 50 big blinds, your options narrow. Most hands that would have been calls become folds, and some strong holdings like ace-king or pocket-queens shift into shove or fold decisions. With 30 big blinds or less, all medium-strength hands should be folded, while premiums are played aggressively through 4-bet jams. Player tendencies must always guide your response. Against a tight 3-better who rarely re-raises without aces or kings, your fold frequency should rise dramatically. Against an aggressive or creative player who attacks early, opens frequently, you can widen your continuing range slightly, with hands like pocket nines or ace-queen suited. The key is not to react emotionally, but to adjust mathematically and logically. When you do call, you must prepare for post-flop discipline. Out of position, you should check on most flops and avoid building large pots without a clear range advantage. If you call a 3-bet with ace-king suited and the flop comes queen-high, checking and calling small bets is fine. Avoid turning medium equity hands into bluffs. Your job is to realize your share of the pot without committing unnecessarily. Another important concept is range protection. If you fold every medium hand to a 3-bet, observant opponents will exploit you by applying pressure relentlessly. To prevent that, occasionally defend the very top of your non-premium range. For example, call with pocket tens or ace-queen suited once in a while against aggressive opponents. This keeps your defense unpredictable and prevents opponents from assuming automatic folds. 3-bet defense is also shaped by position of the re-raiser. When the 3-bet comes from the blinds, calling with strong suited hands gains value because position reverses post-flop. You will act after them on all streets. In this case, hands like ace-queen suited or pocket tens can call more often. When the 3-bet comes from middle or late position, your position disadvantage returns, and folding becomes superior. When facing a squeeze, a 3-bet after a call, treat it as a sign of extreme strength. Squeeze ranges are rarely light in tournaments. Fold everything except your top premiums. Calling with speculative hands against a squeeze is one of the fastest ways to bleed chips from under the gun. Avoid emotional reactions after folding to repeated 3-bets. The natural instinct to fight back creates massive leaks. Instead, note who is applying pressure and adjust your range tighter until stack sizes or table flow change. Patience ensures that when you finally pick up a premium, your 4-bet will be respected. The essence of responding to a 3-bet from under the gun is clarity. You are not here to win every pot. You are here to preserve position integrity, maintain a consistent image, and exploit timing when it favors you. Folding most of the time is not weakness, it is structure. By defending strategically, calling selectively, and attacking deliberately, you ensure that every decision from the first seat protects your long-term profitability and tournament survival. Chapter 13. Continuation Betting. From Position Disadvantage. Continuation betting from the under-the-gun position is a skill of precision and restraint. When you act first after raising preflop, you are operating without information. Every continuation bet must serve a purpose supported by range logic, board texture, and stack-to-pot ratio. Poorly timed continuation bets leak chips rapidly in tournaments, while well-structured ones maintain control and preserve fold equity even from a positional disadvantage. After opening from under the gun, most of your continuation bets will occur in heads-up pots against the big blind, or occasionally against one caller in middle position. The first step in deciding whether to continuation bet is to assess the board texture. Dry flops that heavily favor your perceived range, such as ace-high or king-high, with disconnected low cards, are ideal for small continuation bets. Coordinated flops that hit wide defending ranges, like 9-8-7 or Jack-10-9, are poor candidates for aggression. Your standard continuation bet sizing from under the gun should be around 1/3 of the pot on dry boards. This sizing maintains a strong risk-to-reward ratio. For example, if the pot is 10 big blinds, a continuation bet of 3.5 big blinds applies pressure, while risking little. The purpose of this small size is not to build a pot, but to fold out weaker hands and deny equity. Because your preflop range is tight, opponents will respect small bets more frequently. When you completely miss the flop, rely on range advantage rather than hand strength. For instance, on a flop of King-7-2 rainbow after opening under the gun, you can represent top pair or an overpair with almost your entire range. A small continuation bet here is profitable, even with ace-queen suited or pocket tens. Conversely, on a board like 7-6-5 with two suits, your range advantage disappears. Check these boards almost entirely and fold to pressure when necessary. When you hit the flop with strong value hands, such as top pair with a strong kicker, an overpair, or top set, continuation bets slightly larger, around 40 to 50% of the pot. This sizing extracts value while keeping the pot manageable. You do not need to overbet from a position disadvantage. A consistent range of small to medium bets protects both your bluffs and your value hands. Balance between value and bluffs is crucial. Your continuation betting range should consist of your strongest made hands, your best draws, and a small number of air hands that benefit from fold equity on specific textures. For example, on an ace-high flop, you might continuation bet ace-king, ace-queen suited, and king-queen suited with backdoor draws. On low boards, you can include ace-5 suited or ace-4 suited with backdoor straight potential. Avoid continuation betting total misses. They waste chips with little upside. One common leak among less disciplined players is firing automatic continuation bets on every flop. This pattern quickly becomes predictable and exploitable. Observant opponents will float your small bets in position and take pots away on the turn. To counter this, incorporate a healthy check range on flops that do not favor you. Check with your weaker pairs, your missed overcards, and occasionally your slow-played premiums. This balance protects your checking range and prevents opponents from attacking it. Another mistake is betting too large on unfavorable boards. For example, on a Jack-10-9 two-tone flop, a large continuation bet communicates uncertainty and bloats the pot when you have little equity. Against competent opponents, such bets invite raises that force you to fold valuable hands. Instead, Check or use minimal sizing only when you have strong draws or specific blockers. When you face resistance, discipline becomes more important than aggression. If your small continuation bet is called, proceed carefully on the turn. Evaluate how the new card interacts with both ranges. On blanks that favor your opponent's calling range, such as low connectors completing straights, check and re-evaluate. On high cards that strengthen your perceived range, like ace or king turn cards, you can continue with small value or bluff bets. Continuation betting frequency should hover around 50% overall from under the gun. You should bet less frequently on coordinated textures and more often on dry high card boards. Maintaining a balanced frequency ensures your opponents cannot exploit you by auto-calling or auto-raising specific textures. Your turn and river plans must always be clear before placing a flop bet. When you continuation bet ace-king on a dry flop and get called, prepare to check call or check fold later streets depending on runouts. When you bet with value hands like pocket queens or top pair top kicker, plan to continue for multiple streets only on safe textures. The deeper the stacks, the more cautious your later street aggression must become. Against weaker opponents, small continuation bets maintain pressure and allow easy pot control. Against strong opponents, your check range gains importance. They will attack your missed boards aggressively, so ensure you retain a few strong hands in your checking range. For example, checking pocket aces on a dry flop once in a while. This subtle change prevents them from bluffing you off marginal holdings. Multiway pots demand even greater caution. Continuation betting into multiple players from a position disadvantage is rarely profitable. Your fold equity decreases dramatically, and your range advantage erodes. Check almost your entire range in multiway pots, and focus on realizing equity cheaply. When you hit big, allow others to build the pot for you. The psychology of continuation betting from early position is rooted in humility. You are not betting to prove strength, you are betting to execute structure. Every bet must have intent, sizing discipline, and a follow-up plan. By maintaining small, consistent sizes and checking more often than instinct suggests, you avoid the trap of ego-driven aggression. In tournaments, chip preservation outweighs immediate profit. Each disciplined check keeps variance low and preserves stack depth for higher equity opportunities later. The under-the-gun seat rewards control, not volatility. Mastering continuation bets from this position means mastering selective aggression, betting only when logic and structure demand it, and remaining silent when they do not. Chapter 14. Multiway pots, after UTG opens. Multiway pots are among the most difficult situations to navigate when you open from the under-the-gun position. Acting first with multiple players seeing the flop forces you to manage a condensed range, shrinking fold equity, and complex board coverage. The tighter your opening range, the easier this becomes, but no matter how strong your holdings are, multiway pots will always reduce your control of the hand. The only way to maintain long-term profitability is through strict pot management and disciplined decision-making. When you open from under the gun in a tournament, multiway pots occur most often at passive tables, where players call too liberally. This dynamic changes the math of your entire approach. You can no longer rely on continuation bets to win small pots uncontested. Instead, your priority becomes pot control and value targeting. You are no longer representing strength for folds. You are building small pots that extract thin value when safe. The first step in adjusting to multiway pots is identifying why they are happening. Inexperienced players often call early position opens too wide with speculative hands like suited connectors or weak aces. While this creates frustration for structured players, It also defines your counter strategy. When you expect multiple callers, tighten your pre-flop range and open only with hands that perform well against multiple opponents. Premium pairs, ace-king, ace-queen suited, and pocket jacks remain strong. Marginal hands like ace-jack suited or small pairs lose immediate profitability because their equity diminishes sharply in multi-way scenarios. Your pre-flop open size can remain standard, but slightly increasing from 2 to 2.5 big blinds may reduce the number of callers. Avoid going larger than that, as oversized raises at passive tables rarely deter speculative calls, but create awkward stack-to-pot ratios post-flop. You want manageable pots, where you retain flexibility. Once the flop comes, your first priority is board texture evaluation. Multi-way flops require higher hand strength to bet profitably. Top pair weak kicker, for instance, loses most of its betting value. Hands that would be automatic continuation bets heads up often become checks multi-way. You must assume at least one opponent has connected with the board. Your continuation bet frequency should drop dramatically in multi-way pots. From under the gun, you should be betting less than 30% of the time overall. When you do bet, it must be for clear value or with strong equity. For example, betting with ace-king on an ace-high dry flop remains profitable. Betting with pocket queens on a 10-9-8 board is a mistake. The likelihood that someone has a better or drawing hand is too high to justify a continuation bet. When you choose to bet, size down to around 1/3 of the pot. This controls your investment, while still allowing folds from weaker holdings. Avoid large bets designed to protect your hand. Protection is not possible multi-way. Your bet will rarely fold out enough hands to matter. Instead, focus on managing variance and reaching turns and rivers with a clear plan. Check folding in multi-way pots is not weakness, it is correct discipline. When you open pocket nines and the flop comes queen 10-8 with 2 suits, checking and folding to any significant bet is proper. The odds of being behind or drawing thin are high. Do not cling to the hand because it started strong. In multi-way pots, the value of strong pre-flop holdings declines quickly post-flop. When you connect strongly, such as flopping a set or a disguised 2-pair, proceed with controlled aggression. A small bet often builds a pot while keeping worse hands in. If the board is dynamic, with flush or straight draws present, increase your sizing to charge equity. However, avoid the temptation to overbet. Multi-way pots are fertile ground for slow plays from opponents. Protect your equity, but never assume that top set or 2-pair is invincible. Turns in multi-way pots demand additional caution. The fewer players that remain, the easier it becomes to regain control. When 2 or more opponents call your flop bet, reduce your betting frequency on the turn unless the card heavily favors your range. With strong hands, size up for value. With medium or weak holdings, shift into check call or check fold lines. Tournament stack preservation remains the top priority. Rivers in multi-way situations are primarily about realizing equity and controlling damage. When you reach the river with medium-strength hands, avoid thin value bets. Even small bets can lead to large losses when opponents slow-played monsters. Check and allow opponents to reveal strength instead. When you reach the river with strong value hands, bet smaller than you would heads up. Multi-way ranges are narrower, and strong hands will pay you off without large sizing. One tactical advantage of multi-way pots is image control. Because your continuation bet frequency is lower, you appear more disciplined. Observant players will begin respecting your post-flop decisions more, allowing you to bluff more effectively in later single-raised pots. This hidden benefit turns tight play and multi-way spots into future opportunities. Stack depth influences how much risk you can tolerate. At 100 big blinds, you can check call more often to realize equity with medium pairs or backdoor draws. At 40 big blinds, your options shrink. There is no room for speculative calls. Each check or fold saves valuable chips that can be used in better spots later. The deeper you are, the more flexibility you have. But even deep stacks cannot justify reckless multi-way aggression. An advanced adjustment for skilled players is range weighting. When facing a multi-way flop that hits everyone's perceived range, your bets should be polarized. That means betting with your strongest hands and your best draws while checking everything in between. This structure prevents you from leaking chips with marginal value hands while maintaining pressure when you hold equity to back it up. The psychological temptation in multi-way pots is to protect your pre-flop raise by forcing others out. This mindset is costly. You cannot control how many players call, and trying to reclaim that control post-flop only leads to inflated pots with weak equity. Accept the situation as it is. Multi-way pots from under the gun are defensive, not offensive. In tournament play, your goal from early position is to survive volatility, not create it. Multi-way pots are inherently volatile and unpredictable. By checking more, betting less, and playing for clarity instead of domination, you maintain your stack while others overextend. Each avoided mistake adds longevity to your run. Over the long term, quiet folds and cautious checks in these spots separate players who last deep into tournaments from those who flame out early, chasing control they no longer possess. Chapter 15. Mid-stage adjustments near 40 big blinds. As tournaments progress and average stacks drop toward 40 big blinds, the under-the-gun position changes fundamentally. Deep stack flexibility gives way to survival structure. You can no longer rely on implied odds or speculative opens. Every raise you make now carries meaningful risk relative to your total stack. Each big blind becomes a strategic resource that must be allocated only when edge and position justify it. At 40 big blinds, your pre-flop range should tighten significantly. Remove speculative hands such as suited connectors, small pairs, and weaker broadways entirely. Focus on hands that retain equity when facing a 3-bet, or can confidently commit post-flop. This means your under-the-gun range now consists of pocket pairs from 10s upward, ace-king suited and offsuit, ace-queen suited, and occasionally ace-jack suited, if the table is tight. The discipline to fold everything else preserves your stack and your ability to apply pressure later from better positions. Open sizing should reduce slightly to 2 big blinds. This keeps pots manageable and limits the cost of folding to a 3-bet. For example, if blinds are 2,000 and 4,000, your standard open should be to 8,000. This sizing creates room for flexibility. A small open discourages large isolation attempts and allows you to protect your range without overcommitting. 3-bet defense changes drastically at this stack depth. You can no longer afford to call large 3-bets out of position, even with strong suited hands. A typical 3-bet to 20,000 after your open now commits half the pot pre-flop. You must think in terms of commitment thresholds. With pocket jacks, queens, kings, and aces, you can comfortably 4-bet or call. With hands like ace-queen suited or pocket 10s, fold unless the 3-bet is unusually small or the opponent is clearly aggressive. Each avoided marginal spot extends your tournament life. At 40 big blinds, stack-to-pot ratios post-flop shrink dramatically. A single continuation bet can represent 10% of your entire stack. As a result, continuation betting frequencies must decline. Bet small when you have range advantage, and check more often when you do not. Protecting chips becomes more valuable than forcing folds. A balanced range built on caution rather than volume performs better under ICM pressure. Ace-King becomes a central weapon at this stage. It functions as both a value hand and a pressure tool. When you open under the gun with Ace-King and face a 3-bet, you can choose to 4-bet to around 22 to 24 big blinds, depending on position and tendencies. This size commits you, but maintains fold equity. When you are called, your hand plays well on most flops. However, avoid overestimating its value on coordinated boards. Ace-King high is strong pre-flop, but still misses 2/3 of flops. Pocket pairs from 10s to queens serve as control hands. Their role shifts from long-term value extraction to short-term stability. You should not chase time mining odds or attempt thin value in multi-way pots. Focus on opening for standard sizing, continuation betting favorable boards, and shutting down quickly when pressure arrives. Each hand must have a plan that minimizes risk while allowing upside when you connect. Shorter stacks behind you require immediate awareness. When one or more opponents sit with 15 to 20 big blinds, expect all-in responses. Your open must account for that risk. Folding ace-jack, suited, or pocket nines. Pre-flop to avoid awkward reshoves is correct discipline. Opening wide and folding to frequent jams burns chips quickly. Instead, let shorter stacks take risks while you remain consistent and structured. The middle stage of a tournament introduces antos, increasing pot sizes pre-flop. This encourages many players to widen their opening ranges. From under the gun, resist this temptation. The antes do not justify risk from the first seat. Your position disadvantage outweighs the extra dead money. Stay tight, stay consistent, and focus on stealing from later positions where fold equity is greater. Post-flop play at this depth is about minimizing variance. Every continuation bet should have equity or clear fold equity potential. For example, with ace-king on a dry queen high board, a small bet can represent strong hands while denying equity to lower pairs. With pocket tens on a king high board, checking is superior. Avoid turn barrels without strong improvement or clear reads. Two street bluffs from out of position are rarely profitable at 40 big blinds or less. Psychological control becomes critical in this phase. Tournament tension rises, and blinds climb faster. Many players panic and loosen their early position ranges to stay active. This mindset destroys stacks. The best players accept that folding for an orbit or two from early position is not inactivity, it is structure. The more you protect your stack here, the greater your leverage becomes when tables consolidate and shorter stacks emerge. A helpful framework is defensive aggression. This means maintaining initiative with strong hands while avoiding unnecessary confrontation with medium ones. You still open your premiums and apply pressure with ace-king or pocket queens, but you abandon marginal hands without hesitation. Every open from under the gun should pass a 3-part test. Can this hand withstand a 3-bet? Can it connect strongly on enough flops? And can it fold easily when needed? If any answer is no, the hand should be folded pre-flop. Your table image plays a role here as well. By the mid-stages, other players have noticed your early position discipline. That reputation gives you leverage in future pots. Use it sparingly, but deliberately. For instance, if you have folded under the gun for several orbits, An open with ace-10 suited now carries extra fold equity. This selective deviation keeps your strategy dynamic while maintaining core discipline. The 40 big blind stage is a transition from foundation to execution. You no longer build deep strategy around speculative hands. You now implement strict risk management while waiting for profitable opportunities. Each open is a statement of intent, not curiosity. The disciplined player who adjusts here gains a measurable advantage as weaker opponents begin leaking chips through mismanaged aggression. From under the gun, your role remains unchanged. Stability first, expansion later. 40 big blinds is not a short stack, but it is no longer a deep one either. Treat it as a critical balance point, where every chip matters. A well-protected stack in this phase ensures that when you reach the later stages, you arrive not as a survivor of variance, but as a strategist prepared to control the pace of the tournament. Chapter 16: Anti-Pressure and Steel Math. When antes enter play, the entire dynamic of tournament poker changes. Each pot now contains additional dead money before the first card is even dealt. This alters the reward-to-risk ratio of every open, especially from early position. Understanding how antes affect your strategy from under the gun is crucial. It determines how often you can profitably open, how much fold equity you can expect, and how wide or narrow your range should remain. Antes increase the total pot size before the flop by roughly 20 to 30% depending on structure. For example, in a 1,000-2,000 level, with a 2,000 big blind ante, the pot starts at 5,000 before anyone acts. This means your standard open to 4 or 5,000 now risks less relative to the potential reward. At first glance, this seems like an invitation to widen your range. In later positions, that is true. From under the gun, it is not. The primary reason you cannot exploit antes as freely from early position is positional disadvantage. Every player behind you benefits from the same increased pot odds you do, but they also have position. Their ability to call, 3-bet, or apply post-flop pressure outweighs your increased reward for stealing the blinds and antes. Therefore, while antes expand ranges for most of the table, they do not justify reckless early position opens. The correct adjustment is small, not large. You can widen your range slightly, perhaps by adding 1 or 2 suited Broadway combinations, or a single suited wheel ace, but your structure remains fundamentally tight. The hands you add should have post-flop playability and blocker value, not speculative weakness. Ace-5 suited, King-Queen suited, or pocket nines may enter your rotation more frequently, while weak offsuit aces and low connectors still remain folds. Open sizing under anti-pressure should remain consistent, or even slightly reduced. 2 big blinds becomes the optimal raise size. At this point, the pot is large enough that your risk-to-reward ratio improves naturally. Opening smaller allows you to apply pressure efficiently, while maintaining the ability to fold without losing meaningful stack percentage. You can calculate this conceptually. Suppose the pot is 5,000 before you act. An open to 4,000 risks, 4 to win 5, an immediate return rate of 25% if everyone folds. Even with low fold equity, your open becomes profitable when your opponents play too tightly. However, the same open loses value if the players behind you call wide or 3-bet aggressively. Math alone does not replace table awareness. Fold equity from under the gun remains limited, regardless of antes. While stealing the blinds and antes feels rewarding, the number of players left to act keeps your overall success rate lower than from later seats. In practice, the increase in dead money helps more in middle and late positions than it does in early ones. The correct perspective is not to steal more, but to lose less. Your small open size reduces cost and protects your stack during periods of higher volatility. Because Antes inflate the pot, continuation bets also grow more valuable. A single successful continuation bet now claims more chips relative to your stack. However, this comes with risk. Failing with a continuation bet also costs more. Your response should be to refine rather than expand your betting frequency. Bet smaller, target specific boards, and maintain a balanced check range. The reward is higher, but so is the penalty for misapplication. Another factor introduced by Antes is table aggression. Players become more active, leading to more 3-bets and squeezes. When this happens, your under-the-gun range must tighten again to counterbalance the volatility. Resist emotional reactions to increased table activity. Folding marginal hands like ace-queen offsuit or pocket sevens becomes even more correct when aggression levels rise. Protecting your image and stack is worth more than chasing marginal steals. The mathematical principle behind anteplay is called risk-reward efficiency. Your goal is to make smaller, higher return opens, while maintaining structural integrity. When the pot increases, but your open size remains constant, your long-term profitability per raise improves, as long as your range quality remains high. The mistake players make is assuming this means they can open weaker hands. In reality, it means the same hands become slightly more profitable, not that new ones suddenly qualify. If the table is unusually tight, you can apply selective expansion. Opening suited aces or medium pairs like sevens and eights becomes safer because fold equity improves. Against loose or unpredictable tables, reverse this adjustment. Tighten back to premium holdings only. The Antes magnify the reward but also magnify punishment for poor selection. Short stack presence adds another layer of complexity. When players behind you have between 15 and 25 big blinds, they can jam over your open to exploit ante-driven aggression. Every time this occurs, you lose valuable chips from your small open sizes. Therefore, in late ante stages, your range must again compress into hands that can call off against shoves or fold without regret. Psychologically, antes create a sense of urgency among weaker players. They see extra chips in the pot and feel compelled to attack. The best under-the-gun players do the opposite. They remain calm and structured. You do not need to compete for every ante. You need to protect your range, maintain control, and exploit those who lose discipline. A practical mental model for this phase is narrow edge, big reward. Because the pot is larger, your strong hands produce higher returns when they connect. Your ace-king and pocket queens now win pots that are 50% larger than earlier stages. This shift naturally improves your chip accumulation rate without changing your play style. You benefit from the antes by doing exactly what you are already doing, playing tight, consistent poker. The key is understanding that ante-pressure rewards patience more than greed. The players who chase the antes with weak opens lose chips, incrementally. The ones who remain selective let the math work in their favor through natural pot growth. From under the gun, your advantage lies in discipline, not opportunism. Antes accelerate the game, but they do not change its structure. By continuing to open with precision, sizing consistently, and folding when necessary, you gain more from the antes than those who try to force them. Chapter 17. Shorter stacks, near 25 big blinds. When tournament stacks fall near 25 big blinds, every hand from under the gun becomes a high-leverage decision. You no longer have room for creative post-flop maneuvering. Stack preservation and correct pre-flop decision-making now define your tournament longevity. Acting first at this depth demands absolute precision in hand selection, sizing, and commitment thresholds. At 25 big blinds, the margin for error disappears. Even a small misstep, such as opening a hand that cannot withstand a 3-bet, can cost you your tournament life. Your under-the-gun range should narrow to only hands that can confidently play for stacks or comfortably fold to aggression. This means removing all speculative holdings entirely. No suited connectors, no suited gappers, and no low pairs. The correct under-the-gun range at this depth includes all pocket pairs from 10s upward, ace-king suited and offsuit, ace-queen suited, and occasionally ace-jack suited at soft tables. Some players include pocket nines or ace-queen offsuit when table conditions are passive, but even these should be handled carefully. Each open must anticipate the possibility of an immediate all-in response. Your open size should now drop to around 2 big blinds, or slightly less. There is no reason to risk more. At this stage, your goal is to maintain fold equity while minimizing exposure. Smaller sizing keeps your range consistent and gives you room to fold to jams without losing excessive chips. For example, at blinds of 2,000 and 4,000, your open should be between 7,000 and 8,000. When facing a 3-bet shove, your decisions simplify. Against shorter stacks, call with your top range only, ace-king, ace-queen suited, and pocket pairs above 10s. Folding anything else is fine. Your stack is too short to recover from a bad call, but long enough to rebuild through disciplined play. Emotionally, this phase tests your ability to detach from marginal spots. Every fold that saves 5 or more blinds extends your lifespan in the tournament. Your continuation betting strategy also changes dramatically. With only 25 big blinds, a single continuation bet represents a large percentage of your total stack. Therefore, your continuation bet frequency must drop sharply. You should continuation bet only with clear value or high equity draws. Hands like ace-king on an ace-high board or pocket queens on a low disconnected flop are good examples. When you miss, check immediately and evaluate opponent tendencies. The stack-to-pot ratio at this depth is low. After a standard open and a single call, the pot will often exceed 6 big blinds before the flop. A small continuation bet of 2 big blinds already commits 10% of your total chips. Every action has weight. Avoid betting simply to take it down. Most opponents at this depth are not folding top pair or better. Focus instead on protecting your range and preserving chips for stronger opportunities. With this stack size, jam and reshove math becomes a core consideration. When your hand is strong enough to play for stacks, shoving directly becomes the most efficient line. For example, pocket jacks, pocket queens, and ace-king can all be open jammed profitably at 25 big blinds depending on table composition. This removes positional disadvantage, maximizes fold equity, and ensures clean realization of your hand's equity when called. The key is knowing when a hand shifts from standard open to shove range. Against aggressive tables, where 3-bet frequencies are high, jamming hands like pocket 10s or ace-queen suited can be correct. Against tighter fields, opening smaller with those same hands may extract more value. The balance comes from awareness of how often your opponents will re-raise versus call. When calling a shove behind you, stack-to-stack comparisons matter. If a player with 15 big blinds jams after your open, you can call wider because the cost is smaller relative to the pot. If a 30 big blind stack jams, your calling range must tighten drastically. Always evaluate effective stacks, not just your own. Your mental approach at this depth must shift from accumulation to survival efficiency. You are no longer building a range designed for board coverage. You are building a range that avoids domination and leverages fold equity. This phase rewards mechanical precision more than creativity. The fewer mistakes you make, the longer you last. When you reach the flop, your decisions simplify, because most pots are short-stacked. Continuation bet with top pair, or better, check everything else. Avoid complex bluffing lines. If you bet and face aggression, assume you are beat and fold. Tournament stacks this shallow cannot afford multi-street heroism. Pay attention to table rhythm. At 25 big blinds, many players begin to panic, either tightening excessively or jamming too wide. Observing these extremes allows you to adjust. If players behind you are waiting only for premiums, widen slightly and steal with ace-king or mid-pairs more often. If they are jamming light, tighten further and trap with strong holdings. The ability to read panic and adapt defines this phase. ICM awareness begins to influence decisions here as well. Every fold preserves not just chips, but equity in the payout ladder. When there are shorter stacks at the table, your under-the-gun opens must account for risk premium. Marginal hands lose profitability because their bust-out potential outweighs their chip gain. In these spots, folding ace-queen offsuit or pocket tens is not overly tight, it is correct tournament math. Emotionally, the 25 big blind phase challenges your patience. You will face multiple hands where folding feels passive. It is not. Each disciplined fold is a victory of structure over impulse. The player who avoids the marginal preflop spot will often outlast the one chasing thin value. The essence of under-the-gun play at this stack size is precision under pressure. You must eliminate uncertainty. Your opens must be strong enough to commit. Your folds must be immediate when not. Every bet, call, and check is measured against one question. Does this action preserve or enhance my tournament life? The player who answers that question correctly, more often than not, becomes the one still sitting when others have fallen away. Chapter 18. Short stacks near 15 to 10 big blinds. When your stack shrinks to between 15 and 10 big blinds, your under-the-gun strategy simplifies into mathematical survival. You are no longer managing pot geometry or post-flop control. Every decision becomes a question of push or fold. This phase strips poker down to its essentials: fold equity, risk premium, and tournament life preservation. At these depths, raising with the intent to fold is no longer viable. If you open for 2 big blinds and face a shove, you have already risked more than 10% of your stack and can rarely fold profitably. Therefore, your entire opening range must now be jam-based. You either move all in or fold. There are no standard raises, no post-flop plans, and no defensive calls. The foundation of your under-the-gun shove range, at 15 big blinds, is built on hands that retain strong equity when called. This includes all pocket pairs from sixes upward, all ace-king and ace-queen combinations, ace-jack suited, and ace-10 suited. Depending on your exact stack size and table dynamics, you can expand this range slightly to include pocket fives, king-queen suited, and ace-5 suited, as a balanced semi-bluff candidate. When your stack drops to 12 big blinds or lower, your range tightens further. Remove the weakest suited aces and middle pairs like fives and sixes, unless the table is exceptionally tight. Focus on hands that win often enough when called: ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack suited, and pocket pairs above sevens. These hands maintain at least 45% equity against calling ranges, ensuring that when you are called, you retain a fighting chance. The math behind these shoves is straightforward. At 10 big blinds, the pot before action is already significant due to blinds and antes. Suppose blinds are 2,000 and 4,000, with a 4,000 ante. The pot starts at 10,000. Shoving for 40,000 risks, 10 big blinds to win 2.5 before any showdown. If everyone folds just once out of every 4 attempts, your shove breaks even. When your hand retains equity when called, you are printing chips. The players behind you determine your effective shove frequency. Against tight tables, widen your range slightly. Include additional suited aces and small pairs, because fold equity increases. Against loose tables where players call with dominated hands, tighten up and shove only with top-tier holdings. Adjusting dynamically is critical. A shove is not about the hand alone, it is about how often you can get it through. ICM considerations amplify in this phase. Near pay jumps or bubble stages, you must tighten even further from early position. Your fold equity drops when opponents are aware of your short stack and ready to gamble. In these situations, prioritize survival. Fold marginal hands like ace-10 suited or pocket sixes if the table is aggressive and pay jumps are significant. The chips you save are worth more than the chips you might win. Conversely, in early or middle stages of a tournament where ICM pressure is low, you can play slightly more aggressively. Shoving hands like king-queen suited or ace-5 suited becomes viable because opponents are less incentivized to call light. The balance between risk and reward depends entirely on tournament phase and table composition. One of the biggest leaks at this depth is min-raising hands like ace-king or pocket queens instead of shoving. Min-raises invite isolation from active players and remove your ability to realize full fold equity. By open jamming, you deny opponents the chance to leverage position against you. You also simplify your own decisions. You cannot be re-raised off your equity when you are already all in. Another mistake is open folding too late. Many players cling to their last few blinds waiting for premium hands that may never come. As your stack drops below 10 big blinds, your fold equity vanishes. The earlier you act, the more likely your shove succeeds uncontested. Being first to move all in is your last remaining positional advantage. Use it. Your table image also plays a role. If you have been tight for several orbits, your first shove from under the gun will often receive maximum respect. Use that image to your advantage. Shoving ace-5 suited or pocket fives in that spot can earn immediate chips without showdown. If you have shoved repeatedly, tighten temporarily to rebuild credibility before your next attempt. The correct mental framework at this stage is accept variance, control timing. You cannot avoid risk, but you can control when and how you take it. Every all-in should be intentional and mathematically justified. If your hand falls below shove equity thresholds, fold without hesitation. Do not rationalize desperation plays. Survival is still a weapon. Stack awareness matters deeply. The difference between 12 and 10 big blinds is significant. At 12, you still generate meaningful fold equity. At 10, your calls increase, and you lose control of outcomes. Whenever possible, shove before you reach the 10 blind mark. The earlier shove maintains initiative, the later one becomes reactive. When you are called, clarity replaces control. You will often be flipping. Accept that outcome as part of the process. The entire purpose of maintaining discipline up to this point is to ensure that when variance decides your fate, it does so on your terms, with hands that hold strong equity and logical timing. In these moments, the under-the-gun position ceases to be about strategy and becomes about structure. You are not playing poker in the traditional sense. You are executing a precise mathematical sequence designed to give you the highest possible survival odds. Every shove is a calculation. Every fold is a decision to live another orbit. When you master this phase, fear dissolves. 10 to 15 big blinds no longer feel desperate. They become a tool for survival and recovery. By choosing your spots intelligently, accepting risk when correct, and folding when logic dictates, you remain in control even when short. From under the gun, control through discipline is your final edge before the stack resets. The blinds shift, and new opportunities arise to rebuild from precision rather than panic. Chapter 19: Bubble and Pay Jumps with ICM. The tournament bubble and pay jump stages introduce independent chip model ICM pressure, a mathematical framework that changes how chip value translates to real equity. From under the gun, this stage forces you to shift from chip accumulation to risk management. You are no longer playing to win each pot. You are playing to protect your tournament life, while exploiting those who do not understand the shift. ICM pressure occurs whenever elimination risk has a direct impact on payout equity. During the bubble, survival carries more financial value than marginal chip gains. This means that losing half your stack can hurt your equity more than doubling it helps. Your range from under the gun must tighten drastically to reflect this imbalance. At this point, remove any speculative hands completely. Only open with holdings that can comfortably call off against a shove or continue on most flops with confidence. Your core range under ICM pressure includes pocket pairs from jacks upward, ace-king suited and offsuit, and ace-queen suited. In some lineups, even pocket tens or ace-jack suited may become folds. Each hand must pass the risk-reward test. Can this hand withstand an all-in confrontation without destroying my payout equity if it loses? The bubble dynamic amplifies positional disadvantage. Players behind you recognize your tightness and may attack with 3 bets or reshoves, assuming you cannot continue without a premium. Folding in these spots is not weakness, it is survival mathematics. Calling an all-in with ace-queen suited may still have positive chip expected value, but if losing that hand costs you a guaranteed payout, the correct play is to fold. When opening from under the gun during ICM-sensitive phases, reduce your open frequency to the lowest point of the tournament. Your goal is not to accumulate chips, but to maintain your position while others make mistakes. Blinds and antes increase pressure on shorter stacks. Allow those stacks to bust before risking confrontation yourself. Every elimination that occurs while you remain stable increases your payout equity without you having to play a single hand. Your open size should remain small, 2 big blinds or less. Large open sizes accomplish nothing except magnifying losses when you are forced to fold. Small raises maintain fold equity and allow quick release if met with aggression. In bubble dynamics, the fewer chips you risk per open, the higher your survival value. Understanding relative stack depth is essential here. The smaller your stack compared to the average, the less fold equity you have. When your stack falls below 20 big blinds and ICM pressure peaks, you must transition to shove or fold decision-making again. However, your shove range narrows even more under ICM influence. Only shove hands that perform well when called and maintain positive tournament equity outcomes. Examples include pocket pairs above eights and ace-king suited. Avoid wide jamming ranges unless your stack is at severe risk of blinding out. The most common mistake players make near pay jumps is misjudging others' incentives. Larger stacks have every reason to attack you. Shorter stacks have none. Pay attention to who covers you. When a player with a bigger stack re-raises, folding becomes mandatory unless you hold a top-tier hand. Your tournament life carries more weight than your chip stack. Survival against larger stacks is the correct choice. Conversely, if you cover several opponents, ICM dynamics work in your favor. You can apply pressure to shorter stacks, who are incentivized to avoid elimination. From under the gun, this advantage is limited, but still meaningful. Opening your tight range confidently and continuation betting selectively can force mid-stacked opponents to fold equity-rich hands they would otherwise play. ICM also affects post-flop decisions. Your continuation betting frequency should drop to its lowest level of the tournament. Only bet when you have clear range advantage and sufficient equity. Avoid bluffs entirely against players who can eliminate you. Against smaller stacks, you can apply mild pressure but still size small to avoid overcommitting. Emotional discipline is vital during the bubble. The desire to secure the cash often conflicts with logical aggression. The key is to recognize when the bubble pressure is greatest and when it releases. The last 2 or 3 eliminations before the bubble burst are the most dangerous moments. Tighten sharply then. Once the bubble breaks and payouts begin, you can loosen slightly again, because the financial pressure resets. Pay jumps deeper in the tournament, operate under similar principles, but at varying magnitudes. When jumps are small relative to blinds, aggression regains value. When jumps are large, especially near final tables, tighten again. Each stage requires recalibrating your range to reflect the real money stakes of your chips. One of the best skills you can develop from under the gun, under ICM pressure, is patience. Watch how others react to the tension. Some players will freeze entirely, folding every hand. Others will overcompensate, shoving marginal holdings to get it over with. Your advantage lies in understanding that both extremes are mistakes. You remain balanced, selective, and deliberate. If your stack is short but not desperate, folding into the money is a legitimate strategic choice. It is not weakness, it is equity preservation. If your stack is one of the largest, you must do the opposite. Use your leverage to attack those who are paralyzed by ICM fear. From under the gun, that means confidently opening your top range and accepting that smaller stacks cannot respond without risking elimination. ICM is not about playing scared. It is about playing aware. The value of each chip you hold changes as payouts approach. From under the gun, you must translate that awareness into structure. Fewer opens, smaller sizes, stricter hand selection, and tighter responses to aggression. In tournaments, moments of pressure define outcomes. The bubble and pay jumps compress decision-making and expose structural flaws in undisciplined players. When you maintain control and adhere to ICM principles, you turn those moments into opportunities, not for immediate gain, but for long-term advancement. In these stages, your strongest weapon is not aggression or creativity, but silence, patience, and unwavering adherence to disciplined early position play. Chapter 20. Deep Run Dynamics and Final 2 Tables. When you reach the final 2 tables of a tournament, the texture of the game changes entirely. Every decision carries both chip expectation and final table equity. From the under-the-gun position, your range and tactics must now reflect the dual pressure of ICM and stack distribution. You are no longer playing within a random field, You are surrounded by skilled survivors. Each has specific tendencies shaped by chip count, payout awareness, and fatigue. At this stage, your under-the-gun range tightens again, but becomes slightly polarized between strong hands for value and carefully chosen bluffs that exploit your image. You are one of the few remaining players capable of acting first into world-aware opponents. Every open you make signals strength. Use that image deliberately, not carelessly. Your baseline range should include all pocket pairs from 9s upward, ace-king suited and offsuit, ace-queen suited, and ace-jack suited, if stack depth allows. Against passive tables, add occasional ace-5 suited or king-queen suited to maintain board coverage. Against aggressive or balanced tables, strip the speculative hands and stay purely value-driven. Open sizing remains small, 2 big blinds or less. At this stage, blinds and antes are large enough that smaller sizing achieves the same effect while limiting your exposure. For example, at 10,000 and 20,000 blinds with a 20,000 ante, an open to 40,000 accomplishes full pressure while risking minimal stack fraction. The difference between success and failure here lies in stack awareness. You must know not just your own depth, but everyone else's. Short stacks create volatility and can shove light to survive. Medium stacks, which often make up most of the table, play cautiously to ladder. Big stacks apply maximum pressure. As the under-the-gun opener, you must anticipate how each group reacts before acting. When you are short or medium stacked yourself, your range becomes defensive by necessity. Only open with hands that perform well against potential shoves. Folding marginal holdings like ace-jack offsuit or pocket eights protects your tournament life. At 25 big blinds or fewer, consider reshove math rather than flat call defense. You no longer have the flexibility for post-flop adjustments. When you are one of the larger stacks, your role reverses. You can pressure the field with slightly wider opens, particularly when pay jumps are still distant or small. Players behind you cannot easily risk their tournament lives without premiums, giving your opens greater fold equity. However, this aggression must remain structured. Do not open marginal offsuit aces or gappers that collapse post-flop. Use suited broadways, ace-king, and strong pairs to sustain your table image as a controlled aggressor. Fatigue and psychological pressure intensify in deep runs. Opponents begin making timing errors and emotional plays. The best under-the-gun players exploit this not through chaos, but through clarity. Continue to act methodically. Keep your rhythm identical from orbit to orbit. Every consistent action reinforces the perception of strength and discourages light. 3 bets. Post-flop, continuation betting should remain small and selective. At this point, chip stacks are shallower relative to blinds, making pot sizes balloon quickly. Bet only when you maintain a clear range advantage or top-tier value. Multiway pots are especially dangerous now, because stack pressure multiplies risk. Check marginal holdings, bet value, and avoid unnecessary bluffs. Final 2-table play also introduces payout clustering. Multiple players often have similar stacks within a narrow range. Your ICM decisions must reflect that. If there are several stacks shorter than yours, tighten dramatically from under the gun. Let others take the risk of confrontation. If you are among the shortest, calculate your shove timing carefully. Shove early before fold equity disappears. Waiting too long turns strong hands into desperation moves rather than strategic plays. Another layer of consideration is table balancing. As the tournament approaches the final table, tables will merge, often reducing the number of players temporarily. When short-handed at 7 or 8-handed tables, your under-the-gun position shifts closer to middle position in relative value. You can open slightly wider, especially with hands like Ace-Jack suited, King-Queen suited, or Pocket Sevens. When tables return to full configuration, tighten back immediately. Every final two-table dynamic revolves around awareness of who has leverage. Big stacks can attack. Short stacks must preserve. Medium stacks tread carefully. From under the gun, your goal is to survive transitions between these roles without overcommitting. The deep run phase rewards players who make zero unnecessary mistakes, not those who play the most hands. Avoid emotional decisions driven by proximity to the final table. Many players loosen up prematurely, feeling the momentum of a deep run. That momentum is a mirage. The difference between finishing 14th and 9th is often one ill-timed, under-the-gun open. The player who waits for structure instead of chasing momentum preserves equity and enters the final table in control. If you have accumulated a healthy stack, use selective open pressure. Your early position raises reinforce your table dominance because they suggest strength and stability. Against shorter stacks, continuation bet only when the flop connects with your value range. Avoid large bluffs that risk double-ups to players desperate to survive. Force others into ICM conflict while you remain clear-headed. When near the final table bubble, return to a pure value-driven approach. Open less frequently, but more confidently. Every chip lost now costs more than any gained. Patience here creates exponential payoff later. By letting other players collide while you maintain your range discipline, you not only reach the final table more often, but arrive there with a structure of respect. Your raises will carry immediate credibility once play resumes under the lights. In the deep stages, variance narrows and precision rules. The under-the-gun seat is not about aggression or avoidance. It is about awareness. Every chip you risk must align with position, stack context, and payout structure. Each fold is a form of progress. Each open is a deliberate signal of strength. When you reach this far, your technical discipline and emotional composure merge into a single principle: controlled inevitability. You are not trying to win every hand. You are ensuring that nothing in your control ever gives one away. From under the gun, deep in the final stretch, that principle separates contenders from champions. Chapter 21. Final Table, Pressure and Role Awareness. At the final table, poker transforms from a strategic system into a psychological and mathematical duel. Every action carries amplified meaning, every mistake magnifies under lights, and the under-the-gun position becomes a test of pure composure. Here, your objective is not to dominate, it is to survive, accumulate selectively, and exploit pressure while never succumbing to it. Your opening range from under the gun at a full 9-handed final table should be the tightest it has been all tournament. Only open hands that perform well against calling ranges and can withstand all-in confrontations. This includes pocket pairs from 10s upward, ace-king suited and offsuit, and ace-queen suited. At soft tables, or when chip stacks are especially uneven, you can cautiously add ace-jack suited or pocket nines. All other holdings, no matter how attractive, should be folded. ICM is now at its highest pressure point. The value difference between 9th and 6th place often equals multiple earlier cashes combined. This pressure warps the meaning of chip expected value. A play that might be mathematically correct in a vacuum could still be catastrophic in real money terms. When you act first, you must assume every player behind you is weighing the risk of elimination. The result is that your fold equity becomes highly unpredictable. If you are a short stack at the final table, your decisions are purely shove or fold. The correct range depends on your position relative to other short stacks. If you are the shortest remaining, widen your shove range to include all pairs, Ace-King through Ace-10 suited, and King-Queen suited. You have little to lose, and fold equity will rarely improve later. If one or two players have smaller stacks, tighten instead. Wait for them to bust before risking your tournament life. For medium stacks, your approach becomes one of controlled stability. You cannot afford reckless plays, but you must avoid freezing completely. From under the gun, open only your top range and fold everything else. The middle stack's greatest danger is getting caught between large stacks applying pressure and short stacks waiting to ladder. Discipline is your protection against both. For big stacks, your leverage comes not from raw aggression, but from selective fear. You can open wider than others from this position, but only slightly. Suited broadways, Ace-10 suited, and pocket eights or better become reasonable adds. Your image of strength amplifies fold equity, but reckless play can still undo hours of work. Use your chips as a psychological weapon. Represent power, but don't overextend. Your open sizing should remain between 2 and 2.5 big blinds. Large sizing no longer serves purpose. The final table is about control and pressure, not pot inflation. When you open smaller, you achieve the same leverage at a fraction of the risk. 3-bet defense from under the gun becomes extremely limited. Even with strong hands, you must respect the ICM distortion. When a shorter stack jams, their range is often stronger than normal. Call only with hands that dominate their value range. When a larger stack 3-bets, folding most holdings is correct. Preserving your chip position is more valuable than challenging the table's dominant stack without premium equity. Continuation betting frequencies fall to their lowest point here. Only bet when the flop clearly favors your range, or when you hold a hand capable of playing for stacks. On dry ace-high boards, you can bet small with ace-king or ace-queen. On coordinated textures, check nearly everything. The table will be filled with players waiting to exploit unnecessary aggression. Your greatest strength from under the gun is restraint. Psychological awareness plays as large a role as technical execution. Observe the emotional state of your opponents. Fatigue, stress, and payout anxiety shape behavior. Some players tighten excessively, terrified of elimination. Others loosen dramatically, chasing the top prize. You must stay centered. Use the tension around you as an indicator of when to act and when to wait. When you fold multiple orbits from under the gun at the final table, you are not being passive, you are consolidating advantage. Every pay jump that occurs while you remain disciplined increases your payout equity without a single risked chip. Many final tables are decided not by who wins the most hands, but by who avoids the one catastrophic mistake that others cannot. If your stack grows into a commanding lead, your under-the-gun position becomes an instrument of authority. Open more liberally, with suited broadways and medium pairs to establish dominance. The table will expect you to apply pressure. By varying between genuine strength and balanced aggression, you control tempo and perception simultaneously. However, when stacks are close and payouts steep, revert to pure structure. The under-the-gun seat is no place for marginal experiments. Play hands that clearly outperform calling ranges and fold the rest. The more you simplify your decisions, the fewer variables can hurt you. Emotionally, this stage demands the most composure. You will face hands where folding feels cowardly, and others where aggression feels reckless. Your compass must remain mathematical and situational, never emotional. Each hand is not a moment of glory or defeat. It is one line in a larger equation. Winning at the final table from the under-the-gun seat is not about boldness. It is about precision. You make fewer moves, but each one matters more. Your folds create stability. Your opens shape the rhythm. Your discipline protects the chip stack that others spend recklessly. When you act first on the final stage of a tournament, you set the tone. Your behavior signals calm or chaos to everyone behind you. By maintaining quiet confidence, consistent timing, and unwavering range control, you become the anchor of the table. Others will break under the weight of the lights. You will not. Because while they chase the moment, you remain grounded in structure. The final evolution of under-the-gun mastery. Chapter 22. Heads-up awareness of remaining field. Once you reach the final table, with fewer than 6 players, the dynamics of position and pressure begin to shift. From this point onward, the under-the-gun position no longer represents the same level of disadvantage it did earlier. Fewer opponents mean fewer players left to act behind you, which transforms the seat from pure caution to calculated opportunity. Understanding this transition allows you to adjust efficiently as the field narrows. At 6-handed play, the under-the-gun position is equivalent to middle position in a full-ring game. You can expand your opening range accordingly, but you must do so intelligently and in proportion to stack depth. Suited broadways, ace-10 suited, and better, king-queen suited, and pocket pairs above 6s become strong opens. However, offsuit broadways and weak aces still remain folds, unless your table image and chip position justify creative pressure. At this stage, relative stack sizes control everything. When there are multiple short stacks at the table, tighten again. You gain more equity by letting them bust than by risking your own stack. When stacks are even or shallow, shift your approach to controlled aggression, applying steady pressure through small opens and selective continuation bets. Your open size should remain between 2 and 2.5 big blinds. At this depth, pot control and flexibility matter more than disguise. Small sizing keeps your range wide, your losses minimal, and your options open. It also allows you to adjust instantly if a short stack shoves behind you. Against large stacks, proceed with caution. They have the leverage to eliminate you and the freedom to pressure your opens. Avoid opening speculative holdings when they sit to your left. Instead, target weaker or shorter stacks with your range. If you have position on the big stack, you can take slightly more liberties. If they act after you, discipline must override curiosity. As tables shorten, the value of aggression rises, but its effectiveness depends on timing. Each opponent has unique motivations shaped by payout structure and fatigue. Some will protect medium stacks fiercely, unwilling to engage without premiums. Others will shift to over-aggression, attempting to accumulate before final table ladders flatten. Your under-the-gun play must read and exploit these tendencies in real time. Post-flop, your continuation betting frequency can increase slightly because the number of opponents and potential callers has decreased. With fewer players in the hand, your small continuation bets succeed more often. On dry boards such as ace-high or king-high, with disconnected low cards, bet small around 1/3 pot. On coordinated textures, check more frequently to control pot size. Remember, position still matters. You may act first against multiple skilled players, ICM pressure remains a central factor, but it softens slightly at 5 or 6-handed play compared to the initial final table. Payout jumps are still meaningful, but chip equity begins to recover importance. This allows for more creative range construction. However, avoid over-adjusting. Most errors at this stage stem from players widening too much too quickly. At 4-handed play, your under-the-gun position effectively becomes the hijack. You can open nearly twice as many hands as before, but again, precision dictates profit. Hands like Ace-9 suited, King-Jack suited, and Pocket Fives now gain playable equity. You can also begin incorporating suited gappers, such as 8-6 suited or 7-5 suited, as occasional mix-ins when your stack is healthy. The reason? Fewer opponents mean higher fold equity and greater positional rotation frequency. When you reach 3-handed play, the concept of under the gun vanishes completely. You are now first to act only every third hand, and every hand begins with aggression as the expectation. Here, all your earlier lessons on discipline transform into tools for structured attack. The same patience that preserved your stack now gives your opens credibility. You can raise lighter, continuation bet more often, and exert continuous pressure on shorter stacks. However, this stage still demands awareness of stack size and payout context. If one player is extremely short, return temporarily to a conservative strategy. Let ICM do the work. Once stacks even out, return to balanced aggression. Every chip matters, but the relationship between stacks matters more. Your mental posture during short-handed play must remain calm and data-driven. Fatigue will cause others to shift from optimal to instinctive play. The player who continues following structure, small opens, disciplined folds, and targeted aggression gains a massive edge. You are no longer fighting the full table. You are fighting exhaustion and impatience. Communication through rhythm becomes important here. Your timing, sizing, and body language, if live, project confidence. Opponents notice. By maintaining identical actions with all holdings, you eliminate informational leaks. This consistency forces opponents to guess rather than react. One critical adjustment during this phase is adapting to shifting blind frequency. You will post blinds more often as the table shortens, reducing the number of hands per orbit available for patience. This means you must stay active enough to prevent bleed but controlled enough to avoid unnecessary confrontation. The correct mindset is active discipline, participating often but never recklessly. When stack depths shrink below 30 big blinds across the table, you will face frequent shove or reshove decisions. Your early position opens must account for these ranges. Do not open hands that fold poorly to jams. Instead, choose holdings with strong blocker value, Ace-X suited, King-Queen suited, and middle pairs. These hands maintain fold equity and perform well when called. As the field narrows further toward heads-up play, your under-the-gun foundation will transition into full-range aggression. But that evolution depends entirely on surviving this stage. Every small pot you win without showdown, and every disciplined fold you make here compounds into leverage for the final duel. From 6-handed onward, the under-the-gun position stops being a burden and starts being a platform. It is no longer about surviving the table, it is about shaping it. By maintaining the same structural precision that brought you this far, you ensure that as the remaining players chase chaos, you remain steady, balanced, and prepared for the shift into the final confrontation, where structure becomes instinct and composure becomes your final weapon. Chapter 23: Transition to Heads-Up Play. When the tournament narrows to 2 players, the structure of poker changes completely. The under-the-gun position becomes the button, and position rotates with every hand. Every decision now carries dual meaning, chip equity, and psychological momentum. The skills that carried you from early discipline now evolve into controlled aggression. Heads-up poker rewards precision, timing, and emotional endurance. The first key adjustment is understanding range expansion. In full ring play, you were disciplined, folding marginal hands from early position. In heads-up, nearly every hand becomes playable. Your opening range expands to include almost every suited hand, every connected hand, most offsuit broadways, and all pairs. The blinds and antes are constant. The ratio of dead money to stack size increases dramatically. You must open wide to maintain pressure and deny your opponent cheap flops. Your open size should remain small between 2 and 2.5 big blinds, but you can occasionally mix in min-raises when the opponent folds too often. Smaller sizes preserve flexibility and allow post-flop play without overcommitting. The heads-up environment rewards aggression, but punishes imbalance. You must be active without being predictable. From this point, every decision begins with one question: who has momentum? Momentum in heads-up play is not emotional, it's strategic. If your opponent is folding frequently to opens, widen your range and increase frequency. If they are 3-betting aggressively, tighten temporarily, then punish overextension with traps and timely 4-bets. Position becomes the defining edge. When you are on the button, acting first pre-flop, but last post-flop, open almost all hands. When out of position in the big blind, defend widely but selectively. Suited hands, connected hands, and high card holdings all perform well enough to see flops, especially against small opens. Avoid folding too much, as that allows the opponent to win by default. However, avoid calling with weak offsuit garbage that plays poorly post-flop. Your continuation betting frequency increases again here, but every bet must have a purpose. On dry boards such as ace-high or king-high, with disconnected low cards, small continuation bets around 1/3 pot maintain pressure. Against aggressive opponents who float frequently, check more often to induce bluffs. Heads-up play is not about one fixed plan. It's about adjusting each orbit based on behavior. Stack depth defines everything. At 100 big blinds, post-flop play dominates. You can afford multiple streets of pressure, floating and re-raising. At 40 big blinds, the game compresses into high-frequency pre-flop battles and shorter post-flop sequences. At 20 or fewer, heads-up poker becomes largely pre-flop push-fold math, where ranges depend on stack-to-blind ratios and fold equity percentages. The push-fold equilibrium at 15 big blinds or less dictates that nearly all suited aces, any pair, and most suited connectors become jams on the button. When out of position, call with hands that retain equity against that wide-range pocket pairs, suited broadways, and suited aces. These equations are built on math, not emotion. Memorizing or approximating these ranges provides a measurable advantage. Psychologically, the pressure of heads-up play is intense. Each hand feels personal. Your opponent is no longer one of many. It is you against them, rhythm against rhythm. The key is to detach from emotion and focus on structure. Maintain the same timing, same breathing, and same pace regardless of outcome. Emotional rhythm becomes visible. Controlled players exploit it. At this stage, image control becomes even more powerful. If you have played a tight, disciplined game throughout the tournament, your heads-up opens carry immediate credibility. You can leverage that respect early by widening your range while maintaining your established demeanor. Conversely, if your opponent perceives you as aggressive, adjust by slowing down, forcing them to over-adjust and walk into traps. Every opponent type requires a different balance. Against passive opponents, apply relentless pressure through small opens and consistent continuation bets. Against hyper-aggressive opponents, use traps and check raises, allowing them to hang themselves. Against balanced or skilled opponents, shift gears frequently. The ability to change rhythm mid-match separates competent players from great ones. Post-flop, most pots will remain small until one player commits. Focus on maintaining initiative. If you bet, bet small often. If you check, do so with intent to either trap or induce bluffs. Avoid big swings without strong equity. In heads-up play, chip preservation is as valuable as chip accumulation, because stack fluctuations can reverse momentum instantly. As the match progresses, physical and mental endurance become weapons. The player who stays patient, hydrated and focused gains a real advantage. Fatigue leads to predictable timing, sloppy bet sizing, and misreads. Remaining consistent in both rhythm and breathing maintains clarity through long sessions. The psychological warfare of heads-up poker cannot be overstated. Opponents will probe your boundaries, testing how often you fold, call, or raise. They will adapt if you allow patterns to emerge. Randomize timing, vary your continuation bet frequencies, and occasionally mix in unexpected lines. For example, check strong hands on the flop once in a while, or float light to challenge predictability. The goal is not chaos, it is controlled unpredictability. One of the most powerful techniques in this phase is stack framing. Think of your stack not as chips, but as decision units. Each open, bet, or call is an allocation of your remaining tournament equity. Treat each move as investment, not reaction. This mindset reinforces composure and precision. When the match tightens and stacks even out, revert to your structural fundamentals. Play position. Attack weakness. Defend selectively. Use your experience from every earlier stage, the discipline of the early levels, the timing from the middle, and the composure from the final table, to navigate the final duel. Victory in heads-up poker is not achieved through emotion or luck alone. It is the culmination of structure applied with precision, under maximum pressure. From the first, under-the-gun hand, to the final confrontation, the player who adheres to disciplined fundamentals while adapting fluidly to new dynamics will always have the last edge. When you reach this point, every fold, every bet, and every silence you maintained earlier in the tournament reveals its purpose. Heads-up play is the test of everything you learned: discipline, structure, timing, and control. In the end, those principles, not emotion, determine who lifts the trophy and who watches. Chapter 24. Closing out the tournament. When victory is within reach, the balance between aggression and control becomes razor-thin. The final moments of a tournament, whether during heads-up play or the last few hands before, demand a return to structure, clarity, and patience. The player who closes cleanly does not chase outcomes. They manage momentum. Every decision is made with one goal: to end the match without giving variance more power than necessary. The closing phase begins when one player gains a significant chip advantage, usually holding 2/3 of the chips in play. At this point, your strategy should evolve into relentless but measured pressure. You are no longer simply playing for value, you are compressing your opponent's options. Every open, every continuation bet, and every blind defense is designed to drain their remaining fold equity and force mistakes under fatigue. From the button, maintain high open frequency. Raise nearly all hands to 2 big blinds, forcing the shorter stack to defend or shove. Each orbit, they will bleed blinds and antes, making desperation inevitable. However, resist the urge to overbet or play oversized pots with marginal holdings. Let structure, not ego, finish the match. Your continuation betting strategy should remain small and consistent, around 1/3 pot. The shorter stack will often call too wide, hoping to catch or double. By maintaining consistent sizing, you apply steady pressure without building pots unnecessarily. When you connect, extract value through graduated sizing on later streets. When you miss, keep bets light to preserve control. Against a resilient opponent, patience is your sharpest weapon. As chip leader, you are not required to win every hand. The shorter stack must eventually take risk. You only need to avoid giving it to them on favorable terms. Keep flops small, avoid reckless bluffs, and let the math dictate when to call off. If you lose an all-in but still retain the chip lead, resume structure immediately. Momentum in poker belongs to the player who maintains consistency, not emotion. When you are the shorter stack in the closing phase, your job is survival through precision. Each shove, call, or fold must be dictated by equity, not fear. Shove ranges widen as stacks shorten. Any ace, any pair, and most suited connectors retain sufficient equity to double. Avoid limping or calling raises without commitment. Every hand you play should have a plan to win or escape cleanly. Psychological warfare intensifies here. The fatigue of a long tournament heightens every decision. Opponents may become impatient or overconfident, interpreting chip leads as inevitability. This is where your discipline defines the outcome. Whether ahead or behind, your posture, breathing, and timing must remain identical. Emotion betrays information. For the big stack, the correct mindset is measured dominance. You apply pressure consistently, forcing your opponent to play narrower and shorter stacked with each orbit. However, you must remain ready for resistance. A single double-up can reverse dynamics instantly. Always maintain at least 1/3 of your stack behind post-flop bets, unless you have clear value. Avoid all-in traps, unless you hold hands that can withstand volatility, strong aces, high pairs, or well-connected suited holdings. For the short stack, the correct mindset is disciplined defiance. Accept that variance is no longer avoidable, but do not surrender structure. Your shoves should be mathematically sound, not emotional. Wait for hands that play well against wide opening ranges. Suited kings, small pairs, and suited connectors all retain value because of their equity against domination. Your patience may force errors from an overconfident opponent who underestimates your range. The final few hands often come down to micro-decisions: a missed continuation bet, a thin value shove, or a mistimed bluff. At this point, your preparation takes over. The player who trusts their structure, instead of improvising under pressure, will perform better. If the board favors you, bet for value. If it doesn't, control the pot. When you finally reach the last all-in confrontation, clarity replaces calculation. You have spent hours maintaining discipline to arrive here. Whether holding ace-king or pocket fours, your execution remains the same: calm, steady, and unflinching. Let the cards decide. Your responsibility ends with making the correct decision. Emotionally, the close of a tournament is paradoxical. It is both the most exciting and most dangerous point. Victory feels near, but that perception can distort judgment. Many players falter here by chasing symbolic finishes, trying to end dramatically or bluff triumphantly. In truth, the best closer is the quiet one. The player who continues to follow structure, regardless of proximity to victory, finishes cleanly. When the final card falls and the match concludes, composure still matters. Win or lose, your reflection should be about process, not outcome. Did you follow structure? Did you protect position? Did you manage momentum? If the answer is yes, the result will take care of itself over time. The closing phase of a tournament is not about glory, it is about execution. The under-the-gun discipline that guided you through every stage culminates here in calm mastery. Every fold you made earlier, every controlled bet, every avoided mistake, they all converge into these final moments where patience triumphs over impulse and structure rewards composure. The player who closes well does not chase victory. They allow it to arrive naturally, one disciplined hand at a time. Chapter 25. Post-Tournament Review and Positional Reflection. The moment a tournament ends, win or lose, the next phase of improvement begins. True mastery in poker is not defined by a trophy, but by how deeply you understand the hands that got you there. Reviewing your play, especially from the under-the-gun position, transforms experience into skill. Every disciplined fold, every missed continuation bet, and every marginal call holds data that guides the next performance. Begin your review by isolating all hands played from the first seat. These are your most critical data points, because they represent the foundation of your structure. Record every open, every fold, every 3-bet faced, and every showdown. The purpose is not to justify decisions, but to identify patterns. Look for moments where emotion replaced logic, where a hand was played out of habit rather than reason. Pay attention to 3 categories of outcomes: successful folds, controlled losses, and earned wins. Successful folds are those that saved you, chips against ranges you would have been behind. Controlled losses are spots where you minimized damage after losing initiative. Earned wins are hands where you extracted value efficiently, without overextending. Together, these 3 categories define whether your under-the-gun discipline held under pressure. Next, evaluate your pre-flop range in context. Were you opening too wide at certain stack depths? Did Ante pressure tempt you to add speculative hands unnecessarily? Did table composition influence your decisions enough, or too much? Each adjustment you make in review should refine the balance between theory and real-world observation. Use hand histories or tracking software if available. Filter for under-the-gun positions and group them by stack depth: 100 big blinds, 40 big blinds, 25 and 10. Look for leaks at each level. If you notice consistent losses at medium stacks, revisit your 3-bet defense and continuation betting frequencies. If you struggled short-stacked, re-study push-fold ranges. Every pattern you discover is an opportunity to rebuild structure stronger than before. Post-flop review should focus on clarity rather than results. Identify situations where you continuation bet automatically and question whether those boards truly favored your range. Review hands where you checked behind with value and determine if missed bets were caused by uncertainty or discipline. Learning to distinguish restraint from hesitation sharpens future execution. Another key reflection point is momentum management. Recall periods where you ran well or built a stack. Did your under-the-gun range widen subconsciously? Did confidence override structure? Conversely, after losing a few pots, did you tighten excessively, and miss profitable opens. The best players control pace regardless of outcome. Spotting emotional deviations in your review ensures stability in your next event. Evaluate your response to aggression. Each time you faced a 3-bet, ask whether your fold or call was mathematically sound, given opponent tendencies and stack sizes. If you find frequent folds to smaller 3-bets, you may be giving up too much equity. If you find calls with hands that rarely realized equity, you may be over-defending. Balance emerges only through honest analysis. Psychological review is equally important. Note moments of tension, bubble phases, final tables, deep runs. Did you make decisions slower, faster, or differently under pressure? Were there hands you played simply to take back momentum? Understanding your mental rhythm helps align emotional state with strategic logic. Once your data review is complete, summarize every lesson in writing. Create a short positional guide for yourself. Which hands remain profitable at each stack depth? Which continuation bet textures produced value? Which opponents or situations punished wide opens? Which mental triggers led to deviation from structure? This written framework becomes your personal playbook. Before every future tournament, reread it. It anchors your mindset in discipline before a single hand is dealt. Finally, reflect beyond strategy. Consider how your composure held through fatigue, variance, and emotional swings. Did you maintain consistent timing and breathing? Did you avoid reactionary play after bad beats? Tournament poker tests more than tactics. It tests endurance of focus. Each calm decision is a learned behavior that compounds across sessions. The post-tournament review closes the loop of mastery. It transforms raw experience into structured understanding. The under-the-gun position, once your greatest liability, becomes your symbol of stability, the place where discipline begins. By studying your decisions deeply and repeatedly, you create a cycle of refinement that continues long after the final hand. Every future tournament becomes easier, every phase more predictable, every adjustment more natural. That is how professional awareness develops, not through one perfect session, but through hundreds of quiet reflections that turn repetition into instinct. When the review is complete, rest your mind. The next time you sit down and place chips in the under-the-gun seat, you will not be guessing, you will be building from structure, sharpened by reflection, and ready to begin again. Chapter 26. Integrating Positional Discipline into Broader Strategy. The lessons learned from playing under the gun extend far beyond a single seat. They become the structural framework for your entire approach to tournament poker. The discipline, awareness, and precision required in that position are the same qualities that define great players in every seat. When you internalize early position mastery, you begin to play the game as a strategist, not a reactor. The first concept to carry forward is positional awareness as a constant. Every decision, regardless of hand strength, begins with where you sit relative to the blinds and the action behind you. The under-the-gun seat forces you to think this way naturally, but the same thought process applies everywhere. When in late position, ask yourself not just what hands you can open, but how your position enhances their value. When in the blinds, reverse the logic. What does your lack of position remove from your range? Thinking in these terms ensures your decisions remain structured across the table. The second transferable principle is risk calibration. Playing under the gun teaches you how to measure risk before acting. That same measurement governs every aggressive play you make later. Before you call a 3-bet on the button, or shove from the small blind, or float out of position, the internal question remains the same. Does this decision balance potential gain against structural risk? When this question becomes automatic, you eliminate emotion from your game and replace it with mechanical clarity. Next comes range discipline. From early position, you learn to fold hands that looked appealing, but failed mathematically. That same discipline applies to defending blinds, cold calling in the cutoff, or squeezing in the hijack. In every case, the underlying truth holds. Poker rewards selectivity and punishes curiosity. The fewer hands you play without a clear plan, the fewer chips you leak. A subtler lesson is the relationship between image and leverage. Your tightness from the first seat builds a perception that carries into future hands. When you raise later from middle or late position, opponents remember your early discipline and grant more respect to your aggression. Positional control is not just about where you sit. It's about how your previous behavior shapes the decisions of others. By maintaining consistency, you use your own reputation as a tactical tool. Tempo management is another habit that transitions naturally. From under the gun, you learn to slow the game, to create deliberate rhythm, to prevent reactive play. Carry that into every position. By controlling timing, you control emotion, both your own and your opponent's. Fast players reveal anxiety. Slow, deliberate players dictate pace. The player who sets rhythm controls pressure. From a technical standpoint, your early position study sharpens board texture recognition. Because you acted first for so many orbits, you learned how to identify favorable and unfavorable boards instantly. That same pattern recognition now applies everywhere. You will recognize range advantages faster, spot dangerous textures sooner, and select continuation bet sizes more precisely. Every hour spent managing positional disadvantage pays dividends in awareness. When transitioning to middle and late positions, apply your under-the-gun framework as a baseline. Think of early position play as the foundation of structural integrity. Each later seat simply adds freedom on top of that structure. In the cutoff, you expand from that foundation by adding suited connectors and weaker aces. On the button, you expand again with high card hands and gappers. But the mindset never changes. Freedom grows from discipline, not from chaos. Another major takeaway is stack size fluency. You spent hours studying how depth changes under the gun decisions, from 100 big blinds to 10. The same sliding scale applies everywhere. You now understand when to open, when to shove, and when to fold, not as isolated ideas, but as a continuous system. That understanding makes your tournament strategy coherent across stages. Psychologically, mastering the first position cultivates emotional neutrality. The under-the-gun seat trains you to accept boredom, to fold repeatedly, to act without impatience. This composure translates directly into long-term success. Players who cannot tolerate inactivity lose control in the mid and late stages. Those who can wait, observe, and act only when structure allows are the ones who endure deep runs consistently. Integrating under-the-gun discipline also refines your information processing. Because you act first so often, you've developed sensitivity to opponents' betting patterns, timing, and stack adjustments. That awareness becomes your greatest weapon in positions where you act later. You will find yourself reading hands with greater precision because your brain has internalized pattern structure subconsciously. From a macro perspective, positional discipline unifies your game. It turns scattered tactics into an organized system. Instead of memorizing disconnected plays, you begin to see the entire table as one connected web of positional logic. Each seat represents a version of the same decision tree, adjusted by how many players remain to act. Once this concept clicks, poker stops feeling like chaos and starts feeling like choreography. Review your future sessions with that in mind. Every position you play can be traced back to an early position principle. Tightness and discipline are not restrictions. They are the framework that gives meaning to freedom later in the hand. Without that structure, aggression becomes noise. With it, aggression becomes art. Ultimately, the under-the-gun seat is not just the first position, it's the origin of poker discipline itself. Every world-class player builds their entire strategy from the habits they form there: clarity, structure, awareness, patience, and precision. Integrating those habits across all positions transforms your game from situational competence to strategic mastery. In the end, you will find that learning to play perfectly from the hardest seat makes every other seat easier. When you can perform under disadvantage, advantage becomes effortless. From the first action to the final decision, positional discipline is not a phase of learning, it is the foundation of a professional mindset. Chapter 27. Building Table, Image through Early Position Play. Your table image is a living tool, one that shapes how every opponent interacts with you throughout a tournament. The under-the-gun position is where that image begins. Every raise, fold, and showdown from the first seat defines how the table perceives your overall discipline. Managing that perception intentionally turns image into leverage, transforming tight play into a long-term weapon. At the start of a tournament, no one knows your tendencies. The first few orbits are your introduction. When you fold consistently from early position, other players begin to file away assumptions. Tight, disciplined, strong. These assumptions build credibility, and credibility becomes equity. Later in the tournament, when you open from the button or hijack, that same perception increases your fold equity automatically. The table assumes you are strong because they have not seen you make careless early position opens. The key is to treat your under-the-gun decisions as a branding exercise. Every early fold communicates structure. Every disciplined open communicates confidence. You are teaching the table what your aggression means. This is not vanity, it is positional strategy, extended over time. Your image has two core dimensions: tightness and trustworthiness. Tightness means your range is respected. Trustworthiness means your actions are believed. If you maintain both, opponents stop testing you unnecessarily. They will 3-bet others more often than they 3-bet you. They will call your continuation bets more cautiously. They will overfold in late stages when you open, because they assume strength. This psychological edge compounds as the tournament progresses. A player who builds early credibility wins pots later with weaker holdings. For example, when you open from the cutoff after 2 hours of tight play from under the gun, your king-jack suited now carries more fold equity than it should. You are being paid in respect for earlier discipline. However, image maintenance requires consistency. One careless early position open can undo hours of credibility. If you suddenly show down a hand like King 10 offsuit after raising first to act, observant players recalibrate immediately. They no longer believe your range is purely premium. Their 3-bet frequency rises, and your fold equity drops. Image loss is difficult to recover once exposed. Your under-the-gun table image also affects post-flop dynamics. When you continuation bet, opponents assume you have strong value or legitimate range coverage. This perception allows smaller bets to succeed more often, preserving chips over time. Conversely, if your image erodes, those same small bets invite check raises and counter pressure. Maintaining early position credibility ensures your post-flop aggression remains efficient. As stacks shorten, your image begins to influence shove equity. Players are less likely to call your all-ins if they remember your consistent restraint earlier. A shove from a known tight player carries psychological weight beyond pure math. This is why image is not built during short stack play. It is built long before. Every early fold is an investment in future fold equity. Balancing image with evolution is critical. Once your tight reputation is established, begin introducing slight variation. Open 1 or 2 additional suited connectors. Add ace-5 suited or king-queen offsuit occasionally. Do this sparingly and only in favorable conditions. The goal is to expand range subtly while preserving perception. Over time, you become both respected and unpredictable, the rarest and most profitable combination. Timing is everything. When you win a large pot or show down a strong hand, your credibility peaks. Immediately afterward, you can take a light open or continuation bet, leveraging that temporary image spike. Conversely, after losing a showdown or being caught bluffing, tighten momentarily to rebuild authority. The rhythm of image control follows the same structure as stack management. Tighten when threatened, loosen when secure. Another advantage of strong early position image is how it shapes opponents' comfort zones. Passive players become more hesitant to defend against you. Aggressive players become more selective in their attacks. Your presence alters table flow without any additional risk. This invisible leverage allows you to conserve energy and chips simply by maintaining the illusion of consistency. In live tournaments, body language reinforces image subconsciously. Stillness, consistent timing, and calm betting motion project confidence. In online play, timing patterns and bet sizing fulfill the same role. Avoid large deviations that reveal hand strength. The appearance of even rhythm, no matter what you hold, sustains the illusion of control. As the field narrows, your table image travels with you. When tables merge, observant players often recognize your name or recall your earlier play style. This continuity of reputation can provide an instant edge at new tables. Others may approach cautiously, giving you free opportunities to accumulate chips. The long-term goal of image building through under-the-gun play is to create predictable perception, not predictable action. You want opponents to believe they know what your raises mean, and then when it matters most, you deviate slightly to capitalize. This inversion of expectation is one of the most powerful strategic maneuvers in tournament poker. In essence, the under-the-gun position is the forge, where your table identity is created. Discipline shapes the metal, timing sharpens the edge. Every orbit you play from that seat refines your credibility, your fold equity, and your control over how others respond to you. When you master image construction through early position play, the entire table begins to orbit around your perceived strength. You no longer chase respect, you command it. And in tournament poker, where control of perception is control of profit, that quiet authority becomes one of the purest advantages you can possess. Chapter 28. Countering aggression from later positions. As your tournament experience deepens, you will encounter aggressive players who specialize in exploiting tight early position play. They recognize that most players opening from under the gun are disciplined, so they attack with light 3-bets or post-flop pressure, assuming you will fold without a premium. Learning to counter this aggression effectively transforms your under-the-gun range, from predictable to dangerous. The first step in countering late position aggression is recognizing frequency and intention. Some players attack mechanically, 3-betting wide, simply because they know early position ranges are strong but capped. Others do it situationally, exploiting specific stack depths or your image. Observe patterns. If a player re-raises you often, regardless of hand history, they are operating on autopilot. If they choose spots only when you appear uncomfortable, they are reading your rhythm. Each type requires a different counter. Against automatic aggressors, your best weapon is range trapping. Begin adding slow plays into your early position arsenal. Flat call 3-bets with hands like pocket aces, pocket kings, or ace-king suited rather than 4-betting immediately. Let the opponent continue bluffing through multiple streets. Their aggression relies on fold equity. Remove it, and they collapse. The goal is not to surprise them once, but to force permanent recalibration. After showing down a strong hand in this manner, their frequency will drop sharply. Against observant or timing-based aggressors, your defense must be more adaptive. They will notice if you never fold preflop, so balance becomes key. Continue folding your weakest opens, but mix in 4-bet light with blockers such as ace-5 suited, king-queen suited, or ace-10 suited. Choose hands that reduce the probability your opponent holds premiums. Your sizing should remain small, around 2.5 times their re-raise, enough to reassert dominance without overcommitting. Stack depth dictates how you fight back. With 100 big blinds or more, 4-bet bluffing carries safety, because you can still fold to a 5-bet without losing tournament viability. At 40 big blinds, 4-bets become more polarized, pure value or pure bluff. Below 30 big blinds, eliminate light 4-bets entirely, and instead adopt a 3-bet jam defense plan. When you hold a hand like pocket tens, ace-queen suited, or ace-king, shoving directly against frequent late position re-raisers, reclaims initiative and denies their fold equity. The second key countermeasure is range concealment. When facing active players behind, adjust your open size slightly smaller, 2 big blinds instead of 2.5. This reduces the price of folding if necessary. But more importantly, it allows you to disguise the strength of your range. Many opponents interpret small opens as weakness. You can use that misconception by occasionally inducing light 3-bets and punishing them with strong holdings. Post-flop, your adjustments revolve around patience and pattern reading. Aggressive opponents rely on volume and pressure to generate mistakes. Your counter is rhythm control. Do not react to their tempo. If they continuation bet every flop, begin check-raising strong top pairs or nut draws selectively. If they barrel excessively, float more flops with medium-strength hands that play well on later streets. The longer you let them build the pot, the harder their bluffs become to sustain. A crucial skill here is distinguishing real aggression from reactive frustration. When opponents lose a few small pots to you, they often escalate, trying to reassert control. Their 3-bet frequency spikes temporarily. Recognizing this emotional phase allows you to trap efficiently. Flat call strong hands pre-flop. Keep pots small until they commit too much, then spring the trap with a well-timed shove or river call. Against highly skilled opponents, you must occasionally use deception through asymmetric adjustments. For example, instead of defending by 4-betting pre-flop, you can defend by calling wider and applying post-flop pressure yourself. Suited connectors and suited broadways function well here, because they disguise strength until deep in the hand. Use these plays selectively. Overuse turns deception into predictability. Position awareness remains vital. Aggression from the button or cutoff carries more fold equity than from the blinds, because those positions control post-flop action. Adjust by responding differently, depending on where the pressure originates. Against blind 3-bets, call more often. Their range is inherently wider. Against button 3 bets, tighten slightly or use 4-bet traps. Always consider how the opponent's position affects their perceived range before reacting. Mathematically, defending too tightly from under the gun can be as costly as defending too loose. If you fold every time you face a 3-bet, opponents will exploit you indefinitely. If you call too often without strong hands, you will play bloated pots out of position. The balance lies in responding with structure. Fold weak holdings, 4-bet value, flat strong, and occasionally bluff with blockers. ICM pressure can also be weaponized by your opponents late in tournaments. When pay jumps loom, they will exploit your fear of elimination with increased aggression. Your counter here is emotional neutrality. Recognize when folds are correct and when they are simply reactions to fear. If your stack and payout structure allow, calling or shoving back once against an aggressive opponent can reset the dynamic completely. Psychological discipline is your constant anchor. Facing repeated re-raises can feel personal, especially deep in a tournament. The key is never to interpret aggression as disrespect. It is opportunity. Every overextension from your opponents provides potential for controlled punishment. The player who maintains composure while others chase control wins the long game. To master counter-aggression, think in patterns, not in outcomes. Every confrontation provides data. After the 3rd or 4th re-raise, you begin to see timing tells, bet sizing trends, and emotional fluctuations. Each reveal weakens their long-term strategy. By staying patient and methodical, you allow them to expose themselves. Ultimately, countering aggression from later positions transforms the under-the-gun seat from defensive to dynamic. What begins as positional disadvantage becomes psychological leverage. Once opponents realize that attacking you carries risk, they shift their attention elsewhere. And when that happens, you regain the initiative, not by overpowering them, but by remaining perfectly calm while they unravel themselves. Chapter 29. Maintaining Emotional Control Under Pressure. Every great poker player eventually realizes that technical mastery alone is not enough. The deeper you go in tournaments, the smaller the skill gap becomes, and the more success depends on emotional control. The under-the-gun position, with its inherent disadvantage and pressure, is one of the best laboratories for mastering composure. It teaches you to act logically when everything in your body wants to react emotionally. The first form of emotional control is acceptance of uncertainty. When you open from early position, you act without information. You must make peace with the idea that you will often be raised, folded out, or called by hands you cannot see. Emotional players crave control. They want reassurance that each action will succeed. Professionals accept that control is partial at best. Their discipline lies in doing the right thing consistently, even when the outcome is unknowable. Tournament poker magnifies emotional fluctuation through variance. You can make perfect plays and still lose crucial pots. Emotional control means separating correctness from results. Each time you open a strong hand from under the gun and get cracked by a worse holding, you must view it as statistical noise, not injustice. Emotion interprets loss as punishment. Structure interprets it as variance. Composure begins before cards are dealt. Your physical and mental state determines how you process stress. Fatigue, hunger, and dehydration all amplify emotional response. Professionals treat preparation as part of performance. Proper rest, nutrition, and breathing ensure clarity when pressure peaks. Control starts long before the decision. It starts with the discipline of readiness. Once play begins, Your goal is to develop emotional neutrality. Neutrality is not apathy. It is calm engagement, alert, observant, but unaffected by temporary outcomes. When you win a large pot, neutrality prevents overconfidence. When you lose one, neutrality prevents tilt. Both extremes distort logic. Every hand must begin on equal footing, independent of the last. Breathing control is one of the simplest yet most powerful tools. During stressful moments, all-ins, deep decisions, final table play, slow your breathing intentionally. Inhale for 4 counts, hold briefly, exhale for 6. This physical rhythm lowers heart rate and reconnects logic to action. Many players unravel because they allow adrenaline to make decisions before thought catches up. Breathing interrupts that chain. In live tournaments, emotional control extends to demeanor. Your opponents read posture, movement and tone as data. Consistent behavior creates confusion. They cannot detect strength or weakness if your reactions remain identical. Online, timing and bet sizing serve the same purpose. Consistent rhythm conceals emotion. Every pause, click or bet size must appear deliberate, not reactive. Another element of composure is emotional detachment from ego. Players often overvalue winning individual confrontations. When an opponent 3-bets you repeatedly, ego wants to fight back immediately, to prove control. True discipline means letting go of that impulse. Not every battle must be fought. Now, many are won through patience. The player who acts for pride rather than position always bleeds chips. When tilt does occur, and it will, your job is to recognize it early. Tilt is not just rage, it manifests as subtle impatience, curiosity calls, or unnecessary bluffs. The first sign is usually time perception. The game feels faster. The moment you feel urgency or frustration, take an intentional pause. Stack your chips, breathe and reset. The goal is not to eliminate emotion, but to prevent it from hijacking decision-making. During long tournaments, cumulative stress becomes invisible. Hours of folding from under the gun can dull focus, leading to mental drift. Your brain starts autopiloting hands without conscious calculation. The fix is to re-engage physically, adjust posture, change seating angle, or mentally narrate each hand. Saying to yourself, I am in under the gun. What is my range at this stack? Reactivates structure. Awareness resets discipline. Final table pressure introduces a unique form of emotional challenge, the weight of consequence. Every action now has financial and psychological stakes. The fear of making a mistake grows louder than the logic of probability. The best players reverse this by narrowing focus. They ignore the payout ladder and the trophy. They focus on the single hand in front of them, treating it with the same calm precision as any earlier orbit. This tunnel vision creates clarity where chaos overwhelms others. Emotional control also governs table image. A calm player becomes an anchor. Opponents subconsciously respect stability. In contrast, visibly reactive players invite aggression. When you appear unshakable, your mere presence affects table flow. Opponents avoid confrontation, not because of your cards, but because of your composure. Between hands, mental resets sustain endurance. Use breaks to leave the table, stretch, and clear the mind. Never discuss bad beats with others. Verbalizing frustration reinforces it, neurologically. Silence heals faster than complaint. The professional mindset is not suppressing emotion, it's choosing where to spend it. Long term, emotional control becomes a competitive edge that compounds. Every session where you avoid tilt preserves equity for the next one. Each disciplined fold builds internal proof that structure works. Over time, confidence replaces volatility. You begin to trust that doing the right thing repeatedly leads to success, regardless of short-term variance. From the under-the-gun seat, emotional control is both training and test. You face disadvantage by design, and through that adversity, you develop resilience. That resilience spreads through your entire game, every bluff, every call, every fold grounded in calm execution. In the end, poker is not about conquering others. It is about conquering yourself. The cards, the chips, and the opponents are variables. The only constant is your internal state. When you can remain calm under pressure, detached from ego, and deliberate under stress, you have already won the hardest battle at the table, the one between instinct and discipline. Chapter 30. The Evolution of Positional Mastery. Positional mastery is not a single skill you acquire and complete. It is a continuous evolution that matures as your experience, awareness, and emotional control deepen. The lessons learned from under the gun serve as the foundation for that evolution. They are the roots from which all tactical branches of poker grow. Understanding how those roots extend through every seat allows you to build a complete, self-sustaining strategy that adapts to every stage of play. The first stage of mastery is technical understanding. This is the phase where you memorize ranges, calculate equities, and learn optimal bet sizing. It is where you study how to open, how to respond to 3-bets, and how to handle stack depth adjustments. This is the structural layer, the scaffolding that keeps your game consistent. Many players stop here, mistaking knowledge for mastery. But knowing the right move is not enough. Execution under pressure is the next evolution. The second stage is adaptive execution. Here, you begin to tailor those technical structures to live conditions, table composition, player profiles, and flow. You start widening or tightening ranges dynamically. You adjust continuation bet frequencies based on image and opponent tendencies. Instead of memorizing what to do, you understand why to do it. The under-the-gun seat becomes a classroom for adaptation, because every hand starts with incomplete information. You are forced to think, not just remember. The third stage is psychological synchronizing. Technical precision and adaptability merge with composure. You learn to control your emotional rhythm so that it aligns with your strategic rhythm. Tilt dissipates because every decision has a reason, and every reason has structure. You no longer react to outcomes, you respond to information. This is where poker begins to feel peaceful, even under extreme pressure. The fourth stage is predictive flow. You begin to anticipate patterns before they form. You recognize when table dynamics are about to shift, when a player is tilting, when aggression is about to spike, when stacks will clash. You use early position awareness to project how future hands will unfold. At this level, position is no longer just about who acts first or last. It's about who understands the rhythm of the table best. The fifth stage is strategic integration. Here, you blend all positions into one cohesive system. You understand how early position tightness amplifies late position aggression. You know when to shift gears from survival to accumulation. You feel the invisible threads connecting every seat, every stack, and every opponent. Poker stops being a series of decisions and becomes a single continuous motion, flowing from one position to the next. From this perspective, the under-the-gun position transforms from disadvantage to discipline, from constraint to teacher. The very fact that it limits your freedom is what makes it the perfect foundation for mastery. By learning to make correct disciplined decisions under disadvantage, you prepare yourself for every position that offers advantage. In time, you will notice that every deep run, every cache, and every final table shares a pattern. They are all built on invisible stability. The hands that define tournaments rarely come from luck or brilliance. They come from consistency, from every quiet fold that preserved chips, from every disciplined open that set the table's rhythm, from every moment you chose structure over impulse. Positional mastery also matures through reflection. Reviewing your play, noting errors, and refining process turns experience into instinct. Over hundreds of tournaments, your subconscious begins to carry the work your conscious mind once struggled to maintain. You act with precision automatically. This is the true definition of mastery, effortless correctness born from deliberate practice. As you progress through each position, from under the gun to the button, from small blind to big blind, you will see how every seat teaches a new form of discipline. The early seats teach patience. The middle seats teach balance. The late seats teach timing. The blinds teach defense. Together, they form a complete philosophy of structure, rhythm, and awareness. The ultimate goal of positional mastery is strategic fluency. You should be able to sit down at any table, in any format, at any stack depth, and immediately adapt, not through memorization, but through understanding. Every situation, no matter how complex, resolves into principles you already know: position, stack size, risk-reward, and emotional control. From there, poker becomes more than a game. It becomes an internal discipline. The same patience that defines your under-the-gun play begins to define your approach to everything. Patience in learning, in competition, in life. The ability to make calm, structured decisions under uncertainty extends beyond the table. In the end, positional mastery is not about knowing every answer. It's about learning how to think. It's about transforming instinct into structure, emotion into awareness, and repetition into rhythm. The greatest players are not those who act without fear. They are those who act with clarity despite it. The under-the-gun seat is where that clarity begins. It is the seat that teaches you restraint, awareness, and composure. It is the quiet discipline that underpins every aggressive move, every value bet, and every tournament win. When you master the first position, you master the foundation of the game itself. Everything that follows, every adjustment, every counter, every victory, grows from that same root of calm structure. That is positional mastery, understanding that poker is not played in bursts of brilliance, but in the steady rhythm of perfect decisions made one seat, one hand, one moment at a time. Chapter 31. Translating under-the-gun principles to cash games. While tournament poker emphasizes survival, cash games reward endurance and precision. The under-the-gun seat retains its challenges, but the absence of escalating blinds and payout pressure changes its meaning. Here, you play not against structure, but against time. Learning to transfer your disciplined tournament habits into the fluid environment of a cash game refines your understanding of risk, reward, and balance. The first adjustment is stack depth awareness. In cash games, you often sit with 100 or more big blinds, and stacks can go much deeper. This means post-flop play carries far more weight. You cannot rely on shove or fold math to simplify decisions. You must manage multi-street plans. As a result, your under-the-gun range should remain tight, but slightly more balanced than in tournaments. Add a few more suited connectors and medium pairs to create hands that can win large pots. For example, at 100 big blinds effective, you can profitably open pocket pairs from 5s upward, suited connectors down to 8-7 suited, and suited aces as low as ace-5 suited. These hands play well in deep stack environments because they can realize implied odds, the reward from making hidden strong hands like sets or flushes. However, discipline remains the foundation. You are still first to act, and that positional disadvantage magnifies every mistake. Because you will see more flops and deeper turn and river play, your pre-flop sizing becomes crucial. Avoid large open sizes from under the gun. 2.5 to 3 big blinds is standard. Larger opens inflate the pot unnecessarily and make continuation bets more expensive. Small opens keep ranges wide and costs low, preserving maneuverability across streets. The next principle is positional respect. In cash games, skilled opponents attack predictable early position play relentlessly. To counter this, you must develop range depth enough strong and semi-strong hands to defend against 3-bets without collapsing. Instead of opening only premium holdings, mix in hands like ace-5 suited, king-queen suited, and pocket 9s that can call 3-bets and play back post-flop. When facing aggression, think in terms of stack-to-pot ratio, SPR. The deeper the stacks, the more cautious your pre-flop commitments must be. Calling a 3-bet out of position with ace-queen offsuit may seem appealing, but leads to complex post-flop decisions with inflated pots. Choose hands that either hit strong or fold cleanly. Post-flop, patience replaces pressure. Unlike tournaments, there is no urgency to build chips. Your profit comes from exploiting long-term mistakes, not short-term accumulation. Check more frequently from under the gun and allow opponents to overextend. Most players expect early position raisers to continuation bet automatically. Breaking that pattern by checking strong hands occasionally adds depth to your range and induces errors. Your continuation betting frequency should decrease compared to late positions. Bet small with high equity hands and fold equity, such as ace-king on low boards or overpairs on coordinated textures. Avoid bluffing air against multiple opponents. Multi-way pots are far more common in cash games, and your fold equity shrinks drastically. Because stacks remain deep, hand reading becomes the decisive skill. Each street provides more data. Bet sizing, timing, and frequency all reveal range composition. Use your early position discipline to slow the pace of thought. Instead of reacting to every bet, build a mental picture of your opponent's range, from pre-flop to river. Under the gun play trains this awareness naturally. You begin with less information and must gather it incrementally. Your table image also plays differently in cash games. In tournaments, image compounds over time until structure resets it. In cash, image persists indefinitely. If you maintain tight, consistent early position opens, opponents will respect your range for hours. You can then weaponize that image later with light 3-bets or delayed continuation bets. Every disciplined fold now builds long-term equity in how others perceive you. Bluffing dynamics shift as well. In tournaments, stack pressure makes opponents fold to preserve life. In cash, survival is irrelevant, so fold equity decreases. Your bluffs must carry strong equity or logical storylines. Semi-bluffs with nut draws, overcards, or backdoor potential remain profitable. Pure air rarely is. The beauty of the under-the-gun seat in cash games is that when you choose to bluff, the credibility of your position amplifies its believability. Bankroll and risk management intertwine with emotional control here. In cash games, you face no elimination, only financial variance. Emotional discipline learned in tournaments carries forward directly. You must detach from short-term losses and treat each decision as a long-term investment. The patience honed through folding for hours in tournaments becomes invaluable when enduring long, variance-heavy sessions. One major benefit of bringing tournament discipline into cash play is precision. Tournament players who transition successfully tend to bet smaller, fold earlier, and plan deeper. They respect position and variance instinctively. Their under-the-gun awareness keeps them from bleeding chips in marginal spots that destroy hourly profit. Over time, you will find that the same structural habits, tight opening ranges, balanced defense, small bet sizing, and emotional neutrality yield steady profit in cash games. The only difference is tempo. Tournaments reward adaptability under time pressure. Cash games reward patience without time pressure. The structure remains identical. The rhythm simply slows. Ultimately, learning to translate under-the-gun principles from tournaments to cash games closes the circle of positional mastery. You discover that the seat's meaning is universal. Act early, act cleanly, act with intent. Whether you play for trophies or for steady income, the fundamentals remain unchanged. Awareness, discipline, and structure win over impulse. The professional's greatest strength is consistency across environments. When your under-the-gun play looks the same in a high-stakes cash game as it does in a tournament's opening level, measured, precise, and deliberate, you know you've crossed from student to strategist. At that point, position is no longer a disadvantage. It is simply the starting point for mastery. Chapter 32: Common under-the-gun mistakes, and how to fix them. Even experienced players make recurring errors from the first seat. The under-the-gun position demands perfect fundamentals, and every small deviation compounds over time. Recognizing these common mistakes and learning their corrections turns weaknesses into refined habits. Each fix becomes another layer of structure that protects your stack and sharpens your long-term edge. Mistake 1: Opening too wide. The most frequent leak is playing hands that belong in middle or late position. Players often justify this by thinking, "I'll just play carefully post-flop," but being out of position nullifies the informational advantage required to make speculative hands profitable. Suited connectors, weak aces, and low pairs under 10 lose their value when you act first every street. The fix: reduce your opening range to hands that can either flop top equity or comfortably call re-raises. Focus on broadways, ace-king, ace-queen suited, and pocket pairs from 10s upward. Think of your under-the-gun range as an investment portfolio, diversified but never speculative. Mistake 2: Ignoring stack depth. Many players fail to adjust their opening range as stacks change. They play the same hands at 100 big blinds as they do at 20. This creates imbalance, particularly when the shorter stack phase demands precision. The fix develops separate under-the-gun ranges for deep, medium, and shallow stacks. When deep includes small pairs and suited connectors that can realize implied odds. When short, remove them and tighten into premium only. Adjust sizing accordingly, smaller when short, standard when deep. Mistake 3: Overcommitting post-flop. Acting first leads to overconfidence. Players hit a marginal top pair and continue betting through turns and rivers against unknown ranges. Because pots are larger early, each mistake costs more equity than in later positions. The fix: relearn passivity. Checking from under the gun is not weakness, it's awareness. When you continuation bet, do it with a reason, either range advantage or strong equity. Otherwise, slow the hand and let opponents expose themselves. Mistake 4. Predictable sizing. Using the same bet sizes with the same hand types makes your range transparent. Opponents can read your strength through sizing patterns, especially in tournaments where you've been at a table for hours. The fix. Build a standardized framework. Make your open size consistent across holdings. Keep continuation bet sizing stable. Roughly 1/3 pot on dry boards, half pot on wet boards. Consistency conceals intention. Mistake 5. Poor reaction to 3 bets. Many players either overfold or overdefend when facing re-raises. Overfolding loses value. Overdefending bloats pots with hands that can't continue post-flop. The fix. Simplify response logic. Fold your weak opens, call with medium pairs and strong suited broadways, and 4-bet with premium holdings. Occasionally mix in 4-bet bluffs using blockers like Ace-5 suited to prevent predictability. The goal is not balance for its own sake, it's discipline through logic. Mistake 6. Emotional defensiveness. Early position opens that get re-raised repeatedly can trigger pride. Players begin defending marginal hands to prove strength. This ego-driven defense leads to disaster. The fix. Redefine strength as control. Folding is not surrender, it's structure. Each fold preserves chips and future opportunity. View discipline as power, not weakness. Mistake 7. Ignoring table dynamics. Players often treat under-the-gun play as static, ignoring who's sitting behind them. If aggressive players occupy the button and blinds, the seat becomes riskier. If passive players sit there, it becomes safer. The fix. Adjust dynamically. Against aggression behind you, tighten slightly. Against passive or tight players, open normally. Let table composition, not ego, determine frequency. Mistake 8. Automatic continuation betting. Old-school poker habits teach players to bet every flop as the pre-flop raiser. From under the gun, this wastes chips quickly. Multiway pots, wet boards, and lack of initiative make many spots unprofitable. The fix. Bet only when the board favors your range or when you have clear equity. Otherwise, check and evaluate. Controlled aggression beats blind aggression. Mistake 9. Neglecting image maintenance. Many players fail to consider how their early position play affects table perception. Over time, their image becomes inconsistent, sometimes tight, sometimes loose, causing them to lose control of how opponents react. The fix. Treat image as part of your range. Keep it steady, deliberate, and logical. Build credibility early, maintain it mid-tournament, and weaponize it late. Image is cumulative discipline. Mistake 10. Emotional tilt after early losses. Losing a hand from under the gun early in a session can cause players to overcompensate, loosening ranges or chasing redemption. This destabilizes long-term performance. The fix. Normalize loss. Every professional understands that correct play does not guarantee immediate reward. After losing a hand, fold the next few orbits deliberately. Reset timing, reaffirm range, and let logic regain control. Mistake 11. Overestimating fold equity at shallow depths. At 20 big blinds or fewer, some players continue min-raising with hands that cannot call shoves. This creates leaks and reduces the potency of their real value range. The fix. At these depths, transition to a shove or fold structure. If a hand cannot call a shove, it should usually fold pre-flop. Preserve leverage by removing gray areas. Mistake 12. Underestimating the power of patience. Impatience is the silent killer of early position play. Long stretches of folding feel unproductive, leading players to create action where none exists. The fix: reframe patience as productivity. Each fold sharpens discipline. The fewer marginal spots you play, the more control you maintain over variance. Mistake 13. Failing to track patterns. Without review, mistakes repeat unnoticed. Players continue misplaying certain board textures or stack sizes without realizing it. The fix: after each session, review only under the gun hands. Track which boards caused trouble, which ranges underperformed, and where emotion influenced play. Each small correction compounds into lasting improvement. The under-the-gun position magnifies flaws, but also accelerates growth. Every mistake teaches structure, if acknowledged and corrected. Over time, these refinements merge into instinct. You stop thinking about discipline, you become it. Perfection in early position does not mean never erring. It means noticing faster, adjusting immediately, and never allowing pride to conceal leaks. Each correction turns a former weakness into quiet strength. And when your foundation becomes this stable, every seat at the table, from the blinds to the button, begins to feel like an advantage. Chapter 33. Training routines for positional discipline. Positional mastery isn't built at the table alone. It's forged through repetition, review, and deliberate practice away from live play. The under-the-gun position demands perfect habits, and those habits only become automatic through structured training. Developing a daily or weekly routine for positional discipline turns theoretical understanding into instinctive execution, the true hallmark of professional-level consistency. The first pillar of training is range memorization through isolation. Every serious player should know their opening ranges by heart, but rote memorization isn't enough. The key is to understand why each hand belongs in or out of your range. Start each study session by isolating the under-the-gun position at various stack depths, 100, 50, 25, and 15 big blinds. For each, write or visualize your opening range. Then explain aloud the reasoning behind each inclusion. Why Ace-10 suited, but not King-Jack offsuit? Why pocket 7s at deep stacks, but not shallow? Verbal reasoning solidifies memory far better than silent review. Next, practice reactive drills. Create scenarios that test your adjustments to aggression. Use online range tools, solver software, or even flashcard-style setups. Simulate facing a 3-bet from the cutoff, a shove from the small blind, or a squeeze from the button. Decide instantly: fold, call, or 4-bet. The faster and more accurately you respond, the stronger your structure becomes under real-time pressure. Repetition turns decision trees into automatic recall. A third layer is board texture recognition training. From early position, your continuation betting strategy depends heavily on board composition. Use a deck or simulator to generate random flops. For each one, determine whether it favors your under-the-gun range or the caller's. Categorize into favorable, neutral, or unfavorable. Over time, you'll internalize board patterns. Ace-high dry flops favor you. Low connected flops favor the caller. This awareness eliminates hesitation and reduces post-flop errors. Fourth, incorporate hand history review sessions. After every session, filter your tracker or notes for under-the-gun hands. Evaluate 3 categories: successful folds, neutral results, and mistakes. Focus particularly on the hands you folded, pre-flop, that would have lost heavily post-flop. These reinforce confidence and discipline. Conversely, analyze your losing hands to see where deviation from structure occurred. Each pattern identified becomes a long-term fix. To strengthen mental endurance, practice long session simulation. Play mock or online sessions, specifically focusing on under-the-gun play for extended durations, 1 or 2 hours of folding, observing, and playing only from that seat. The goal isn't to win chips, it's to train patience. This drill builds the psychological stamina required for real tournaments, where boredom tempts impulsive action. Another vital exercise is ICM and stack depth recalibration. Use tournament hand replayer tools or simulation spreadsheets. Input various stack distributions and ask yourself, at 25 big blinds, what's my open shove range here? At 15, what do I remove? Running these calculations repeatedly ingrains risk awareness into muscle memory. When similar situations arise mid-tournament, your brain retrieves the correct structure automatically. For emotional control, integrate stress inoculation drills. Before studying or playing, create deliberate micro-stress, a timed decision, background noise, or self-imposed countdown. Then make positional decisions under that pressure. The purpose is not to induce panic, but to train calm thought in chaos. When real pressure arrives, it will feel familiar rather than overwhelming. Visualization also plays a major role. Before sessions, close your eyes and mentally rehearse a full orbit. Picture the under-the-gun position, the cards, the chips, the opponents. Visualize folding repeatedly, then calmly opening a premium hand and managing action. This exercise conditions both mind and body to associate early position play with control and steadiness rather than anxiety or urgency. For live players, develop physical composure routines. Create a consistent breathing or posture ritual every time action reaches you. Inhale slowly, count, exhale, then act. The physical repetition becomes a mental anchor. Over time, it conditions emotional neutrality. No matter the stakes, you act from the same rhythm. Finally, commit to weekly reflection and documentation. Maintain a positional journal. After each week of play, record what went right and what felt off from early position. Write concrete action steps for improvement. Reduce opens with ace-jack offsuit at shallow stacks, or check more often on low boards. Reviewing this log over months reveals growth patterns and recurring blind spots. Your training routine should evolve as your competence grows. Early in your journey, focus on fundamentals, ranges, sizing, stack depth. As mastery develops, shift toward psychology, image manipulation, and advanced adaptation. The key is consistency. Even short, daily sessions of structured review outperform irregular, unfocused study. Positional discipline thrives on repetition. The same patience that defines elite under-the-gun play is the patience that sustains deliberate practice. Each drill, each review, each fold contributes to instinctive precision. Mastery is not achieved through intensity, but through frequency. The player who practices discipline every day, even in small increments, will always outperform the one who studies sporadically with passion. Your training routine becomes a mirror of your play, calm, structured, and deliberate. Over time, it eliminates uncertainty. When you next sit under the gun, your body and mind won't need to search for the right decision. They'll already know. Because you've trained discipline not as a skill, but as a reflex. the quiet advantage that separates the consistent professional from everyone else. Chapter 34. Using Data and Analytics to Refine Early Position Play. The best players no longer rely on instinct alone. They treat poker as both art and science, using data to confirm what intuition suggests. For under-the-gun play, analytics reveal tendencies that the naked eye misses, frequencies, sizing imbalances, and range leaks that can't be felt in real time. Learning how to measure and interpret this information allows you to turn emotional impressions into actionable evidence. Start by building a database of every tournament or cash session. Most modern poker tracking software records your hands automatically, but even manual note-taking can work if done consistently. Filter for the under-the-gun position. You'll likely find that this one seat produces fewer hands but defines much of your long-term win rate. Because you act first, small leaks here amplify throughout the tournament. The first metric to study is VPIP, voluntarily put money in pot, from under the gun. This shows how often you choose to play hands. For disciplined tournament players, an ideal VPIP usually sits between 8 and 12% in full-ring games, and around 14% for 6-max. If your number is higher, you are opening too wide. If it's lower, you may be leaving profitable steals or value opportunities on the table. Next, examine PFR, Preflop raise. Ideally, this should mirror your VPIP closely. A large gap, for example, VPIP 12 and PFR 8, indicates passive calls or limps. In modern play, that's a structural leak. Early position limping sacrifices fold equity and telegraphs weakness. Every time you limp, you surrender control of initiative. If your PFR trails your VPIP, tighten up and remove non-raising hands from your range. Another key statistic is fold to 3-bet percentage. This metric reveals how opponents perceive you. If your fold to 3-bet rate exceeds 70%, aggressive players are likely attacking your opens with light re-raises. Conversely, if it's below 50%, you may be defending too frequently and losing value post-flop. The goal is balance: fold when dominated, continue when structurally sound, and occasionally fight back with 4 bets. Track continuation, bet frequency, and turn continuation, bet frequency, specifically from early position. Many players continuation bet too often on flops that don't favor their range, such as low connected boards. Solvers show that optimal flop continuation frequencies from under the gun average between 40 and 55%, dropping below 35% on coordinated textures. If you find your frequency consistently above 60%, you're likely bleeding chips. Reduce bluffing on wet boards and increase delayed continuation bets on favorable turns. For post-flop evaluation, monitor aggression factor AF and showdown win percentage. A low AF combined with a high showdown percentage usually indicates over-passivity. You're waiting for hands rather than applying controlled pressure. A high AF with a low showdown percentage signals over-bluffing or poor value extraction. The goal is not to increase aggression blindly, but to align it with board context and range strength. Modern tools like solvers and equity calculators allow you to visualize mistakes numerically. Input specific hands from your sessions, and simulate optimal play. For instance, compare how ace-queen suited performs in different stack depths when opened under the gun. You'll see precisely when its expected value shifts from profitable open to marginal fold. These insights turn vague feeling into quantifiable adjustment. Population data is another overlooked resource. Many databases compile average tendencies of the entire player pool. If, for example, The average opponent folds to under the gun opens 60% of the time, but your table is folding 80%. You can expand your range slightly. Conversely, if players are calling wider, tighten, and favor value-heavy holdings. Population analysis helps you exploit without over-adjusting. For live players without digital tracking, manual journaling remains powerful. Record every under the gun, open you play, hand, position of 3 better, stack depth, and result. Over time, patterns emerge. You might find that you lose disproportionately with mid pairs at shallow stacks, or that your continuation bets succeed more often at specific table types. Manual reflection yields the same awareness digital tracking provides. It just demands patience. Another analytic frontier is timing data. Online, your own decision speeds are measurable. Long pauses before folds or instant bets with value hands can unconsciously signal strength or weakness. Reviewing hand replays with timing overlays helps identify consistency gaps. In live poker, timing tells come from your physical rhythm. Record yourself or ask trusted players to observe. Eliminating timing bias is as critical as range balance. Use your data not only to identify mistakes, but to create benchmarks for growth. Set measurable goals. Reduce fold to 3-bet percentage by 10% through improved defense, or raise flop continuation success from 45 to 55% by adjusting board selection. Treat each stat like a training metric, not a judgment. Numbers are feedback, not criticism. Finally, revisit data over long time frames. A few sessions prove nothing. Variance obscures truth. Evaluate quarterly or over thousands of hands. Consistent statistical movement signals real skill growth. Every incremental adjustment, shaving a few % off weak continuation bets, improving fold frequencies by small margins, compounds into major performance gains. Using analytics transforms poker from intuition-based competition into process-based refinement. You begin to see the game in layers, the math beneath emotion, the patterns beneath chaos. The under-the-gun seat becomes not just a tactical position, but a laboratory for precision. By merging emotional control with measurable data, you create the complete player, intuitive yet analytical, patient yet adaptive. You no longer guess why certain plays succeed. You know. And that knowledge, refined over time, becomes self-reinforcing. When you reach that stage, the numbers stop feeling mechanical. They become rhythm. Each percentage, each frequency, each line of data reflects a deeper truth that discipline and awareness are quantifiable, improvable, and entirely within your control. Chapter 35. Advanced Range Construction and Polarization from Early Position. At the highest levels of play, your under-the-gun range is not just a collection of strong hands. It's a carefully balanced system of value, protection, and deception. Range construction determines how opponents perceive you, how often they can exploit you, and how well you can withstand pressure. When executed correctly, your range becomes your armor. It conceals intention, manages risk, and maintains credibility through every stage of the hand. The first concept to understand is linear range construction. A linear range is one built from the top down, simply playing your best hands in descending order of strength. This structure dominates in early position play because you need consistency and clarity. From under the gun, linearity ensures that almost every open can withstand aggression. Your baseline includes premium pairs, strong broadways, and suited aces that either dominate calling ranges or retain equity when 3-bet. However, as table dynamics evolve, purely linear play becomes predictable. Advanced players can exploit this by attacking the edges of your range, 3-betting just outside your comfort zone, knowing you will fold everything but the top tier. To counter this, you introduce polarization into your early position structure. A polarized range combines premium holdings with select lower equity hands that carry strong strategic properties, such as blockers or deceptive potential. For example, adding Ace-5 suited and King-5 suited into your open frequency accomplishes two objectives. First, the Ace and King block premium 3-betting hands, like Ace-King and Pocket Kings, slightly reducing the chance of facing aggression. Second, these suited wheel aces retain post-flop playability. They can make strong flushes, disguised straights, and bluff catches on low boards. Polarization through selective inclusion increases your range's resilience without making it reckless. The next step in advanced construction is board interaction mapping. Every hand in your opening range should have coverage across potential flop textures. Linear ranges often overemphasize high cards, leaving you weak on low connected boards. By adding a few suited connectors, such as 7-6 suited or 8-7 suited, you create equity representation across more board types. You may not hit those boards often, but having hands that can continue credibly prevents opponents from attacking you blindly. Polarization also applies to 4-bet structures. Instead of reserving 4 bets solely for premiums like aces and kings, add a small bluff component built from hands with blockers. Ace-5 suited, Ace-4 suited, and King-Queen offsuit perform exceptionally in this role. These hands remove combinations of your opponent's strongest holdings and can fold comfortably to 5 bets if necessary. The inclusion of bluffs balances your value range, forcing opponents to respect your 4 bets instead of folding every marginal hand and calling only with monsters. When constructing polarized components, consider frequency weighting. Not every hand in your extended range should be played every time. Instead, assign percentages. You might open Ace-5 suited 50% of the time and fold it 50%, depending on stack sizes or table aggression. This keeps your range unpredictable without overcomplicating your decisions. Advanced players often randomize frequency, using subtle physical cues like glancing at the second hand of a watch to decide. The goal is balanced unpredictability, not chaos. Reverse polarization becomes relevant post-flop. On boards that strongly favor your perceived range, such as Ace-High or King-High textures, you bet mostly with medium-strength hands, while checking monsters. This reversal manipulates expectations. Opponents often overfold to small bets on boards they assume favor you, and overbluff when you check strong holdings. Mastering reverse polarization ensures you always stay one layer ahead of pattern-based opponents. Stack size-dependent polarization refines this further. Deep stacks allow wider polarized play, because you can realize implied odds and execute multi-street bluffs. Shallow stacks compress your range. You revert toward linearity, because variance tolerance drops. The more chips behind, the more elasticity you have for deception. The fewer chips behind, the more you must rely on pure value. Another advanced layer is range protection through capped avoidance. A capped range is one that cannot contain the nuts in a given situation, signaling weakness. For instance, if you never slow play pocket aces pre-flop, your check range on ace-high flops is capped. Opponents can attack that cap with aggression. To protect against this, always include a few top hands in your passive lines. Even occasional slow plays force opponents to respect your entire range rather than targeting its ceiling. Modern solvers reveal that range polarity is not static. It evolves dynamically with each betting round. Your preflop linearity can polarize naturally as the hand progresses. On the flop, your strong and weak hands separate. On the turn, further separation occurs as equity shifts. By understanding this flow, you can maintain consistent balance across streets. You bet when your range strengthens and slow down when it weakens, all while maintaining theoretical coherence. One often overlooked element is hand removal awareness. When constructing polarized bluffs, focus on blocker synergy, not just individual cards but combinations that interact with your opponent's folding frequency. For example, ace-5 suited blocks, ace-king and pocket aces, while also providing wheel potential. King-9 suited blocks, king-queen and king-jack. Every blocker choice subtly manipulates the probability landscape of your opponent's range. Finally, simplify execution through tiering. Divide your under-the-gun range into 3 clear tiers. Tier 1, value, hands that always raise and often continue, versus aggression, premiums and top broadways. Tier 2, balanced core, hands that open but require caution, suited aces, medium pairs, and strong connectors. Tier 3, polarized edges, hands played for strategic balance, blocker-based bluffs, and low-frequency connectors. This mental framework keeps your decision-making fast and consistent, even in complex games. Instead of debating hand by hand, you identify the tier, recall its behavior, and execute accordingly. Advanced range construction transforms under-the-gun play from rigid discipline into flexible structure. You maintain tightness without predictability, confidence without exposure. Your range becomes an ecosystem. Each hand type supports another, preventing exploitation while maintaining aggressive potential. At this level, opponents can no longer categorize you. They see only balance, consistency, and confidence. You are no longer playing cards, you are playing distribution. And in poker, the player who controls distribution controls perception, the truest form of positional power. Chapter 36: Adjusting to Table Texture and Player Archetypes. Even perfect theory loses strength when applied without context. No 2 tables play the same, and no 2 opponents interpret your under-the-gun opens in identical ways. The ability to read table texture, the collective behavior and rhythm of the group, allows you to tailor your early position play with precision. Understanding player archetypes converts static ranges into adaptive tools that evolve in real time. The starting point is table texture assessment. Every table has a rhythm. Some are loose and chaotic, others are cautious and deliberate. Watch the first orbit before making adjustments. Are players calling too many raises? Are 3 bets frequent or rare? Do pots routinely go multiway, or are they heads up? These observations determine whether your under-the-gun range should expand, contract, or polarize. On tight tables, your discipline becomes an advantage. You can open slightly wider, adding suited connectors, small pairs, and suited aces that might be folded at aggressive tables. Because opponents enter pots less often, your steals succeed more frequently. The key is subtlety. Expanding by 2 or 3 hand types is enough to increase chip flow without weakening structure. On loose passive tables, where many players call but few 3-bet, adjust by tightening slightly and emphasizing post-flop value. Avoid speculative holdings that rely on fold equity. Focus on hands that can make strong top pairs or over pairs, ace-king, ace-queen suited, pocket tens and above. Multiway pots diminish bluff value, but amplify reward for strong-made hands. On aggressive tables, discipline shifts from range management to emotional stability. When players 3-bet frequently, polarization becomes your defense. Add blocker-based opens like Ace-5 suited or King-Queen suited to your under-the-gun range, while removing mid-strength offsuit broadways that can't continue. Allow aggression behind you to define your pace. Let others collide while you remain grounded in structure. The second layer of adjustment comes from identifying player archetypes. Every table contains versions of the same characters, each predictable once recognized. The loose aggressor opens and 3-bets constantly, applying pressure with wide ranges. Against them, tighten your opens, but strengthen defense. Trap with premiums by flat calling instead of 4-betting. When they lose patience, extract maximum value. The tight regular plays balanced ranges but avoids major confrontation without strong equity. Against them, maintain your structure. They will rarely punish correct play. Use small continuation bets to chip away slowly. The calling station refuses to fold any piece of the board. Against this type, avoid bluffing entirely. Widen value bets, tighten continuation frequency, and size larger when holding strong hands. Each bet should target their curiosity. The maniac uses chaos as weapon. 3-bets recklessly, bluffs multi-street, and thrives on volatility. Against them, stay calm and linear. Call wider preflop, but only with hands that can trap effectively. Allow their momentum to build until variance breaks in your favor. The knight plays ultra-tight and waits for premiums. Against nits, expand freely. You can steal blinds confidently and continuation bet often. Just fold immediately when resistance appears. Their range is face up. The balanced pro rarely reveals leaks, mixes timing well, and adjusts to you dynamically. Against them, revert to equilibrium. Do not overlevel. Keep your ranges theory sound and focus on subtle population exploits rather than direct counters. Stack depth interacts with archetype recognition. Loose players lose discipline faster at shorter stacks, while tight players freeze completely. At deep stacks, aggression becomes more dangerous because of implied loss. Adjust by scaling your risk. Trap shallow, outmaneuver deep. Another key factor is seat distribution. Your under-the-gun strategy changes based on who sits directly behind you. If a maniac occupies the cutoff, tighten considerably. If the button is passive, you can widen. The seats immediately behind you define your freedom. Think of them as gravity wells. Strong players pull your range tighter. Weak players give you orbit. Live tells and behavioral patterns also inform adjustment. A player staring directly at you after 3-betting often signals weakness. A player avoiding eye contact usually holds strength. In online settings, timing serves the same role. Instant re-raises often mean autopilot bluffs. Delayed ones often indicate true strength. Use these cues to adjust your pre-flop defense frequency. Post-flop adjustments follow similar logic. Against float-heavy opponents who call every flop, barrel selectively, and add check raises for balance. Against timid opponents who fold to pressure, increase small continuation bets until they adapt. Every reaction you observe becomes data, and every data point refines your next decision. Emotionally, the greatest mistake players make when adjusting to table texture is overreaction. A single loose call or light 3-bet doesn't justify abandoning structure. Wait for confirmation through repetition. 2 or 3 instances reveal pattern. 1 instance is noise. Structure thrives on measured response, not instinctive counterattack. The best professionals treat table texture as a living opponent. They sense when collective psychology shifts, when players tighten near the bubble, loosen after a big elimination, or tilt collectively after a cooler. From under the gun, these shifts determine when to open wider or retreat entirely. The disciplined player moves with the rhythm rather than against it. To master adjustment, build a mental checklist before every orbit. Who are the 3 players directly behind me, and how do they play? How often are 3 bets occurring in general? What is my table image right now? Tight, neutral, or loose? How do stack depths alter pressure behind me? Has the table tempo sped up or slowed down? Answering these questions each orbit takes seconds, but transforms awareness. You stop playing hands in isolation and start playing environments. Ultimately, adjusting to table texture and player archetypes elevates your under-the-gun strategy from mechanical to adaptive. The structure you built through discipline becomes elastic, flexible enough to thrive under chaos, but firm enough to resist collapse. When you can read a table like a map, understanding where danger lies, where profit hides, and how to travel between the two, your early position disadvantage becomes irrelevant. Because real positional mastery isn't about where you sit. It's about how quickly you see the landscape and how calmly you move within it. Chapter 37: Manipulating Perception Through Tempo and Timing. In poker, information doesn't just flow through cards and chips, it travels through time. Every decision you make has rhythm: how long you pause, how quickly you bet, how steadily you act. The table reads that rhythm subconsciously. Advanced players weaponize it deliberately. In the under-the-gun seat, where your actions set the tone for the entire orbit, tempo control becomes one of the most sophisticated forms of psychological influence you can master. Tempo refers to the overall pace of your decision-making, while timing refers to the variance between one decision and the next. Together, they create your behavioral signature. Just as your range defines your mathematical profile, your tempo defines your emotional profile. Opponents who can't read your rhythm are left navigating in the dark. The first step in mastering tempo is building consistency. Early position play should project calm confidence. Each pre-flop decision, whether folding, opening, or calling, should take roughly the same amount of time. A consistent rhythm communicates neutrality, which forces opponents to rely on their cards rather than your cues. In live play, that consistency also prevents readable tension gaps, moments when your body language reveals the weight of your decision. Once consistency becomes second nature, you can begin to manipulate tempo deliberately. The key principle: your rhythm should always tell a believable story. Against observant players, quick actions suggest premeditation, while long pauses suggest uncertainty. You can reverse these associations strategically. For instance, when holding a premium hand like aces, taking a deliberate pause before opening can mimic marginal doubt, inviting 3 bets. Conversely, when bluffing, acting naturally within your standard timing window prevents suspicion. Tempo also dictates emotional tempo at the table. If you move slowly and deliberately for multiple orbits, you slow the collective energy. Players adapt subconsciously, becoming more cautious and reflective. If you play quickly, the table speeds up, aggression and variance rise. As under the gun, you can use this to influence the overall atmosphere. When short stacked, slow your pace to extend focus and calm nerves. When deep stacked against passive players, quicken your rhythm slightly to raise activity and induce mistakes. Online tempo manipulation is subtler but equally powerful. Decision timing serves as your only physical tell. Fast folds project decisiveness, while instant checks project automation. Skilled opponents notice these patterns and exploit them. The solution is timing balance. Use randomized decision intervals, even for routine actions. A 3-second delay before every open and a brief pause after the flop keeps your timing rhythmically neutral. Avoid immediate responses. Even correct decisions lose value when their speed becomes predictable. The second layer of perception control comes through pattern disruption. Once opponents think they understand your rhythm, you can exploit that belief. For example, if you've folded instantly for several orbits, take a short pause before folding next time. The small deviation draws attention and triggers subconscious questions. These micro-disruptions plant uncertainty without risk. In poker, hesitation equals power when intentional. Tempo becomes especially important in deep stages of tournaments. Near final tables, every pause amplifies tension. Opponents overinterpret small differences in timing, trying to extract reads. The professional uses this to reverse engineer fear. A deliberate slow call with a strong hand appears weak. A quick fold after a failed bluff appears disinterested. Every rhythm choice can manipulate emotional energy at the table. The key is awareness. Your timing must never be random, it must always serve your structure. When you act slowly, do so to project weight. When you act quickly, do so to project confidence. But always return to baseline after deviation. Predictability, then controlled unpredictability, creates the illusion of transparency while maintaining opacity. Post-flop tempo carries equal influence. Quick continuation bets project premeditated bluffs or top value, depending on your established rhythm. Slow checks induce action from impatient opponents. Against aggressive players, slowing down neutralizes their speed advantage. Against cautious opponents, quick betting accelerates tension, forcing them to commit earlier than comfort allows. In live environments, physical tempo reinforces timing. Control breathing and movement deliberately. Shuffle chips slowly when out of a hand, calmly when in one. Avoid freezing. Stillness is often interpreted as fear. A composed, fluid tempo communicates control. The goal is to project the same emotional temperature in every state, win, lose, or fold. In online play, click rhythm replaces body language. Opponents notice how long you take to act after previous hands. If you snap bet every time you connect with the flop, they'll adapt quickly. To counter, introduce subtle delays, occasionally, even with strong hands. Your rhythm must remain unpredictable, yet believable. A powerful tempo technique used by elite players is anticipatory delay. Before a major decision, a river call, a tournament life shove, slow your breathing, visualize options, then act with calm precision. The pause communicates to your opponent that your decision is thoughtful and weighted, even when it's routine. Humans interpret measured timing as confidence. Another concept is tempo dominance. Every table has one player whose rhythm dictates the game's flow. That player doesn't necessarily have the most chips, they simply control the pace. From under the gun, you can claim this role early by acting with calm authority. Your timing becomes the metronome of the table. Players unconsciously align with your speed, allowing you to set emotional tempo for the entire session. To train tempo control, record yourself playing live or online. Study your timing patterns. Are you faster when bluffing? slower when unsure? Does your breathing change before big pots? Awareness precedes manipulation. Once you identify tendencies, begin replacing reaction with ritual. A short pause before every decision. A consistent breath before every action. Over time, this ritual becomes automatic neutrality. The final evolution of tempo mastery is silence under tension. The greatest players emit no readable rhythm during critical moments. Their stillness is not stiffness, it's composure. Their timing reveals nothing, because every action flows from deliberate control. They move, think, and decide on their own clock, immune to external pace. When you reach that point, tempo stops being a tool, it becomes identity. Your rhythm defines your presence at the table, calm, structured, deliberate. Opponents feel your steadiness without understanding it. They sense control and mistake it for confidence. In truth, it is neither, it is discipline disguised as ease. From the first seat, that steadiness radiates outward. Each orbit begins and ends with your pace. You are the calm heartbeat that stabilizes chaos, the silent authority shaping the rhythm of every hand. When you master timing and tempo, you no longer just play the table, you conduct it. Chapter 38. Building a long-term positional identity. Every professional player eventually develops a recognizable style, not through imitation, but through repetition of disciplined choices. Over time, those choices shape what others perceive as your positional identity. From under the gun, that identity becomes the anchor of your entire game. It represents stability, control, and structure. How you behave in the first seat determines how opponents treat you everywhere else. Positional identity begins with consistency of action. When you open early, you announce authority. Every repetition of sound range discipline reinforces that authority. The players behind you begin to trust that your raises mean something. That trust becomes leverage. It earns you fold equity in later orbits, respect in 3-bet pots, and psychological space to maneuver in marginal spots. Consistency builds credibility, and credibility is the foundation of power at any table. The second layer is balance between rigidity and adaptability. Your positional identity should be defined by discipline, not stubbornness. Many players confuse tightness with control. True control comes from adaptability within structure. The professional under-the-gun player appears predictable, but only until the environment shifts. Then quietly and efficiently, their range flexes, wider on tight tables, narrower against aggression. Their identity isn't fixed, it breathes. Next comes transparency management. Every consistent player eventually becomes readable if they never deviate. The goal is to remain reliably unreadable. That means your image projects stability, while your underlying frequencies vary slightly by context. You keep your opponents guessing about how you're disciplined, not if you're disciplined. A player who believes they understand you will over-adjust. You want them one step behind, respecting your range, but never fully decoding it. Developing this identity also requires emotional refinement. The most successful early position players exude quiet authority. They don't speak loudly, react emotionally, or display agitation. Their calm becomes their table image. Over hundreds of hands, that composure radiates consistency. Opponents begin to assume emotional neutrality equals strategic strength, and they're correct. When your demeanor matches your structure, you become unreadable not through deception, but through coherence. A strong positional identity also extends to sizing and rhythm. Every bet, fold, and timing pattern must harmonize. Your preflop sizing should remain constant across orbits. Your continuation bets uniform across textures. This reliability builds confidence in your own process and denies opponents' data. At deeper levels of play, this even affects how others position themselves against you. Some will avoid entering pots with you entirely. That fear is not aggression. It's earned respect. Identity also involves stack depth fluidity. If your under-the-gun strategy looks the same at 100 big blinds and at 25, your identity stagnates. Instead, your behavior should evolve naturally with structure. The best players carry the same presence at all stack depths, but their ranges shift invisibly. The change feels seamless because they've internalized both theory and psychology. Another element of identity comes from recognition of strengths. Some players build reputations as unbreakable folders, others as silent predators who always have it. Your job is to understand which version you project and decide whether it serves your broader plan. For example, if your image is overly tight, loosen slightly in later positions to exploit perceived rigidity. If your image is fearless, tighten occasionally to induce overaggression. Use perception as currency. Spend it only where profitable. At the elite level, identity extends beyond hands. The best professionals are remembered not for one session, but for the continuity of their decision-making over years. Their positional identity becomes a form of brand integrity. Every time they sit down, they play within their philosophy, calm, measured, patient. They may adjust technically, but their essence never wavers. This is what separates transient skill from lasting mastery. To build your own long-term identity, create a core philosophy statement. 1 or 2 sentences that define how you approach early position. Examples. From the first seat, I play as the table's foundation, never emotional, never reactive. My strength is invisibility. No one ever knows if I'm light or heavy. Every hand I play from under the gun is a declaration of control. Review this statement before every session. It grounds your decisions in identity rather than impulse. Identity evolves through feedback. Track your sessions. Note when opponents respect your opens or challenge them. Observe who avoids tangling with you, who calls lightly, who folds to pressure. These reactions reveal how your image exists in others' minds. Adjust accordingly. If you are seen as unmovable, occasionally bluff to exploit excessive respect. If you're seen as cautious, reintroduce aggression strategically. Your positional identity must also align with long-term fatigue management. Maintaining discipline, session after session, requires energy. The more automatic your structural habits become, the less emotional energy they consume. That frees mental bandwidth for adaptation, creativity, and focus. Over time, your positional discipline turns from conscious effort into subconscious instinct. That transformation marks the shift from learning poker to embodying poker. Finally, understand that identity transcends the felt. How you think, prepare, and recover from sessions reinforces your on-table presence. The player who studies methodically, rests properly, and reviews honestly develops quiet self-assurance. That confidence becomes visible, not through expression, but through consistency of action. In the long arc of your career, your positional identity becomes your fingerprint. It follows you into every game, live or online, familiar or foreign. When opponents see you raise from under the gun, they don't just see a move, they feel the weight of your history behind it. That is the moment when you've transcended position. You are no longer playing early, you are defining the table's structure itself. Every opponent, consciously or not, measures their timing, their courage, and their pace against yours. That is the true power of positional identity, not domination through aggression, but influence through stability. When your structure is that consistent, you stop reacting to the game, and the game starts reacting to you. Chapter 39: Integrating Positional Awareness into the Entire Table Strategy. The goal of mastering any one seat is not isolation, it is integration. Understanding the under-the-gun position teaches discipline, but true positional mastery comes when you weave that awareness through every seat at the table. Each position builds upon the logic and restraint learned in the first seat. The habits that protect you from early disadvantage become the same principles that allow you to dominate from late advantage. The first integration principle is positional flow. Poker is not a series of disconnected hands, it is a rhythm of relative advantage. Every seat defines your information, leverage and range potential in relation to others. From under the gun, you begin at maximum informational disadvantage. As play moves clockwise, each position gains data and freedom. The disciplined player understands this as a constant, never static, always shifting. The awareness developed in the first seat allows you to evaluate every future action through the same structural lens. For instance, when you play from middle position, your under-the-gun foundation prevents overexpansion. You remember how early opens constrain range width, and you calibrate accordingly. When you reach the cutoff or button, you can widen intelligently, not emotionally. You don't open loose because you're bored. You open loose because the mathematics and flow justify it. The strength of your late position strategy depends entirely on how well you manage the early ones. The next step is reverse reasoning. Strong players think forward. I act first, therefore I must play tight. Great players think backward. If I open here, how will this affect my range and rhythm when I reach the button next orbit? Every decision shapes future dynamics. For example, a tight early image increases the profitability of future steals. Conversely, frequent early raises reduce fold equity later. Positional awareness means understanding not only where you are, but how today's decisions ripple across future orbits. Integrating awareness also means balancing interpositional conflict. Consider the natural tension between the blinds and under the gun. Your early opens create long-term incentives for them to adapt. Some players tighten, others attack. Over multiple orbits, these relationships form micro-ecosystems. The adaptive player tracks these trends consciously. When blinds begin defending wider, you reduce marginal opens. When they fold excessively, you reintroduce light steals. Each seat becomes a variable in a living equation. As you move deeper into a tournament, stack dynamics amplify positional awareness. When stacks are shallow, positional advantage compresses, information matters less when all-in decisions dominate. When stacks deepen, it expands. Position becomes the single most valuable form of equity. The player who has practiced early position discipline can sense when the environment shifts from structural to psychological. That sense allows you to modulate aggression in real time, maintaining balance between patience and pressure. Integration also requires cross-positional empathy. You must understand what it feels like to play against yourself. When you raise from under the gun, visualize how your range appears to the cutoff or button. Which boards will they attack? Which frequencies will they test? By thinking from their perspective, you design strategies that preempt counterplay. This perspective reversal is what separates reactive players from architects. Another powerful integration technique is range continuity. Treat your ranges across positions not as separate charts but as gradients, Each step clockwise expands slightly. No sudden jumps, no sharp breaks. A disciplined under-the-gun range should flow naturally into UTG+1, middle position, and so on. The smoother the gradient, the harder it becomes for opponents to isolate and exploit you. Your overall game feels coherent, like a single connected system, not fragmented strategies stitched together. Post-flop integration is equally vital. Your awareness of range disadvantage from early position should guide how you play when you do have position later. Having spent hours acting first, you now understand the pressure it creates. When you act last, you know precisely how to apply that same weight to others. You value information correctly, using position not as a license for chaos, but as a precision tool for exploitation. Integration also extends to tournament phases. Early levels reward structure, middle stages reward adaptation, late stages reward aggression. Each phase changes the relative value of position. In the early game, under-the-gun discipline prevents early elimination. In the middle, positional awareness helps you navigate stack variance. In the late game, those same foundations allow you to execute advanced maneuvers, re-steals, light opens, and pressure plays with calm precision. As your range structure stabilizes, meta-awareness emerges. You begin to sense the rhythm of the entire table simultaneously. You notice the way seat 8 glances at seat 4 after a raise, or how the cutoff shifts posture when planning aggression. You no longer think in hands, you think in positional motion. The table becomes a living map, and you can see its moving parts before others realize they're shifting. To train integration, conduct multi-positional reviews. After each session, don't just study under-the-gun hands in isolation. Examine how your early plays affected later ones. Did your tight image create fold equity later? Did a loose open cascade into increased aggression from behind? Track how positional cause and effect manifest across orbits. This review builds intuitive connection between structure and adaptation. Integration also demands emotional alignment. The same calm that sustains your early play should permeate your entire table rhythm. Many players lose composure as position improves, mistaking freedom for recklessness. You must carry the stillness of under-the-gun into every seat. The difference between a professional and an amateur often lies not in tactics, but in emotional continuity. When fully developed, integrated positional awareness transforms you from participant to conductor. Each seat becomes an instrument, each stack a note. You control tempo through timing, volume through aggression, and harmony through structure. The table responds to your balance because it cannot destabilize you. You are already balanced across all dimensions. In the end, integration means unity. The same discipline that guards you in the first seat becomes the same creativity that frees you on the button. The same awareness that prevents leaks in the blinds fuels your ability to exploit them later. Positional mastery is not a set of lessons, it's a complete language. When you integrate it fully, every hand you play, from any position, begins with the same internal truth: awareness first, action second. The under-the-gun position was your teacher. The table itself is now your instrument. Chapter 40. The Psychology of Being First to Act. Acting first is not merely a tactical disadvantage, it is a psychological challenge. Every hand from the under-the-gun position begins in partial darkness, forcing you to make decisions without confirmation, assurance, or comfort. Mastering this psychology means learning to thrive in uncertainty. It teaches calm decision-making under pressure and trains emotional detachment better than any other seat in poker. The first principle is embracing incomplete information. Most players seek control, but poker denies it by design. Acting first confronts that truth directly. You make your move before seeing anyone else's intentions, before knowing how strong the field is behind you. The temptation is to freeze, to play too tightly or too fearfully. But control in poker is never absolute. It is probabilistic. Your job is not to know everything, it is to act correctly with limited data. The discipline to make confident decisions in uncertainty defines elite players. The next step is neutralizing outcome bias. When you act first and lose a pot, the emotional sting is sharper because your decision feels exposed. You set the tone, and it didn't work. This breeds self-doubt. But self-doubt is just misplaced attention. You must separate process from result. If you played your range correctly, your decision was good, regardless of outcome. Evaluate logic, not emotion. This reframing prevents fear from creeping into future orbits. The under-the-gun seat also tests ego management. Humans crave validation, the reassurance that their decisions are seen as competent or respected. Acting first strips away that validation. You make moves in silence, without feedback, until the hand unfolds. Many players subconsciously chase affirmation by forcing action, opening too wide, calling too often, bluffing to prove involvement. The cure is acceptance. You are not owed reassurance. Your proof is your process. Let correctness, not reaction, define your confidence. Being first also amplifies anticipatory stress. Before you act, you feel every eye on you. The entire table's energy focuses forward. That pressure triggers a subtle physiological response: increased heart rate, shortened breath, narrowed focus. Recognizing this is step 1. Controlling it is step 2. Use rhythmic breathing before each decision. Breathe in slowly for 4 counts, hold for 1, exhale for 5. This physiological pattern resets your nervous system, keeping thought linear instead of reactive. Another psychological hurdle is fear of judgment. When you raise from early position and get 3-bet, part of your stress isn't strategic, it's social. You feel observed, analyzed, possibly ridiculed. Professionals train to remove personal identity from outcomes. A lost pot is not failure, it's variance. The table is not a tribunal, it's an algorithm of probabilities. Emotional detachment doesn't mean apathy, it means seeing events without projection. From a strategic psychology standpoint, being first can become a weapon. When others expect hesitation, calm execution unnerves them. The player who acts deliberately and confidently from under the gun sends a subtle signal: I am comfortable being uncomfortable. That presence shapes how others respond. They hesitate. They fold slightly more often. They question their own reads. Psychological steadiness becomes invisible leverage. Developing that steadiness requires rituals of composure. Elite professionals use micro-routines before action, stacking chips methodically, aligning cards, or taking a fixed number of seconds before decisions. These habits don't just disguise tells, they create emotional neutrality. The brain associates ritual with stability, reducing variance in your own emotional output. Your body learns that familiar pattern equals control. Being first also means accepting the inevitability of vulnerability. Every raise, every check, every continuation bet risks exposure. Vulnerability feels uncomfortable, but it's essential. By repeatedly acting first, you train to live with uncertainty rather than resist it. Over time, fear dulls and intuition strengthens. The discomfort that once paralyzed you becomes a form of focus. At a deeper level, early position play mirrors the psychology of leadership. Leaders make decisions before consensus, without full data, under scrutiny. The best don't need constant confirmation, they rely on principles. Poker mirrors this truth. From under the gun, you lead by structure. You make the first move, set the tone, and accept that not every decision will succeed. Confidence grows not from results, but from consistency. Understanding opponent's psychology is equally important. Most players assume early position raises indicate strength, which conditions their responses. You can use that expectation to manipulate emotional responses. When your image is tight, your raises induce respect. When your image softens, your raises induce curiosity. Each reaction can be predicted, then exploited. The key is calm projection. The less you reveal emotionally, the more opponents project onto you. Acting first also trains emotional patience. You learn to wait for the action to return to you, for boards to resolve, for tournaments to evolve. Patience becomes muscle memory. You stop chasing resolution. You start trusting process. That patience, once mastered, carries into every seat and every form of poker. For players transitioning from recreational to professional mindset, the psychological shift is profound. You stop viewing early position as danger and start viewing it as opportunity, a test of composure that strengthens every other part of your game. The more time you spend under stress, the more relaxed you become in it. Pressure stops feeling like weight. It starts feeling like rhythm. Eventually, you reach a state of psychological flow. The cards arrive, the action begins, and you act without tension. Thought and movement align. You're neither overthinking nor underreacting. Each choice feels natural, unforced. This is where emotional mastery meets technical precision. The table may still see you as the first to act, but internally, you feel last because your awareness is complete. The true mastery of the under-the-gun position lies not in perfect decision-making, but in perfect stillness. When you can sit in uncertainty without anxiety, lead without assurance, and act without fear, you've transcended the seat's limitations. You no longer dread being first. You welcome it, because you understand that poker, like life, belongs to those who move forward calmly into the unknown. Chapter 41. Strategic Communication. Shaping Table Dynamics Without Words. Poker is a silent language. Every chip you move, every card you protect, every glance you give, communicates intention. In the under-the-gun seat, you often speak first, not with words, but with rhythm, composure, and controlled signals that ripple through the table. Mastering non-verbal and indirect communication transforms how opponents perceive you, how they respond to your actions, and how the game evolves around your presence. The first layer of this communication is visual consistency. In live play, every gesture conveys meaning. The way you stack chips, slide bets, or peek at cards creates patterns. Opponents read those patterns, whether you intend them or not. The disciplined player builds uniformity into every motion. The same pace when folding, the same posture when betting, the same breathing rhythm under pressure. Consistency denies data. It projects professionalism without arrogance, calm without stiffness. In contrast, controlled variation creates confusion. Once your consistency becomes part of the table's rhythm, you can introduce small deviations, a slightly faster bet, a longer pause before folding, a deliberate stack count. Each disruption generates subtle discomfort in observant players. They start second-guessing their reads. You don't need to speak to induce doubt, you simply change tempo. Silence becomes strategy. The second form of communication is spatial control. Where you place your chips, how you angle your cards, and how you occupy physical space all shape perception. Compact posture signals confidence and self-containment. Sprawling posture signals volatility or ego. When you sit under the gun, the table watches you subconsciously. A relaxed but still posture communicates authority. You are the axis around which the action turns. The goal is to look immovable without looking rigid, to project strength that feels natural. Eye contact is another powerful tool. Inexperienced players avoid it altogether. Reckless players use it aggressively. The professional uses it sparingly and deliberately. When holding marginal hands, glance at opponents only during neutral moments. When holding strong hands, maintain your normal gaze behavior, neither hiding nor staring. Consistency again becomes camouflage. Occasionally, a calm, direct look before betting can freeze an aggressive player. Humans instinctively defer to composed confidence. Communication also extends to chip behavior. Constant shuffling signals anxiety or excess energy. Calm handling projects control. When tension rises, pause chip movement entirely. The stillness amplifies focus and subtly commands respect. During long tournaments, these micro-expressions of discipline accumulate. Players begin to internalize your steadiness, consciously or not. They act differently against you because your silence carries authority. Bet sizing itself is a form of speech. Inconsistent sizing patterns betray thought process. The goal is to make your bets sound the same. Whether bluffing or value betting, your motions and sizes should fall within identical cadence and range. When you occasionally need to manipulate image, size deviations must tell a believable story. For example, smaller than normal continuation bets on dry boards communicate routine structure. Opponents perceive it as genuine, even when designed for balance. At advanced levels, silence becomes a psychological mirror. You reflect the energy of others without absorbing it. When a player talks excessively, you remain quiet. When they freeze, you maintain natural ease. This contrast disrupts rhythm. They begin adjusting subconsciously to your stability, lowering volume, changing pace, second-guessing their aggression. The fewer words you use, the more control you exert. For online play, communication shifts from physical to pattern-based signaling. Timing, bet sequences, and frequency of continuation bets become your language. A consistent timing rhythm projects confidence. Irregular spacing of actions creates uncertainty. If you always check instantly when weak, opponents detect vulnerability. If you occasionally delay both strong and weak actions, your range becomes unreadable. The silence of online poker is data-driven. Your patterns are your voice. A subtle yet powerful communication method is controlled transparency. Occasionally reveal information intentionally. Show a bluff once. Expose a strong fold once. These moments reshape perception. By choosing when and what to show, you manipulate narrative. Opponents begin constructing stories around you, often inaccurately. Their emotional response to revealed information lasts longer than the data itself. Controlled transparency is storytelling through exposure. Emotional neutrality is the backbone of this silent communication. The calm player doesn't need to dominate conversation. Their very presence becomes the signal. predictable, disciplined, and confident. In contrast, emotionally reactive players reveal their mood before they reveal their cards. Every sigh, fidget, or grin becomes a translation error. Your goal is perfect stillness, not robotic, but measured. When you win, stack chips with composure. When you lose, breathe and reset. No emotional broadcast means no informational leak. At high levels, you can invert communication entirely through meta-signaling. Suppose opponents interpret your long pauses as weakness. You can then intentionally pause with strength, exploiting their expectations. The deeper the game goes, the more you can weaponize prior patterns. Silence layered upon history becomes language, one only you control. Another advanced concept is emotional contagion. Human beings mirror emotional states. When you display calm focus, others unconsciously mimic it, lowering table volatility. This reduces random variance and allows your strategic edges to compound. Conversely, when you introduce subtle tension through pacing, silence, or still gaze, you can increase opponent mistakes. Your state becomes the environment's state. Practicing strategic communication requires deliberate awareness. Record sessions if possible, and study your physical habits. Do you look at opponents differently depending on hand strength? Do your chip movements change during bluffs? Eliminate all involuntary variance first. Then reintroduce intentional variance for control. In team discussions among professionals, this is sometimes called table presence engineering. It's the art of projecting the image that best serves your strategy. Quiet authority at some tables, approachable calm at others. The consistent factor is intent. You're never just being yourself at the table. You're portraying a version of yourself designed for efficiency. The under-the-gun position magnifies this art, because every orbit begins with you. Your posture sets emotional tone. Your silence sets rhythm. Your timing sets pace. Over hours of play, the table unconsciously synchronizes to your energy. At that point, communication transcends words entirely. The table no longer reacts to your cards, it reacts to your presence. You become the center of gravity, silent but commanding. And when silence carries that much meaning, every motion becomes message, and every message moves the game toward your control. Chapter 42: Deep Stack Strategy and Psychological Leverage from Early Position. When stacks are deep, poker transforms from short-term calculation into long-form narrative. Every decision stretches further, every mistake compounds larger, and psychological pressure magnifies exponentially. From the under-the-gun seat, deep stack play becomes a test of foresight, discipline, and emotional control. You no longer rely on simple push-fold math. You rely on precision, patience, and the ability to read how the story of a hand will evolve over multiple streets. The first shift under deep stacks is redefining value. Hands that look strong at shallow depth, like ace-queen offsuit or pocket tens, lose stability when there are 100 or more big blinds in play. Conversely, speculative hands, like suited connectors, suited aces, and medium pairs, gain value due to their ability to make disguised monsters. You must think beyond preflop equity and into realization potential, how much value a hand can extract when it connects, not just how often it connects. This understanding changes your range composition. Your under-the-gun opens, becomes slightly more polarized. You still include premium holdings, but you begin introducing select speculative hands that can win large pots when conditions align. The deeper the stacks, the more you can afford to trade frequency for flexibility. At 150 big blinds or more, small pairs and suited aces thrive because of implied odds. When you hit a set or flush, your opponent's top pair or overpair becomes a financial engine for your stack. The psychological challenge lies in patience. You will fold these hands most of the time, waiting for the few moments they pay off massively. Professionals understand that long-term profitability comes not from constant action, but from disciplined waiting, followed by decisive capitalization. Your preflop sizing also adjusts under depth. Keep opens small, 2 to 2.5 big blinds to maintain maneuverability. Larger raises inflate pots unnecessarily, forcing commitment before information develops. Deep stack play rewards flexibility, not brute force. You win by managing pot size across multiple streets, not by racing to conclusion. Post-flop, the game becomes about storytelling. Every bet and check builds a narrative that opponents interpret consciously and subconsciously. With deep stacks, you can manipulate this narrative across 3 or 4 streets. For example, an early position check on a favorable board can signal weakness and induce a bet from middle position. When you then raise turn and overbet river, your line tells a coherent story of slow-played strength. Deep stacks give you the luxury of timing, the freedom to let your story breathe. Psychological leverage emerges from future threat. The deeper the stacks, the greater the fear of future betting rounds. When opponents know you can apply maximum pressure on later streets, they tighten prematurely. Your willingness to play big pots creates subconscious caution in others. They stop challenging your continuation bets, stop 3-betting light, and start folding marginal holdings that could have been profitable. This psychological taxation is silent, but powerful. You control their range, not through aggression, but through potential. To use that leverage effectively, your betting frequencies must remain balanced. Avoid overcubiting flops. Instead, reserve aggression for boards that connect with your perceived range. On dry ace-high or king-high boards, small continuation bets project control and maintain pressure. On coordinated, low boards, check more often. Each check adds ambiguity, increasing tension in future streets. The less predictable you appear, the more your depth intimidates others. Deep stacks also magnify the importance of positional disadvantage. Acting first means navigating large pots with limited information. To compensate, plan your entire hand before acting. Ask yourself, if I get called here, what's my turn plan? What are my river frequencies? This premeditated structure prevents panic when the pot swells. Most players crumble under deep stack pressure because they improvise instead of plan. Your calm, pre-structured approach becomes an invisible weapon. Inducing mistakes becomes your central profit engine. With deep stacks, players feel emotionally attached to big hands. They want to win large pots, not just avoid losing them. Use that bias against them. By betting small early and large late, you guide opponents into comfort, then confrontation. When you overbet the river after a calm under-control line, you weaponize expectation. They convince themselves they must call, because they can't be bluffed. That's psychological leverage, quiet manipulation built from consistency and timing. Deep stacks also introduce leveling dynamics. Skilled players expect complexity. They analyze your lines for hidden intent. Against them, simplicity becomes your counterplay. A straightforward, value-driven approach looks suspiciously balanced to overthinkers. When they expect multi-layered traps, you simply bet your good hands and fold your bad ones. Their attempt to out-level you becomes self-defeating. Table image compounds more profoundly in deep stack play. If your under-the-gun opens have been consistently tight, your deep stack continuation bets carry enormous weight. You can represent narrow value ranges credibly, forcing disciplined players into uncomfortable folds. Conversely, if your image is aggressive, use deep stacks to shift gears. Slow down. Let opponents misapply counter strategies, overestimating your aggression and paying off your premiums. Emotional control is paramount here. Deep stacks breed illusion of invincibility. Big stacks make players reckless, assuming they can recover from mistakes. Professionals guard against this by recentering after every major pot. The size of the stack never changes the discipline of the structure. The best deep stack players behave identically with 200 big blinds, or 20 calm, precise, and patient. When facing other deep stack experts, leverage comes not from raw aggression, but from emotional tempo. You act slower, breathe slower, and let others tire first. Deep stack poker is mental endurance disguised as technical skill. Your stillness drains others' confidence. By the 10th hour, when fatigue sets in, your consistency becomes indistinguishable from strength. To train for deep stack dominance, practice multi-street simulation drills. Take a random hand, pocket eights, king-queen suited, ace-5 suited, and plan the entire hand tree across 3 streets for different board textures. Write out bet sizes, reactions, and adjustments. This builds foresight and comfort under complexity. Ultimately, deep stack mastery from under the gun is about controlling space and time. Space, the size of the pot; time, the pace of the hand. You dictate both by remaining calm, sizing logically, and projecting potential danger without revealing intent. Opponents don't fear your cards, they fear your composure. At this level, early position stops feeling vulnerable. It becomes a stage, one where you narrate the hand's story from the opening line to the final scene. And the longer the story runs, the more every small detail, a pause, a check, a subtle raise, accumulates meaning. That's the essence of deep stack psychology. Your discipline becomes magnified, your silence amplified, your control absolute. The chips are deep, the decisions are heavy, and the calmest player always wins the loudest pots. Chapter 43: Short Stack Survival and Aggression from Early Position. When stacks shrink, the entire rhythm of poker compresses. Each decision becomes sharper, faster, and more final. The deep stack storytelling of early levels gives way to binary calculation and survival instinct. From the under-the-gun seat, short stack playtests discipline at its purest form. The ability to stay aggressive while preserving life, to balance caution with calculated risk. The first concept to internalize is stack-to-blind ratio awareness. Under 30 big blinds, the difference between 19 and 12 is enormous. Your available moves change every few blinds. At these depths, standard preflop raises lose value. You either apply pressure through all-in shoves or preserve chips through folds. The fewer chips behind, the fewer decisions you can afford to make post-flop. At 25 to 30 big blinds, your range remains openable, but highly selective. You can still use small raises, 2 to 2.5 big blinds, with hands that maintain strong equity and post-flop playability. Pairs from 10s upward, ace-king, ace-queen, and suited broadways remain reliable. Avoid marginal hands, like ace-jack offsuit or king-10 suited, unless the table behind you is unusually passive. These hands look attractive, but often become expensive when facing re-raises. At 15 to 20 big blinds, your mindset shifts to controlled aggression. The most profitable plays now come from leveraging fold equity. Your open raise range tightens further, and many spots convert into open shoves rather than small raises. For example, pocket eights, ace-queen offsuit, and ace-jack suited are often profitable shoves, especially if antes are large. Each move carries dual purpose, either win blinds uncontested or double up when called. The key is clarity. Once you commit, you must be willing to go the full distance. At 10 to 15 big blinds, the decision tree simplifies entirely. Your entire under-the-gun strategy revolves around push-fold equilibrium. You either move all in or fold. Limping, min-raising or calling become strategically weak because they forfeit initiative without maximizing pressure. Solvers reveal that at these depths, hands like pocket sixes, ace-10 suited, and king-queen suited remain profitable jams from under the gun, especially with antes in play. Every chip gained here extends survival. Every mistake reduces future fold equity. Below 10 big blinds, emotion becomes the final obstacle. Players either panic and shove too wide, or freeze and fold too long. The correct approach lies in trusting structure over fear. Pre-charted push-fold ranges exist precisely to remove emotion from the equation. Memorize these ranges, practice them until they're automatic. When the moment comes, you act mechanically, not impulsively. Short stack success depends on aggression timing. Folding into the blinds repeatedly reduces your fold equity, each orbit. The earlier you act, the more power your shove carries. An under-the-gun all-in at 12 big blinds often earns more respect than a cut-off shove at 8. The table understands your disadvantage and assumes strength. Use that perception to your advantage before it expires. Your table image becomes magnified in these moments. If you've played tightly for hours, your short stack shoves gain extra credibility. Opponents fold hands that would normally call. Conversely, if you've shown aggression frequently, expect lighter calls, adjust accordingly. Every previous orbit becomes context for your current move. The disciplined player keeps that in mind, wielding image as armor. When covered by large stacks, avoid emotional confrontation. Big stacks love to isolate short stacks, because the risk-reward favors them. To counter, push ranges that maintain strong post-showdown equity. Ace-king, ace-queen, pocket pairs, and suited broadways. Avoid speculative bluffs. Your goal isn't to outplay deep stacks, it's to outlast marginal risk. Post-flop play nearly disappears at shallow depth, but awareness remains crucial. If you do raise instead of shove, you must have a pre-planned response to 3 bets. Do not raise fold hands that should have shoved pre-flop. That's double risk with zero equity. When you do reach a flop, bet sizing should commit fully or concede completely. Partial measures waste fold equity and invite counter pressure. Emotionally, short stack poker creates claustrophobia. You feel trapped between folding too much and dying by variance. The solution is to detach from short-term survival anxiety and focus on structural execution. Each correct fold extends life expectancy. Each correct shove restores potential. Survival is not passive, it's active patience combined with precise aggression. In tournament contexts, ICM independent chip model adds another layer. Near pay jumps or bubbles, chip value increases relative to stack size. That means calling becomes riskier, while shoving maintains leverage. From under the gun, you can exploit ICM by shoving slightly tighter than theory suggests, allowing opponents to self-eliminate through impatience. The psychological warfare here is subtle. calm restraint while others chase incremental advantage. A common leak among short stacks is fear of elimination, overriding math. Folding ace-queen because it's too early, or calling light because I'm due, both stem from emotion, not structure. The disciplined player reverts to probability. Variance may eliminate you, but poor decision-making guarantees it. Trust the chart, not the feeling. Another edge comes from tempo control. Even when short, act with the same pace and rhythm as when deep. Quick decisions betray desperation. Slow decisions invite calls. Consistency keeps opponents uncertain. They cannot sense your emotional state, which restores psychological equilibrium even when chips are low. Finally, short stack play demands acceptance of variance. Correct all-ins will lose often. That's not failure, it's mathematics. Your goal is to execute perfectly enough that variance becomes irrelevant over time. Each disciplined shove increases expected value, even when outcomes fluctuate wildly. Professionals measure success in correct actions, not results. To train for short stack precision, run daily push-fold simulations. Practice every position, starting with under the gun. Drill ranges until they're reflexive. Then add ICM adjustments for bubble and final table scenarios. The less you need to think, the freer your mind becomes under pressure. Short stack poker strips away illusion. There's no posturing, no deep level leveling, no theatrics, only clarity. From under the gun, you either act with conviction or fade quietly. But within that simplicity lies freedom. You no longer fear complexity, you embrace purity. When the stack is small and every move feels terminal, calm becomes the final advantage. You look down at your cards, you know your ranges, and you move forward, no hesitation, no apology, no fear. Because true discipline isn't measured when you're deep, it's measured when you're nearly empty and still act with perfect structure. Chapter 44. Exploiting table awareness when short-handed. As tables condense late in tournaments or during final stages of cash sessions, the game transforms again. Six-handed, five-handed, or even four-handed play demands that you rewire the logic you've built around full ring structure. The under-the-gun seat becomes a fluid role, often merging into what would normally be middle position. The advantage gap between seats narrows, and precision replaces patience as your primary weapon. The first adjustment is range recalibration. In short-handed play, blinds arrive faster, aggression rises naturally, and the penalty for folding tight becomes severe. The discipline learned from full ring play remains vital, but it must now operate with greater elasticity. At six-handed tables, the under-the-gun range should expand by roughly 20–25% compared to nine-handed play. Suited connectors down to 6–5 suited, pocket pairs as low as threes, and suited aces of all strengths become playable opens. The goal shifts from pure protection to controlled engagement. When five-handed or fewer, position loses some of its traditional hierarchy. Your under-the-gun seat is now only one or two places from the button. Every open you make carries greater potential to reach heads up, so fold equity increases. That freedom allows you to incorporate hands that thrive on initiative rather than raw strength, suited gappers, offsuit broadways, and high card combinations with strong blockers. The key distinction in short-handed play is initiative aggression. Passive lines lose value because opponents rarely hold premium hands. Every pot begins contested, and most are won without showdown. As the first player to act, you still hold the symbolic weight of early position, but now you wield it offensively. You define rhythm. Opening confidently forces opponents into defensive posture. The table's psychology compresses around whoever moves first with conviction. Preflop sizing remains small, 2 to 2.5 big blinds, but frequency rises. You must accept volatility as a function of short-handed structure. Your success depends not on avoiding confrontation, but on navigating it calmly. The purpose of tight early position play in full ring was survival. The purpose here is domination through control. 3-bet defense becomes a critical skill. With fewer players, 3-bet frequencies escalate dramatically. You can no longer fold every marginal hand to aggression. Instead, build structured defense ranges. Hands like Ace-10 suited, King-Queen suited, and Pocket 7s become viable calls against lighter 3-bets. The secret lies in post-flop readiness. You must be comfortable maneuvering with position disadvantage but range advantage. Short-handed play also amplifies image warfare. Table perception shifts more rapidly because you participate in a higher percentage of pots. Every action has more visibility. If you open 3 consecutive hands, opponents assume overextension. Use that expectation deliberately. Occasionally slow down, then resume aggression with real strength. Consistency here means rhythm, not rigidity. You alternate between pressure and pause to prevent predictability. Psychologically, the under-the-gun position short-handed still carries an echo of formality. Players instinctively give it respect, even when structure no longer demands it. You can exploit this bias by mixing in controlled light opens. When opponents hesitate to challenge early seats, even in 4-handed play, your slightly wider range prints incremental profit through uncontested blinds. Continuation betting requires refinement. On dynamic boards, continuation bets small, and often, on static ones, reduce frequency. Because ranges overlap heavily short-handed, board textures hit both players more evenly. Your strategy must account for that equilibrium. Avoid over-bluffing. The smaller field means more observation, and repeated patterns get exploited faster. Short-handed success also depends on positional fluidity. Each orbit, your role shifts rapidly. Under the gun this hand, button the next, big blind the one after. Think in relational terms rather than absolute ones. Instead of memorizing static ranges, evaluate who sits behind you and how they respond to pressure. Against passive blinds, widen. Against aggressive opponents, contract. The game becomes dynamic. Every decision adapts to current table composition, not theoretical chart. From a mental standpoint, tempo control grows more valuable. Fewer players mean more decisions per hour, more emotional swings, and faster fatigue. Maintain identical pacing regardless of run-out or variance. If your rhythm slows under stress, opponents sense vulnerability. If it accelerates after losses, they sense tilt. The calm, consistent tempo learned from early position discipline now anchors you in chaos. At final tables, the balance between aggression and survival becomes mathematical. ICM pressure amplifies exponentially short-handed. Acting first now carries enormous leverage because opponents must protect payout position. You can weaponize that fear. Open frequently with mid-strength hands, forcing others to risk their tournament life or fold equity. When opponents tighten excessively, aggression from under the gun becomes not reckless but optimal. When stacks are deep, you can also apply meta-level manipulation. Your under-the-gun opens can appear conservative. You've built that reputation throughout earlier stages. Use it to disguise steals. When you raise hands like King-9 suited or Ace-5 offsuit, your opponents subconsciously overestimate your range. They fold hands that should defend. This creates quiet chip accumulation without showdown. In cash games, short-handed play requires post-flop precision. You'll encounter more marginal top pairs, more thin value spots, and more bluff-catching situations. From early position, prioritize pot control on coordinated boards and pressure on high-card textures. Bluffing frequency decreases overall because fold equity drops against observant regulars. Instead, lean on balanced aggression and occasional check raises with semi-bluffs to maintain unpredictability. Emotionally, short-handed play tests endurance more than logic. Every orbit, you face blinds sooner, decisions faster, and outcomes sharper. The calm structure developed from under-the-gun patience now becomes a shield. You don't chase tempo, you create it. You control the energy of each hand, making every action look deliberate, never reactionary. To train for short-handed precision, practice range compression drills. Take your full ring ranges and reduce them incrementally while simulating fewer players. Analyze which hands maintain positive expectation across seat counts. This develops intuition for dynamic equilibrium. Ultimately, short-handed play from the under-the-gun seat embodies balance, aggression anchored by awareness. You are no longer the cautious gatekeeper of structure. You are the pace setter of volatility. Your calm from full ring play merges with creative pressure. Every open declares leadership. Every fold reaffirms discipline. The fewer the players, the more visible your composure becomes. And when the table shrinks to its final few, your early position mastery evolves into command. You act first, but you think last, because while others react to fear and fatigue, you act from rhythm and reason. Chapter 45: Final Table Dynamics and Positional Power Shifts. At a final table, poker transforms from a technical contest into a psychological and financial equilibrium. Every decision carries disproportionate weight because of pay jumps, short stack pressure, and visibility. From the under-the-gun position, your role shifts yet again. You are no longer just the disciplined opener or the structured strategist. You are the table's initiator of tension, the first mover in an environment where every chip represents not just equity, but survival. The first principle of final table strategy is ICM discipline. Independent chip model pressure is the invisible gravity governing all late-stage play. It dictates that chips lost are worth more than chips gained, which means risk aversion increases as payouts escalate. For the under-the-gun player, this translates to tightening slightly compared to chip EV models, especially when shorter stacks remain. Your opening range must reflect both stack depth and payout proximity. Even hands like pocket eights or ace-queen may become folds if multiple players sit behind you with medium stacks capable of putting you at risk. However, ICM does not mean paralysis. The second principle is pressure awareness. You may be constrained by shorter stacks behind, but you can also use those same stacks to manipulate others. When you cover multiple opponents, your early position opens carry immense leverage. Shorter stacks must fold hands that would be clear calls under normal conditions. This allows you to expand slightly when you're the dominant chip leader, opening hands like King-Jack suited, Ace-10 offsuit, or small pairs purely because opponents cannot afford to collide without premium equity. Table distribution becomes crucial here. At full tables earlier in a tournament, position dictated freedom. At a final table, stack position dictates power. Knowing who acts behind you and how their chip counts relate to yours determines your strategy more than raw hand strength. Against large stacks, tighten. Against mid-stacks trapped by shorter stacks, attack relentlessly. Each orbit, re-evaluate who is under ICM pressure and who can push back. Communication control takes on new weight. Every gesture, every timing decision becomes magnified. Players watch you for signs of confidence or hesitation. Maintain your composure exactly as before. Identical breathing, identical rhythm, identical sizing. The calm consistency built through early position discipline now becomes your weapon. Opponents will hesitate to challenge someone who looks immune to pressure. From a tactical perspective, range polarization intensifies. Because final table aggression is expensive, you must open with hands that either play strong post-flop or carry sufficient blocker potential to fold comfortably to 3 bets. Suited aces, broadways, and medium pairs form the backbone of your range. Marginal offsuit hands vanish entirely. Every chip invested must have a defined escape plan. In contrast, when you're short-stacked at the final table, the under-the-gun seat becomes a battlefield of courage. The difference between 10th and 5th place often depends on one decisive shove. Your goal is no longer to outplay, it's to survive optimally. This means using ICM-adjusted push-fold charts and accepting that variance decides the rest. The discipline lies in resisting the urge to play safe. Folding into oblivion costs more than a mathematically sound shove. The psychology of visibility dominates here. Every move from under the gun is public. Commentators, railbirds, and opponents observe your action first. That visibility creates performance anxiety for some players, causing hesitation or overcorrection. Professionals counter this by reframing perspective. Every hand is still just a decision, not a stage. The crowd cannot affect probability. Emotional detachment from spotlight maintains precision. When you're the chip leader, under the gun opens become command signals. Your job is not just to accumulate, but to regulate table flow. Opening frequently and folding occasionally after light 3 bets sends a message: you're active but controlled. Other big stacks recognize structure and avoid unnecessary wars. Meanwhile, medium stacks tighten further, fearing confrontation. You convert chip advantage into positional authority without excessive risk. Against other large stacks, diplomacy replaces dominance. Trading light 3 bets early can destroy both players' equity, benefiting everyone else. Professionals understand when to pick their battles. Instead of direct confrontation, you apply small psychological taxes, consistent pressure when short stacks are nearby, timely folds when dynamics don't favor you. The goal is balance, maintaining fear without chaos. When multi-way pots occur, risk management through pot control becomes essential. Avoid building large pots with non-premiums out of position. Post-flop, prioritize survival over marginal value. Small continuation bets and delayed aggression accomplish more than binary aggression versus fear responses. A single disciplined check can preserve a pay jump worth thousands in real equity. Endgame emotional control becomes the final skill test. Fatigue sets in, adrenaline spikes, and chip swings grow violent. The professional mindset doesn't change. Every hand remains part of the same system. Awareness first, structure second, decision third. When variance hits, composure dictates recovery speed. You fold, breathe, and return to baseline rhythm. No emotional residue lingers. At 3- and 4-handed stages, positional awareness fuses with intuitive timing. You are still under the gun, but now that seat often doubles as the small blind or cutoff in rotation. You open lighter, 3-bet more selectively, and rely on momentum rather than hierarchy. Aggression becomes both your shield and your sword. You no longer protect structure, you define pace. When the tournament narrows to heads-up play, the final evolution occurs. Every hand becomes early position. Every decision is first to act. All the discipline, patience and awareness learned from under the gun converge here. The game becomes pure, 2 players, full information symmetry, maximum freedom. The player who has learned to thrive under disadvantage now flourishes under equality. To prepare for final table mastery, study ICM simulation models and practice stack distribution exercises. Review how your opening ranges shift when pay jumps increase. Run mock final table scenarios with varying stack setups. The goal is fluency, the ability to adjust instantly when a short stack doubles or busts. Emotionally, understand that final tables reward composure more than courage. Boldness without structure burns stacks. Patience without aggression stalls progress. True strength lies in proportional response, knowing when to advance, when to wait, and when to fold correctly, even under spotlight. When the lights are bright, and you act first with 9 players watching, and millions in equity at stake, nothing changes internally. The breath remains slow, the thoughts remain linear, and the motion remains calm. Because you have trained for this moment, every disciplined orbit from the first seat has prepared you to lead under pressure. At that point, under the gun no longer feels like disadvantage. It feels like origin, the first note of the final performance. You open, the table reacts, and the structure of the game bends around your rhythm. That is not luck. That is the accumulated weight of composure. Chapter 46. Transitioning between tournament phases. Maintaining structural consistency. Poker tournaments are defined by transformation. Blinds rise, stacks fluctuate, tables break, and opponents change. Each phase demands a slightly different version of discipline. The players who advance deepest aren't simply the most aggressive or the most lucky. They are the most structurally consistent, through every phase of volatility. From the under-the-gun seat, maintaining that structural identity through these transitions is what separates short-term success from long-term stability. The first transition occurs from early levels to mid-stage play. Early levels reward patience. Stacks are deep, and mistakes cost little. Your under-the-gun range remains tight and value-heavy. The emphasis is on foundation, folding correctly, observing opponents, and collecting psychological data. The best professionals treat early levels as reconnaissance. They study who attacks wide, who overfolds, and who defends stubbornly. That information becomes ammunition for later stages, when pressure multiplies. As blinds climb and average stacks compress, the mid-stage transition begins. Here, most players loosen prematurely. They sense time pressure and react emotionally. The disciplined player responds structurally instead of emotionally. You slightly expand your under-the-gun range, adding a few suited connectors and lower pairs, but maintain theoretical integrity. Your raises are smaller, your folds are cleaner, and your focus shifts from pot building to stack preservation. Mid-stage poker is a war of attrition. The ability to avoid collision while maintaining momentum defines equity survival. The under-the-gun position becomes an anchor. Your calm opening discipline contrasts against the chaos of mid-position squeezes and blind attacks. You must think in terms of orbit economy. How many orbits you can afford to wait before variance forces confrontation. Your actions from early positions set that tempo. The next shift from mid to bubble is psychological as much as strategic. Fear enters the ecosystem. Short stacks tighten, medium stacks freeze, and big stacks expand ruthlessly. From under the gun, you act first into this shifting field. The disciplined player reads table tension before acting. If shorter stacks remain, you tighten and exploit their fear by folding marginal holdings that could jeopardize your survival. But when your stack dominates, you reverse the equation. Open relentlessly, forcing those same medium stacks to surrender equity under ICM pressure. On the bubble, every under the gun open carries amplified gravity. Your image projects either stability or recklessness. The goal is to appear unchanging, calm, routine, inevitable. A steady rhythm invites fewer confrontations. Emotional volatility invites war. When the bubble bursts, aggression resets across the table. The post-bubble expansion is predictable chaos. Players who were patient explode into premature aggression. Your advantage lies in contrast. You reintroduce your controlled structure while others overreact. Keep sizing consistent, tighten for a few orbits, and let variance consume the impatient. Your range doesn't need to widen yet. Your composure is already leverage. As the tournament enters late-stage play, the balance flips. The cost of folding increases because blinds and antes drain faster. Now, your earlier patience becomes currency. Opponents who leaked chips through mid-stage volatility are now short. You still have room to maneuver. The under-the-gun range can expand slightly again, especially if you have built a tight image. Your credibility allows you to open light and steal blinds without resistance. Late-stage play rewards calculated aggression. Every open has purpose, to accumulate chips or to create fold equity for future hands. Avoid passive calls or speculative flats. Those belong to earlier stages. Each decision must either build momentum or conserve structure. The under-the-gun player must set tone. Your calm frequency defines the table's pace. The final table transition amplifies both visibility and consequence. Every decision is public, every mistake replayed. At this point, your under-the-gun identity should be so consistent that spotlight changes nothing. The same open sizing, the same breathing rhythm, the same expression. While others shake, you appear static. Opponents read that stillness as power, and in poker, perception often outweighs reality. A special kind of transition happens during table consolidation, when tables break and new players join. You might move from a passive environment to an aggressive one instantly. Most players require several orbits to adjust. Professionals adapt immediately. Before even playing a hand, scan stack sizes, seating order, and aggression frequency. Treat each table as a new ecosystem and recalibrate ranges instantly. From under the gun, your first open at a new table sets tone. Act confidently and predictably. The faster you establish stability, the faster the table aligns around your rhythm. In final phases where blinds are enormous and stacks shallow, structural consistency becomes psychological armor. Many players panic when their 20 big blind stack feels small relative to pot size. Professionals view it as just another ratio. They act with the same calm precision as they did at 100 big blinds. That continuity neutralizes stress. The table feels your steadiness. They assume control belongs to you. Emotionally, these transitions test endurance more than intelligence. Mental fatigue erodes logic faster than variance ever could. Each structural reset early, middle, bubble, late, requires recentering. The trick is to maintain one constant, your pace. The breath between hands, the timing of your actions, the uniformity of your motion. Routine breeds rhythm, and rhythm breeds clarity. To train this skill, simulate phase-based reviews. Divide past tournaments into segments: early, mid, bubble, late, and final. Review only your under-the-gun hands from each phase. Note which tendencies shifted. Were you too loose mid-stage? Too passive post-bubble? Too tight near the end? Map those shifts visually. Awareness converts inconsistency into control. The final stage of mastery is dynamic consistency. This means that while your strategy evolves with structure, your composure never does. You move fluidly between aggression and patience, but your presence stays constant. Opponents cannot discern your internal state, because there isn't one, only process. From the first level to the final orbit, the disciplined player remains the same entity, calm, deliberate, unreactive. Every phase merely repositions them within the same structure. That's the ultimate truth of tournament poker. It's not a sequence of different games, but one long test of rhythm under evolving pressure. And from the under-the-gun seat, you learn to lead that rhythm from the very first hand. Chapter 47. Reading stack distributions and exploiting pressure pockets. Every poker table has invisible pressure points, the moments where chip counts, position, and human psychology intersect to create opportunity. Understanding these pressure pockets and manipulating them from the under-the-gun seat is one of the highest forms of strategic awareness. Stack distribution, not just your own, but everyone else's, defines how freely you can act and how others will react. The player who reads these structures accurately can control entire tables without ever showing down a hand. The first step is mapping stack tiers. At any given moment, every table divides naturally into three groups: big stacks, medium stacks, and short stacks. Big stacks drive aggression, medium stacks protect position, short stacks operate in desperation or discipline. The under-the-gun player, by acting first, can use this information to preempt reactions. Before you even look at your cards, scan the table and note who can hurt you, who fears you, and who must act soon. Big stacks sitting behind you reduce your fold equity, but also create cover. If they are disciplined, they may fold hands they'd normally call, protecting their dominance. Against passive big stacks, you can open slightly lighter. Against volatile ones, tighten marginal holdings. A single unpredictable large stack 2 seats behind can neutralize wide opening ranges entirely. Plan every hand with that awareness before investing a chip. Medium stacks are your most profitable targets. They are the table's prisoners, too deep to shove light, too shallow to call comfortably. Their decision-making is ICM bound. Your under-the-gun opens pressure the most because they act next with the least information. You can weaponize this fear with consistent, measured aggression. Each time you open confidently, they fold hands they shouldn't. Repetition converts their caution into a steady income stream. Short stacks, paradoxically, can both threaten and protect you. They will shove wider because they must, but their very presence restricts others' freedom. When multiple short stacks sit behind you, your open range must respect shove frequencies, remove speculative holdings that can't call all-ins. Yet, once those shoves occur, everyone else tightens reflexively, fearing ICM disaster. That chain reaction gives your strong hands immense value. When short stacks surround the table, open only with commitment and let the chaos unfold behind you. The second layer of stack analysis is relative leverage. Raw chip count means little compared to how those chips relate to others. For example, a 60 big blind stack plays powerfully at a table where the average is 30, but conservatively at a table full of 90 big blind stacks. The key metric is not absolute strength, but how many players can cripple you, and how many you can cripple. Every under-the-gun open should consider that leverage balance. When you cover most players, you control pace. When they cover you, you survive through precision. This leads to pressure pockets, stack arrangements, where specific players are trapped between conflicting incentives. Suppose seat 5 has 40 big blinds, seat 6 has 12, and seat 7 has 80. The medium stack seat 5 is squeezed by ICM, can't risk against seat 7, can't fold forever, while seat 6 waits to bust. From under the gun, you can exploit this by opening slightly wider. Seat 5 will fold strong, but non-premium hands like ace-queen and pocket tens, because their chip position is delicate. You collect blinds quietly, without confrontation. Pressure pockets also occur when two short stacks share adjacent seats. The table over-adjusts, folding too often to early opens, expecting one of the short stacks to shove soon. This creates temporary freedom for disciplined aggression. Conversely, when multiple deep stacks sit behind you, the pressure pocket shifts against you, fold equity shrinks, and bluff profitability evaporates. The professional identifies which direction pressure flows each orbit and positions accordingly. Blind structure further defines these dynamics. When antes are high relative to blinds, stealing becomes more lucrative, and short stacks lose fold equity faster. Early position players must then adjust their frequencies upward to stay even with inflation. Think of antes as oxygen. The more of it in the pot, the more combustion early aggression creates. At a micro level, each decision involves threat assessment. Ask 3 questions before opening. Who behind me can shove profitably? Who will avoid confrontation due to ICM? Who perceives me as active or tight this orbit? The combination of these answers defines whether the current orbit is high pressure or low pressure for your seat. In low pressure orbits, widen marginally. In high pressure orbits, fold everything that doesn't play perfectly. In tournaments, stack distributions evolve constantly. Recalculate every few hands. Professionals treat it like radar, scanning before every orbit. A player who doubled up 3 hands ago changes everything about your expected fold equity. If you act without recalibration, you're driving blind. In cash games, pressure pockets are subtler, but still exist. Deep stack regulars impose psychological weight on shorter opponents. From early position, your job is to avoid direct combat, unless holding structural advantage. Target players trapped between deeper stacks who fear losing session profit. The pressure may not be ICM, but it's still real. Ego, bankroll, and fatigue create similar restraint. When exploiting pressure pockets, table image manipulation becomes crucial. You must appear steady, never opportunistic. If opponents sense your attacking weakness, they'll adapt defensively. Instead, maintain identical rhythm, small opens, consistent posture, calm execution. Let structure, not emotion, do the work. Each quiet raise at the right moment adds invisible profit. Psychologically, reading stack distribution demands emotional detachment. Human instinct exaggerates threat from big stacks and underestimates pressure on others. The disciplined player sees equilibrium instead of hierarchy. Chips are just math. Position and emotion are what turn them into leverage. To train this awareness, review hand histories, focusing solely on stack context. Ignore your cards. Study how chip distributions influenced each hand's outcome. Note when players tightened near pay jumps or over-defended when covered. Over time, you'll internalize patterns, not just of action, but of fear. Mastering stack distribution transforms you from a participant to a strategist. You stop reacting to your hand and start sculpting the table's psychology. Each orbit, you identify where tension lives and apply pressure precisely where it hurts most. That's the unseen art of early position dominance, not brute aggression, but invisible orchestration. You act first, but you see everything: the fear, the imbalance, the fragile comfort of others. And with calm timing, you use that awareness to turn chips, tension, and patience into quiet control. Chapter 48: Advanced Range Construction for Early Position Play. At the highest levels of tournament and cash strategy, hand selection from the under-the-gun seat is no longer a static chart, it's a living equation. Each variable, from stack depth to table composition to image, reshapes the range you should play. Building and maintaining that range integrity defines how well your entire game scales under pressure. The disciplined player must understand not only what hands to play, but why those hands exist in balance, and how to manipulate that balance to control the table. The first layer of range construction is theoretical foundation. At equilibrium, your under-the-gun range in a 9-handed game includes roughly the top 15% of hands. This consists primarily of premium pairs, Broadway combinations, and suited aces down to ace-5 suited. The purpose of this structure is protection. Your range must survive multi-way scrutiny, while still projecting credible strength. But equilibrium is just a starting point. No real table exists in perfect balance. Table tendencies dictate your first deviation. Against passive opponents who overfold pre-flop, widen slightly. Introduce more suited aces, pocket pairs, and high card combinations that retain post-flop playability. Against aggressive opponents who frequently 3-bet or isolate, contract the range. Remove dominated broadways and marginal pairs that cannot defend. The key is to adjust directionally, not emotionally. Expansion under safety, contraction under threat. Next comes blocker theory. When selecting bluff or semi-bluff candidates for occasional aggression, prioritize hands that remove your opponent's strongest holdings from probability. For example, ace-5 suited functions not only as a hand with equity, but as a blocker to premium aces. King-queen suited blocks, both ace-king and king-king. The discipline here is to understand that each hand's worth extends beyond its direct showdown value. It modifies how others respond. Suited aces serve as range stabilizers. They generate flush potential while blocking premium 4-bets. Their value rises as stack depth increases because they can make the nuts and fold comfortably to aggression. Conversely, offsuit aces degrade quickly under pressure, especially when dominated by better kickers. Most professionals remove ace-jack offsuit or lower from early position openings unless table composition is unusually passive. Pocket pairs form the structural spine of your under-the-gun range. Pairs from 10s upward are universal, opens. 7s through 9s are situational, depending on stack depth and player tendencies. 5s and 6s thrive at deeper stacks, where implied odds justify the call when set mining. At shallow depth, they often become folds. The rule is simple: the smaller the pair, the deeper the stack required to justify its inclusion. For Broadway combinations, prioritize suited connectivity. King-queen suited, Queen-Jack suited, and Jack-10 suited, offer both equity and board coverage. These hands provide semi-bluff opportunities on multiple textures and maintain equity against 3-bet ranges. Offsuit versions, however, narrow the board coverage and weaken playability, so they remain conditional. Once foundational ranges are established, add polarization layers. A balanced range contains both premiums and controlled bluffs. This prevents predictability and forces opponents into difficult defense. For instance, pairing strong holdings like aces, kings, and ace-king suited with selective bluff candidates like ace-5 suited and king-10 suited creates a spectrum that resists exploitation. The more consistent your open sizing, the harder it becomes for opponents to separate strength from strategy. At advanced depth, begin integrating weighted frequencies. Not every hand should be opened at 100% frequency. Some hands function as mixed strategies, opened sometimes, folded sometimes, depending on orbit rhythm and prior action. For example, pocket nines might open 75% of the time and fold 25% to prevent pattern recognition. This subtle randomness adds uncertainty that human opponents cannot perfectly counter. The next level of precision involves post-flop range projection. Every pre-flop decision should anticipate board texture control. When you open under the gun, you represent a narrow, high-card dense range. That means ace-high and king-high flops favor you. Low, connected boards favor the field. The disciplined player uses this to modulate continuation betting. On ace-high boards, small bets project range advantage. On low boards, frequent checks maintain integrity and trap aggression. Your 3-bet defense also reflects range awareness. From under the gun, most of your range cannot defend directly against large 3-bets. Hands like pocket tens, ace-queen suited, and king-queen suited function as mixed calls or 4-bets depending on stack depth and dynamic. You must avoid over-defending simply because you dislike folding. Each defense must have a structural reason, not an emotional one. At shallower stacks, linear range compression becomes essential. Polarization loses meaning when all-ins dominate decision trees. Replace your bluff range with hands that have direct shove value. For instance, ace-5 suited moves from a mixed open to a pure jam candidate at 15 big blinds. Range construction must follow math, not memory. An often overlooked aspect of range design is range curation through removal. As the table evolves, prune your opening range dynamically. If the players behind you start defending wider or floating flops aggressively, cut the bottom 5% of your open range immediately. Maintaining equilibrium by subtraction prevents compounding leaks. From a psychological perspective, maintaining range discipline under pressure requires emotional automation. You cannot rebuild your chart mid-hand. The structure must be internalized. Professionals achieve this through deliberate drilling, memorizing combinations, rehearsing scenarios, and visualizing texture responses. The less you think about inclusion, the more mental space you reserve for adaptation. In multi-day tournaments, range preservation becomes a stamina skill. Fatigue and adrenaline bias players toward looseness. Recognize this drift consciously. If you catch yourself justifying marginal opens because you're feeling good, you've already stepped outside structure. Pause, breathe, and recalibrate. Consistency is composure measured in data, not mood. Finally, understand that advanced range construction is not rigidity, it's awareness. You build your structure to maintain control, but you adjust that structure every orbit through context. The more fluent you become, the more naturally these shifts occur. Eventually, you don't think in charts, you feel in proportions. At that point, the under-the-gun seat stops being about memorized percentages and becomes about mastery of equilibrium. You act first, but you think deeper. Your range no longer represents hands, it represents balance itself. And in poker, balance is power disguised as calm. Chapter 49. Counter-adjusting against skilled opponents from early position. At lower levels, structure alone wins. At higher levels, structure attracts pressure. Skilled opponents recognize disciplined early position players and engineer counter-strategies to exploit predictability. From the under-the-gun seat, the difference between stagnation and dominance lies in adaptation, the ability to defend your structure without abandoning it. Counter-adjusting against professionals requires precision, not defiance. You must evolve quietly, invisibly, within the limits of balance. The first adjustment is expectation inversion. Strong players assume your under-the-gun range is tight and linear, heavy with pairs, broadways, and ace combinations. They will attack it in two ways: by 3-betting light from middle and late positions, and by floating post-flop to pressure later streets. Your goal is not to panic or widen recklessly, but to subtly alter the texture of your range. Introduce a few deceptive hands, suited connectors like 8-7 suited, suited gappers like 9-7 suited, or low-suited aces. These hands maintain board coverage and create disguised equity on coordinated flops. The secret is selective asymmetry. You keep your strong range intact, but embed a few unpredictable combinations inside it. This preserves structural integrity while adding defensive flexibility. When a professional expects dry ace-high boards to favor you, you deliver balance on the other end, equity hidden in low textures. They assumed you'd surrender. The second adjustment is defensive elasticity. Skilled opponents understand you can't call wide against 3 bets out of position, so they expand their range aggressively. To counter, widen your 4-bet bluffing frequency slightly, but choose blockers with discipline. Ace-5 suited and King-5 suited are ideal candidates. They remove premium hands from opponent ranges while retaining fold equity when called. You don't need to 4-bet often, you just need to reintroduce uncertainty. The moment opponents realize you're capable of light 4-bets, their equilibrium destabilizes. Against hyper-aggressive professionals, use reverse leverage. Allow them to 3-bet light early in the session, then trap through call-down sequences. By flat calling with hands like pocket jacks, ace-queen suited, or king-queen suited, you create an invisible shift in post-flop control. When these players fire multiple barrels on Broadway boards, your structured patience punishes their assumption of fold equity. The key is restraint. You're not fighting back emotionally, you're rebalancing mathematically. On the flop, professionals exploit early position players by over-applying range pressure. They know you should check most boards that don't favor your range. Instead of over-defending with aggression, counter with composure. Check call with balanced ranges, top pairs mixed with draws, strong second pairs, and selective floats. By defending through controlled calling, instead of reactive raising, you erode their confidence. They realize that bluffing into you doesn't generate automatic folds. In deeper stacks, elite players will also target your continuation bet sizing patterns. If your small bets always indicate range protection, they will float relentlessly. Vary your sizes on similar textures to obscure intent. Occasionally use large bets with strong hands, and well-chosen bluffs, hands like ace-5 suited on dry king-high boards. This forces even disciplined opponents into guesswork. Predictability dies in asymmetry. Another professional countermeasure is post-flop compression. Skilled opponents use positional advantage to shrink the pot until you overcommit. Counter by defining your own thresholds. Know precisely which hands play for 3 streets, which stop after 2, and which convert into defense. Never let an opponent control pace without awareness. Your timing is part of your defense. Their rhythm breaks when yours remains constant. At elite tables, every player constructs mental maps of others' frequencies. Your job is to corrupt that data. Mix in periodic deviations at low frequency to disrupt their tracking models. For instance, if you always check the flop after missing, occasionally lead with an overcard blocker. If you always open-fold certain marginal pairs pre-flop, slip in a limp or min-raise once per session. These controlled irregularities keep your pattern unreadable. You're not abandoning structure, you're camouflaging it. Professional opponents also manipulate table perception. They use timing and social cues to provoke reaction. You must neutralize their control by detaching completely from conversational rhythm. When they talk, breathe. When they stall, remain still. Your silence erases their feedback loop. Over time, they begin questioning their own reads because they receive no emotional confirmation. At final tables or streamed events, visibility enhances this psychological warfare. Skilled players weaponize spotlight pressure, talking between hands, adjusting tempo, showing cards selectively. Your countermeasure is uniformity. Every decision, whether trivial or critical, appears identical. You never perform. You simply act. The absence of visible emotion starves predators of stimulus. The most advanced layer of counter-adjustment is meta-conditioning. This involves shaping long-term perception across sessions or days. Early in a series, you play standard, predictable, under-the-gun ranges. Opponents catalog your tendencies. Later, in higher pressure moments, you exploit those assumptions. A single light 4-bet or disguised limp from you shocks the system precisely because your prior behavior made it unthinkable. Controlled predictability early creates profitable unpredictability later. To sustain composure under these dynamics, practice mental load management. Skilled players overwhelm you, not with one hard decision, but with hundreds of small ones. Recognize the fatigue trap. Simplify thought into clear principles: range integrity, pot control, composure. Treat each decision as isolated. Emotional fatigue thrives on narrative, the story that you're being targeted or run over. Remove the story, and you remove their edge. Finally, understand that counter-adjustment doesn't mean combat, it means conversation. You're speaking strategically to the table. The words are bets, calls, and folds. Your tone is consistency. Professionals respect those who remain unshaken under pressure. Over time, they stop attacking structure that doesn't bend. At full evolution, you no longer fear skilled opponents, you invite them. Because every attack clarifies where your own leaks remain. You refine, adapt, and absorb. The under-the-gun seat, once seen as exposure, becomes your proving ground. Against the best, you demonstrate not defiance, but control. And control, quiet, disciplined, imperceptible control, is the purest language of mastery. Chapter 50: Unifying Strategy, Structure and Psychology, the complete early position player. Mastery in poker is not a collection of tactics. It is a synthesis of awareness, structural, mathematical, and psychological, harmonized into calm execution. The under-the-gun position, which began as the game's most constrained seat, ultimately becomes its greatest teacher. It forces every weakness to surface and every strength to mature. To play perfectly from early position is to understand poker itself. The complete early position player begins with structural clarity. They know their ranges by memory, their stack adjustments by instinct, and their frequencies by feel. Each hand starts from an internal map. What opens are justified, which folds are necessary, how much pressure the table will bear. Structure is not limitation, it's freedom through discipline. With structure, decisions simplify. Every orbit feels identical, whether the blinds are small or enormous, whether the stakes are routine or historic. From that base emerges strategic adaptability. The complete player never clings to rigidity. They modify ranges subtly, based on stack distribution, player type, and table dynamic. Against passivity, they widen. Against volatility, they tighten. They anticipate adjustments before others react. Each change remains invisible, minor enough to evade detection, major enough to sustain control. This ability to drift without distortion is the highest form of technical mastery. Psychological stillness anchors it all. The early position player learns to act before certainty, to decide without assurance. They sit in the most exposed seat and cultivate calm. Over time, that calm evolves into confidence, not the loud, expressive kind, but the quiet authority of someone who has already accepted variance as an ally. When the table accelerates, they slow down. When pressure rises, their pulse does not. This psychological asymmetry becomes their true advantage. The complete player also understands information asymmetry. Acting first means revealing structure early, but it also means controlling tempo. They weaponize rhythm. Their motions remain uniform, same chip size, same pause, same breath. Opponents search for tells and find mirrors instead. The absence of emotional data frustrates even elite professionals. When opponents cannot read you, they start reading themselves. Mathematical grounding keeps intuition honest. Every decision, from open size to continuation bet, is supported by probability. The player understands pot odds, implied odds, and equity realization intuitively. They no longer need to calculate consciously. The math has dissolved into rhythm. It shows in their composure, the comfort that only comes from true understanding. But technical mastery is incomplete without pattern perception. The complete player sees the game not as hands, but as flow. They recognize table fatigue, momentum shifts, and emotional inflection points. They know when tension peaks and when it releases. Their timing appears supernatural because it isn't mechanical, it's observational. They are reading not just cards, but atmosphere. The transition from technician to strategist occurs through control of energy. Poker tables operate on collective emotion, excitement, frustration, impatience. The under-the-gun player, through stillness, shapes that current. Each calm open cools volatility. Each disciplined fold reasserts order. Over time, the table conforms to their pace. They lead without speaking. When variance hits, the complete player exhibits temporal patience. They think in thousands of hands, not one. A single lost pot holds no emotional weight because it's a fraction of a long continuum. The same patience governs aggression. They attack not from impulse but from accumulated understanding. Every shove, every value bet, every fold feels inevitable rather than reactive. Their awareness extends beyond mechanics. They track stack sizes subconsciously, catalog opponent frequencies automatically, and forecast action sequences 3 moves ahead. Decision-making slows externally, but accelerates internally. This duality, calm exterior, rapid interior, defines professional composure. The final quality is integration. Structure, strategy, and psychology merge until indistinguishable. A disciplined fold carries the same confidence as a winning shove. A quiet check holds the same weight as a perfectly timed bluff. The complete player's range is no longer just mathematical, it's emotional symmetry. They never appear weak, never appear rushed, never appear uncertain, even when they are. Training toward this unity requires repetition with awareness. Review hands not for outcomes, but for thought quality. Identify moments where emotion replaced logic, or hesitation replaced structure. Over months of deliberate correction, instinct rewires itself. The act of folding ace-queen under the gun becomes as peaceful as winning with pocket aces. Both decisions serve the same system. The complete early position player also understands respect for the seat. They know that every great strategy begins from disadvantage. The first seat teaches humility, that poker is not control but adaptation. To act first is to lead through risk, and leadership under uncertainty is the heart of mastery. By the time they reach the end of their learning curve, the under-the-gun player has inverted the equation. The seat once feared for vulnerability becomes their strongest domain. They no longer see early position as limitation, but as testing ground, a mirror that reflects their discipline, patience, and integrity every orbit. At this point, poker becomes quiet. The noise of fear and hope fades. Only rhythm remains, chips moving in harmony, thoughts flowing without interruption. The player acts, the table reacts, and the game unfolds in balance. That is the final lesson of the under-the-gun position, that mastery isn't measured by aggression or luck, but by the serenity to act first with clarity, again and again, across infinite uncertainty. And when you can do that, when every orbit feels like breath, when every decision carries stillness instead of strain, then you are no longer just playing poker. You are conducting it.